Hello, hello, hello. How you doing? Hope you have a nice Friday, whatever time zone you're in, or maybe early Saturday, or anything that of that sort, depending. It could happen. But anyhow, hi. For anybody new here, I am Adrian Solf. I also go by Card. You can call me however you prefer. I am a Vampiric casino owner. I usually, within the confines of this place, you'll find an assortment of indie games. Why? Because indie games are the ones that are innovating, trying new things, taking risks, and keeping the industry fresh. So we should do our best to support the little guy. My way of doing it is, covering our stream, playing it, discussing about it, and, for the duration of a playthrough, they are featured on my details page. For more info, you can use the command indie and you get all the details about those weekend streams and what indie I'm covering, as well as a link with all of the popular store pages of the current indie that I'm featuring, as well as the previous indies that I've played. So there's also technically a list of all the indies that I've finished, which is a good way for me to keep track of stuff. But aside from that, I also, as you can see through this category and my title, I also like to talk about and cover TTRPGs. Currently going for like the Daggerheart system. Today we're gonna look into how to actually play and run the game itself. There's a few chapters that talk about this as a both player and game master. Because I do enjoy TTRPGs, and speaking of TTRPGs, you might also find me on every week on Monday on Ghost Plays channel. Let me just give her like a quick shout out, even though she's not necessarily here. Ghost Plays VT. Yeah, there we go, that worked. Where we do our session of Hunter the Reckoning, where I'm one of the players, Damian Kowalski. I'm a vaguely reserved and unusual character, so more details about him as we play, you'll find out as we play there. So check if you are interested in that, check it out. It's all every Monday around like 3:30 EST, I think. I forgot exactly the time zone, around the time when 3:30 actually EET on my case, 3:30 AM, because I'm the one that makes the compromise and struggles and does all of that stuff to have a game. But I do love playing TTRPGs. I haven't been in a game for the longest time, so I'm currently, my schedule is pretty flexible, so I'm willing to make the compromise to be able to play a game and have some fun, because all the players there, Charon, Ropecaster, Dokuro, as well as our storyteller Ghost herself, are really fun to be around with and play with. So yeah. But aside from that, I also just stream game series here and there, some influential games. Currently going through the Doom series. Just finished Doom 64, so next week I'm gonna jump into the infamously Doom 3, which is a complete change of pace of what the franchise actually is, and it's gonna be interesting to kind of have a bit of a twist, because so far to me, all respect to the previous games, but they just felt like rehashings of the previous. Like Doom 2 was kind of a rehash and a slight improvement on Doom 1, and Doom 64 basically was a mixture of both, with some better design here and there, and especially in the later levels, the lost levels, which were done in the re-release, which had a bit more of modern game design, like the sensibilities and level design. But anyhow, that's me jumping into details, as well as aside from popular games, I also like to chill out from time to time, play some some RPGs, sorry, because I do like RPGs in general. Currently through my New Vegas endeavors, and we are slowly planning and executing our efforts to take over the Vegas Strip and make our basically put our own stake on the casino business, as I do want to expand my franchise. So yeah, anyhow, but yeah, that's kind of overall with it. And of course, as you probably noticed with the graph and all that kind of stuff, I am pushing to get affiliated with on this channel. I've mostly reached all of the criteria. Currently the only thing that I'm pushing that I need to cover is that viewership average. I still need those 3 pesky viewers average. I'm getting there, I'm really close, I'm not that far, so I'm just gonna keep on keeping on, and you know, once that is reached, I'm gonna also do the special affiliated stream, because that's kind of one of the last few things that I have to do. But even so, I'm still gonna do a few things here and there. Like, I've decided that maybe even when I reach the next goal that I've planned with the followers, like the 75 follower mark, I might also do like a you know, an additional like celebratory, maybe extra long stream if it doesn't happen around the same time as the affiliate stuff. And you know, as I mentioned, with every 5 new followers above 50, I also have a VTuber playlist, which you can have more details here. Currently, I think there are like 3 songs, and you know, for every 5 new followers, I'll add a new one. Of course, there's gonna be an end point. It's not gonna be an ever expanding and more never ending like playlist that I'll keep adding on it for every 5. There'll be a point where I'm gonna say stop it, but even after this whole kind of effort of pushing to affiliate ends, I'm still gonna update it within those criteria, and maybe I'm gonna add a few extra criteria here and there to incentivize the playlist to be updated faster. But that's future me stuff that I need to think, not present me. So yeah, I think that overall covers it. Let me have a quick sip. So yeah, let's actually jump into. Before I do anything else though, I do want to cover a required disclaimer that, you know, Daggerheart is a product created by Darrington Press, was created using the Darrington Press community gaming license. The Daggerheart open beta materials are owned and copyrighted by Darrington Press. There's you know, the entire product is based on the public game content created and owned by Darrington Press, the Daggerheart open beta materials. So, you know, but you can always check it out at daggerheart.com, which let me also, if you all just quickly have it here. We can also, as well, you can also find more details about it also on the Demiplane website, which let me just give you the link for that one as well, if you just prefer something a bit more compendium style. So yeah, as it remains here, this is still open beta. It's still in the rework. It's still, you know, worked at it. And from what I've heard as an announcement, I think by the end of the weekend or next week, they should release like I think Monday they release a new version of it. So next time we'll probably check out the whatever updates they've done. So yeah, that's kind of it. And also another thing, that before getting into the you know, into the meat of the topic today, I think that I like to do, depending on, because, you know, maybe some people are jumping into the stream for the first time, don't know exactly what Daggerheart is about. Critical Role has a how to play video, which is more kind of like an overview video that kind of generalizes most of the elements that the game has. And I always do it at the start of the stream as kind of a jumping on, as kind of like a starting point, so everybody is at the very least at a similar level of understanding of what this game is about and has a vague grasp of some of the rules. Because, you know, I've covered stuff that is related to character creation. I've even created a character, like most of the elements, parts of itemization. This is actually the first time. This is actually when I'm jumping into more detail, like how certain aspects of the actual game work and happen, you know, the playing and running as game master, more specifically. So yeah, but before we jump into that, let's just quickly go for the video. I'm probably gonna pause here and there to make a few notes of myself, but, you know, as I mentioned in other times, I've watched this video at every stream, so, you know, I'm not gonna stop at every detail. But if there's something that you want to check or want to talk about or want to ask, go ahead, which is another thing I want to point out. This stream, even though it's focused around Daggerheart and discussing about Daggerheart, that's just me filling the time. I want this to also be like an open platform for, you know, everybody here to talk about be the system that I'm currently talking about, or a different system, and, you know, discuss about it, you know, help each other out, you know, brainstorm ideas, maybe just ask for advice, any of that kind of stuff. And, you know, I'm gonna offer it to the best of my abilities, because To be fair, I've been mostly system agnostic for the longest of time. I've mostly played D&D, but I do want to expand. That's why I've also jumped into the Hunter the Reckoning game. That's why I also want to check out stuff like Daggerheart and other systems. And me doing these streams are me basically encouraging myself to kind of go through other systems and show the, learning them myself, and also learning together with other people along the way, and help each other out in the process. So yeah, if you want to ask the stuff, you can ask. If you want to just simply lurk and hear me, talk about this kind of things and just do that, that's also totally appreciated. I understand. But anyhow, let's jump in.
Hey everybody, my name is Matthew Mercer.
And I'm Spencer Stark.
And we are inviting you here to this video to learn how to play Daggerheart, a new RPG that is currently in development.
So before we get into the basics, we just want to remind all of you that this game is now currently in open beta. So things discussed in this video may change, shift, go away, be added to, and that's part of the process of making a game.
Indeed. To learn more and even join our open beta playtest, go check out daggerheart.com. So dive in, break the game, tell us what works, what doesn't work, what you love about it, what you hope to see added, and tell us all that through the official Daggerheart open beta surveys.
The more people who play the game, the better we can make it. So jump in and help us break this thing, because we are so excited to build this game with you and not just for you. So please play often and submit those surveys so we know what you like and what you don't.
Hell yeah.
As I know that I want to add myself, yes, I totally encourage this. Do it. It's immeasurably valuable, the feedback given and all the all the notes and the information that you send out there, like, hey, look, I've tried it out, and there is no game company, be it digital, physical, or anything like that, can do an internal playtesting to the level of the amount of players that are gonna check out the game. No matter how much internal testing or quality, or how big your quality assurance or quality or QA team is, you're never gonna reach to the same amount of data that you would have done if you have that you would do with player surveys. So yeah, do your best, break it, experiment it, try the weirdest, wackiest things to see how exactly could look through exploits, find things that are unusually worded, but unusually worded in a way that affect the rules, not simply just because that's a grammatical error and that kind of a thing. It's immeasurably valuable for a developer to know that information, especially at a wide scale. Plus, as they mentioned it, they want this to be a product that not only represents their own vision, but also represents a collective vision of the player base and what exactly the player base is expecting out of the system.
So Daggerheart is a fantasy tabletop role-playing game that sort of blends the narrative and the crunchy together.
Yeah, I like that it helps facilitate gameplay that is both theater of mind, if that's your preference, but also easy enough to also play it more tactically and to use maps and minis like I love to do with our sessions.
The game doesn't really stop down when you're doing combat. You just kind of continue to play the way you do throughout the entire rest of the game, and so everything flows in and out of itself, so it allows you to really focus on the story that you all are telling. And
deeply customizable character creation and development process throughout the mechanics of the game.
It is a long-term campaign game, so it runs over the course of 10 levels, which gives you plenty of fodder to be able to play a year-long campaign with, if that is something that you want, but could also jump in and play a one-shot or a couple of sessions, and works just as well for that.
Yeah, one of the things you can really expect from Daggerheart is a game that gives you tools, if you want to use them, to rapidly create in-depth characters that have dynamic relationships with the other players and characters at the table, as well as an opportunity and tools for the GM and the players to build a world together. You can make and play or run a game as deep or as shallow or as simple or as robust as you want to. And the intent of Daggerheart is to give you all those tools at your disposal and teach you how to implement them in your games. You can kind of pick and choose what it is you enjoy about this, or run the full gamut and go all in. Now let's get into the basics of Daggerheart.
Yeah, overall Daggerheart, from what I've seen, it's slightly more condensed of the kind of big TTRPG systems. It has in a way it's a bit condensed in the D&D sense, because as I mentioned, it was 10 levels, that kind of stuff. And I think it also for the reason of not necessarily be as dragged out, and also to keep elements more in balance, as you know, one of the issues that usually D&D, I'm not sure if Pathfinder has this problem, because I haven't played too much of that, but I know that D&D after like level 12 or so, post level 12 13, the power level scale kind of ranks up immensely, and it becomes a totally different game that sometimes kind of staggers, or you know, it's a totally different approach on how you think about the game and how you think the challenges, the encounters, all that kind of stuff. You know, as well as I mentioned, also, but you know, it's also condensed as in the way they mentioned that it gives you a set of tools, a set of things that you could utilize to better, you know, enhance to add to it, to enhance, to expand upon the experience that you're trying to create. They are not necessarily many of them are not necessarily enforced or mechanically required or in any way forced to. Like a lot of the classes, for example, have like a system where you can ask questions both to yourself, both for your character, to basically flesh out their backstory, but also have a set of questions that you basically give out to your party to quickly create bonds. And you also have, and there are some elements of the mechanical element, even some small mechanical elements here and there that add to those kind of bonds. And I've seen in many section places where, you know, actually interacting, there are some mechanics where actually interacting with the character or with the world kind of adds more to it. Like there are certain mechanics that basically encourage player interaction. There are certain mechanics that encourage actually world building and creating your own like NPCs or like stories that, you know, are then thrown into the world and used by the game master. And while at the same time you also gain some kind of immediate or you know, near future benefit for it. So yeah, it's more interesting. And you know, today, as I mentioned, we're going to check out how the game actually is played and run. So I'm really curious on the kind of combat side, how exactly all of these elements are so seamless, because that's something I have not yet seen myself, as I haven't yet checked out like actual like videos of players actually playing it, of groups or having sessions, and I have not yet had a session myself.
Duality dice are sort of the bread and butter for Daggerheart. They consist of 2 different colored 12-sided die, your hope die and your fear die. Now you choose which is which, and for us, we're using this brighter colored one as our hope die and this kind of darker red colored one as our fear die.
Anytime your GM asks you to make an action roll, you'll roll both your hope die and your fear die, and you add them together along with any relevant modifiers represented by little tokens like this.
You know, the tokens can also be coins or beads, or you can just do the math in your head, but it helps to have these little representations right there next to the dice you rolled to do the quick math.
Then you tell the GM your result, along with whether your hope die or your fear die rolled highest. For example, let's say Travis is playing Bertrand Bell and is making an agility roll. He has a +1 to his agility trait, and he ends up rolling a 9 on his hope die and a 4 on his fear die, plus the 1. He'd add all that together and then tell the GM that he got a 14 with hope.
Yeah, now if a 14 meets or beats the difficulty decided by the GM, he succeeds on his agility roll, and he also gains 1 hope for rolling with hope.
Every time your hope die is higher, you gain a hope, which is a liquid resource your character can spend to aid allies or activate special abilities.
Now sometimes your character might have an experience that you could further modify an action roll in their favor. Like maybe your character has Haggler as an experience when trying to negotiate with a shopkeeper, or expert herbalist when looking for medicinal plants in the vicinity.
So you can spend a hope before the roll and describe how that experience helps you, and then add its value to your roll. You add it all up, and if it meets or beats the difficulty score, you succeed. But your hope and fear die influence what happens next.
Indeed, if you succeed with hope, you get what you want, and you gain 1 hope. You can spend that later on. But if you succeed and roll with fear, you get what you want, but it may come with a consequence or add a complication. Additionally, the GM takes a fear token, a liquid resource that the GM can use to affect the story both in and out of combat, but we'll cover that later.
If you fail with hope, you don't get what you want and will likely face consequences, but you still gain a hope. And if you fail with fear, you don't get what you want and you may suffer major consequences. Additionally, the GM takes a fear token.
Now lastly, if you roll doubles on the 2 dice, you get a critical success, which means you get exactly what you want, you gain a hope, you clear a stress, and possibly some other cool benefits alongside it. Well, now that we've explained the basics of the duality dice, let's lightly skim the character creation process.
Overall, I like the duality dice system. Let me find like a place where it shows them. Actually, yeah, this works. Overall, yeah, I find the duality dice interesting. I don't think I've seen. Then again, I'm not too familiar with a ton of system where the D12 is kind of the 2D12 dice roll is kind of highlighted or be as kind of the major de facto like dice roll that determines most of the elements of the game. I think that kind of a note that they added here that I really enjoy. The idea that, you know, your modifiers could be like certain like trinkets or tokens, certain little things that you can add with your rolls, so you have like a visual representation, which is really cool because at that point you no longer have to check your sheet for the modifier. You have it in your hand alongside your roll, so you can instantly look at it on the board. Don't have to basically jump into some different space, find the plus, and kind of lose the numbers, even though there are simple maths in this situation, but you never know. Plus the aspect of, you know, rolling with hope, rolling with fear, and whichever you get higher determines certain factors, and, you know, creates kind of this four dice roll, like general like dice roll result system, alongside the, of course, critical success, which is the doubles. Which I've seen it being kind of interesting, because there are certain classes or like features that benefit from that, and you get some extra stuff if you generate crits. So yeah, that's really neat. And, you know, overall they are a good way of gaining, you know, actively gaining a resource for yourself, as well as, you know, the game master be able to obtain a resource for themselves that they can use to like quickly, you know, alter the stakes of an encounter, maybe make it a bit, and in some aspects, who knows, maybe even rebalance some stuff and in the moment, because it could also be seen as a way of kind of in the moment, kind of you actively change the elements of the game and they balance in, you know, so everything kind of feels at an equal footing, and there's no like one-sidedness where, you know, the player steamrolls the encounter or the encounter steamrolls the players.
For a deeper dive into character creation, check out our Daggerheart character creation video where I sit down with Travis Willingham and make Bertrand Bell, which is linked here.
But for the purposes of this video, we'll give you a brief overview. Our character classes are Bard, Druid, Guardian, Ranger, Rogue, Seraph, Sorcerer, Warrior, and Wizard.
Indeed.
Every class has one or more class features, which are spells and abilities that are unique to each class. Like the Rogue, for example, has a thing called Cloak, which allows them to move into a space where no enemies can see them and be effectively invisible as long as they don't move or attack.
Each class also consists of the meeting of two domains, which are like symbolic themes. Through these two domains, you pick and choose what abilities you want for your character by taking domain cards at character creation and every time you level up.
These domains are Arcana, the domain of innate or instinctual magic; Blade, the domain of weapon mastery; Bone, the domain of swiftness and tactical mastery; Codex, the domain of intensive magical study; Grace, the domain of charisma and enchantment; Midnight, the domain of shadow and secrecy; Sage, the domain of the natural world; Splendor, the domain of life and death; and Valor, the domain of protection.
So, for example, the Bard calls upon the charm and magnetism of the Grace domain, along with the lore and magic of the Codex domain. And if you want to cast a spell from a domain card you have, typically you'll have a spellcast roll. This works just like an action roll, but uses your spellcast trait that you can find on your subclass foundation card.
In Daggerheart, your base character traits are Agility, for things like sprinting, leaping, and maneuvering; Strength, for things like lifting, smashing, or grappling; Finesse, which is used for like hiding, tinkering, or fine motor control; Instinct, which is for like navigating, perceiving, and sensing; Presence, for charming, deceiving, and performing; and Knowledge, for analyzing, recalling, comprehending. You begin with a standard array of traits, which you can increase as you level.
Now let's talk about hit points and stress.
So, yes, overall, like class-wise, you kind of get the the classical assortment. In some cases, some themes have been melded or split in certain ways, like the Seraph, for example. For those of you maybe familiar with like some of the more general like fantasy settings, the Seraph here is kind of more of a mixture between the cleric and the paladin, while the warrior and the guardian are an interesting kind of split between the fighter and barbarian, where you see elements of both in kind of either of them. Guardian is a bit more defender focused, although the warrior has it themselves, but they are more, you know, kind of a the warrior has a bit more on some of the kind of tribal elements, but at the same time can be in certain ways a mentor. So that's kind of really interesting. Another aspect, the domains themselves, they have like certain themes, even especially mechanically. For example, the bone domain, which is this one, contains a lot of kind of tactical elements and somehow how to kind of move the battlefield in your own favor, encounter. While the graze domain, from what I've seen, it's a bit more on the crowd control side, where an interesting way of doing it is you actually remove fear, you mitigate how much, or you know, minimize how much fear tokens you can generate in certain moments or in certain situations, so the DM basically, so the game master, sorry, basically has like lesser resources. That kind of a element, you know. Codex, I've seen it really interesting. It kind of embodies some of those kind of wizard-esque studies, because a lot of the cards offer you a lot more abilities than some of the normal domain cards. Here in a Codex domain, you have something, we have a type of card called Grimoire, which basically offers you like 2 to 3 abilities, while normally while a normal like domain card from other domains, it's basically just one ability or maybe a set of passives. So yeah, they have interesting mixtures here and there, so it also opens to some interesting ideas when it comes to also multi-classing, or how you can you know, mix and match between the two depending on what domains you have available for each class, as well as how they've kind of let me just can I, yeah, there we go, as well as how they kind of covered the ability trait system. Sorry, they've split some things, like for example agility and finesse, for those again that are familiar to some of the more D&D elements. You'll probably recognize them as being two elements of the dexterity trait, which kind of makes sense because agility is a bit more macro while finesse is a bit more micro. But at the same time, all of these traits are not only just, you know, exclusive to, maybe some traits are more spellcast exclusive, while certain traits are more, you know, body or martial exclusive. No, you encounter these traits in everything. Like I've seen weapon attack rolls that utilize all of these, as well as maybe ability rolls and spell and domain card rolls. So there is no like an exclusivity here where, you know, one ability trait is just like, for example, let's say strength, finesse, and agility are like certain like they're like martial rolls, while instinct, presence, and knowledge are exclusively spellcast rolls and social rolls. No, you can have presence for like there is like for the rapier, for example, you can utilize presence as your attack roll. Actually, in this game, it's called like an action roll, which is more a generic term. So yeah, I find it really interesting how they kind of expanded and simplified it, and they added representation of these traits in multiple facets of the system, so nothing feels like, you know, whenever you're building creating a specific character build, you have to like be like, you know, oh, I'm a martial class, which means that I just have to focus on these stats because otherwise I'll just be underperforming. No, you can still be a martial class and utilize whatever stat you want depending on how you want to build a character, because you might have available, and if not, the DM can create them for you.
In Daggerheart, a character's overall health is represented by a number of hit points, which you'll find on your character sheet in the form of several blank boxes. When you're faced with incoming damage, you will fill in or mark a certain number of these hit points based on your character's damage thresholds. So if you take minor damage, you mark 1 hit point. For major damage, you mark 2 hit points. And for severe damage, you mark 3 hit points.
Whenever you take damage, you simply compare that damage amount to your character's damage thresholds and mark your hit points accordingly. For example, if a rogue at level 1 has 15 damage coming at them, that would be just over their severe damage threshold. So they would mark 3 hit points.
If you ever take damage below your minor damage threshold, you take a stress instead of damage. Now, stress is also a resource that your character can endure to carry out certain uncanny feats or class abilities. But you gotta be careful. If you should ever need to mark a stress, but you can't because they're all marked, you mark a hit point instead.
Evasion represents your ability to avoid being hit by an attack. So when the GM makes an attack roll against a player, they roll 1d20. They add any modifiers and see if the result meets or beats this number. If the attack hits a player, the player can choose to mark armor slots to reduce the incoming damage by their armor score.
For example, let's go back to our level 1 rogue that has 15 damage coming at them. If they have an armor score of 3, like if they have leather armor, they could choose to mark one of their armor slots and reduce that damage to 12, downgrading that severe damage into just major damage. This means they mark 2 hit points instead of 3.
They can always choose to mark more than one armor slot if they need to reduce the damage by more as well. And you can, of course, get those armor slots back, but you have to do it by repairing your armor during downtime. We'll cover that in just a little bit.
Now let's go ahead and talk about Game Master stuff. So, setting appropriate difficulty values for your players is a time-honored tradition for many game masters. And when it comes to Daggerheart, a general good rubric to follow when setting difficulty values is a range of 5 being very easy, like extremely easy, up to 15 being your standard average difficulty, all the way up to 30 and more being nearly impossible.
You should also be aware of the circumstances surrounding action rolls because they may grant advantage or disadvantage. For example, maybe you're attempting to lift a broken carriage out of a muddy ditch in the pouring rain. And if that's the case, the GM may impose disadvantage on the strength roll to do that. This situational modifier is represented by including 1d6 with the action roll. With advantage, you add the sum of the d6 to the roll. If you have disadvantage, you subtract the value from the roll instead. Always remember that at any time, a player can give another player advantage on an action roll by spending 1 hope and describing how they're aiding their ally.
Now let's talk a little bit about how combat works.
Okay, so first of all, I realized that I skipped this one. First of all, to make a note here, because they've changed it, and this video was released around the first rendition, first iteration, first public iteration at the very least. They've changed how this part of it is handled. First of all, minor damage is capped at 1, and now everything above it represents minor, major, severe. So anything above minor but below major is 1 hit point, anything above major but below severe is 3 hit points, and everything above severe is 3. Sorry, 2 and 3. So yeah, which is, and you no longer you no longer gain a stress if you receive damage below your minor. It's just you don't receive anything. You don't mark anything, which is interesting because there are certain classes that actually still increase this stat overall. So they basically even make them to the point where, kind of emphasize the damage mitigation and kind of tankiness, which is really interesting. I also overall really like the system. It simplifies kind of the number aspect of hit points. You have numbers where you need to have numbers when it comes to checking damage points and things like that, but when it comes to actually marking hit points, you just have a visual representation that it's a lot easier to grasp, which also improves with the pacing and that kind of thing, because you no longer have to make sure that an enemy has a certain amount of HP, or you encounter like a really lucky critical roll that insanely that basically just steamrolls a creature, as well as armor is no longer just a simple passive element. It has a bit more active and strategic uses by having this kind of damage reduction that allows you to kind of lower how much HP you lose, but also having it as a limited resource kind of puts you in this kind of situations of choosing when it's the best moment to utilize it, as well as the stress, which is honestly isn't really heavily covered here, because stress overall, it's more of a thing that you, especially now that she's no longer part of the hit point system, that you kind of mark out when using class features or domain cards, which stress can also be like an additional way of, but through stress you can still gain hit points by using abilities after your stress, after you've marked out all of your stress points. So it still has that kind of strategic element to it. While here, with the difficulties and that kind of things, again, for those who are more familiar with D&D or maybe Pathfinder, will realize that this kind of difficulty scores are quite familiar, because math-wise, 2d12s are slightly above the ballpark of the kind of D20 rolls. It's basically around there. It's slightly over the normal one, but if you were to add, like, for example, the proficiency bonus, it kind of is in the same direction. Also, yes, hi Bunny, I saw you there. Yes, I'll do a posture check, no problem. I'm not gonna be shaped as a banana, don't worry. Or a shrimp in this case, as you mentioned. Also, let me just quickly give you a shout out. How's it going? Having a nice relaxing Friday? I hope you do. Mine's been pretty fine. Oh, you played Party Animals. Oh yeah, I think I've seen your post about it when you did it. I want to try it. I haven't got the game because, you know, because it reminds me of it totally has the DNA of Gang Beasts, that game, and I've seen a lot of the wackiness that Party Animals had. I maybe at some point I'm gonna get it and would like to play with some peeps at some point. Yeah, okay, hydration is over. Where was I? Okay, I mentioned I'm doing good. I'm walking and jogging right now at a duck pump. Oh, nice. That's actually really nice. I don't know, these days it has been a bit decent, kind of like a spring temperature. It wasn't too hot, although the nights are a bit kind of chilly the last few days. It has been raining like the past week. It just got sunnier, I think, around this week, but it's still a bit cold-ish, but kind of in a spring kind of way, like, you know, colder at night but a nice temperature around the day, so that's kind of nice. Yeah, I'll see with that, because to be fair, if we're talking about like games that I have on the backlog and on the wish list at the same time, there's too many games, so little time. But yeah, where was it? Oh yeah, and the adventures part of it, I also like this part. I find it again simplified. It's no longer like a reroll or anything like that. It's because I think which also allows you for parties to kind of quickly join. It's more of a immediate improvement. It's like, you know, any rerolls or anything like that. Especially, I think with the system, we probably would have not worked the rerolls, I guess, technically. Probably, but it would have been a bit more complicated. So this really simplifies it, keeps it, and removes some weird like interaction when it came to like when you gain advantage, when you lose advantage. But those are like semantics and a bit more complex elements. So yeah, let's just jump into combat.
Combat in Daggerheart is designed to be a free-flowing narrative experience with minimal stop-downs and a multitude of possibilities for theater of the mind and map-based conflict.
When you want to make an attack, you'll first ask the GM if it's in range of your weapon. So melee range means that you're within touching distance of the target. Very close is anywhere from like 5 to 10 feet away, or the shortest length of a game card when measured on a map. Close is between 10 and 30 feet, or about the length of a standard pen or pencil. Far is between 30 and 100 feet, or the length of a standard piece of paper. And very far is between 100 and 300 feet, or anything beyond the length of a piece of paper that's within the scene.
If it is in range, make an action roll and add any relevant modifiers. If the roll meets or beats that creature's individual difficulty score, it hits. Now simply roll your damage dice and add their values together.
Creatures also have minor, major, and severe damage thresholds, just like player characters, and a variable amount of hit points and stress, but they don't have armor or evasion scores like player characters.
Now for you GMs out there, if you're rolling to see if a creature hits a player character, you simply roll a d20, add the relevant modifiers from that monster's sheet, and see if it hits that player's evasion score. If it hits, roll for damage, and the player determines if they'll spend armor slots to reduce it or how many hit points they have to mark thereafter.
Now, if your players are entering into a combat that will last for more than 1 or 2 turns, your GM may place an action tracker on the table. When an action tracker is out, players add a token to it whenever they make an action roll. Players will continue to make action rolls in combat until they fail and/or roll with fear, which then allows the focus to shift to the GM to make what's called a GM move.
Now, a GM move is literally just the GM taking a turn. So after a player rolls with fear and/or fails an attack roll, the GM then has the opportunity to spend any number of action tokens from the tracker and activate that many enemy combatants. So all those turns the players took in succession now have turned into resources for me. After the GM turn is resolved, play then passes back to the players.
Anytime, GMs can also spend 2 action tokens to gain 1 fear token. Remember those? How every time your player characters roll with fear, the GM collects a fear token? Well, here's where they factor in. At any point during combat, a GM can spend 2 of the fear tokens accrued during a session to make a GM move without needing the players to roll a failure or with fear.
Additionally, GMs can spend fear tokens to activate special abilities of adversaries, or generate action tokens for themselves, or make particularly big and dramatic GM moves.
If things go really bad in or out of combat, character death in Daggerheart is a real possibility, but the system offers players 3 options to choose from when the character marks their final hit point.
The first option is called Blaze of Glory. This option lets your character, you guessed it, die in a glorious and heroic fashion, where they take one final action that will be an automatic critical success before passing into the great beyond.
Then there's the ever-popular Avoid Death and Face the Consequences, where your character drops unconscious and cannot take any actions until they get at least 1 hit point back. When this happens, you roll your fear die, and if it's equal to or under your level, you gain a scar, which means you permanently cross out one of your hope slots.
And finally, there's Risk It All,
dice.
our personal favorite, I believe, which leaves it all up to chance. You roll your duality dice. If your hope die is higher, you stay on your feet and clear an amount of hit points and or stress equal to the value you roll on your hope die. But if your fear die is higher, you immediately cross through the veil of death. Now, if the duality dice are tied, which once again is a critical success in Daggerheart, you don't just stay on your feet, you also clear all of your hit points and stress, renewed and ready to go right back into it.
Now that we've covered all the stuff you can do in combat, let's touch on some of the stuff you can do
the combat
very
elements.
far.
So, first of all, as I've mentioned it before, and I still want to highlight because I love it. Yes, they give you like standard like measurements, which can probably use as a point of reference with D&D and other system where you can, 5 feet is represented by 1 inch square or something and things like that. But having also this kind of more makeshift like a representation of what distance is, which kind of plays into the idea that TTRPGs are a bit makeshift. They're about improvisation and utilizing whatever you have available to you. It's novel to me. It's really nice, and it's a nice novelty, especially because everything that you see here are more likely than not things that you would have available at a games table anyway. The short side of card would be, if not necessarily having a set of playing cards, probably could utilize the domain cards as a point of reference. The pencil, sheet of paper, anybody at a TTRPG table would probably have that. Touching this and being something like next to the enemy, that kind of a thing, it's obvious. So yeah, that's really neat. I really like the action tracker. It plays a bit into the element that I've talked before, where this kind of combat becomes this more dynamic, specifically more into this element of what it's usually known, at the very least in the digital side of video games, like that dynamic difficulty. Depending on how well the player performs, that's how kind of the game would react back. In this case, the more attacks a player does, the more enemies would be triggered and retaliate back on their turn, and that kind of a thing, as well as utilizing this resource as a way to generate additional moves and rank up the challenge and the encounter by generating fear tokens, which is also a good way of playing into it. If, for example, let's say you don't have as many enemies as you have tokens, which means that this allows you to generate special abilities, create, like, I'm guessing also maybe environments and encounters in some ways have special elements that are triggered utilizing GM tokens, or if not, you can add them to it. You can create them yourself. So even in situations where you don't have enough enemies, you can still rank up the challenge through other means. And it also plays a bit into this idea that enemies should be kind of action oriented. The idea that they're not just a bag of hit points that they just swing a sword at you and that's it. They have tactics to them, special abilities, and combat can also slowly becomes kind of like a puzzle game in a way. And in some cases it can be full on just a puzzle game, the entire combat, like where you're just basically trying to survive while basically finding the solution, which is not necessarily just simply you rolling a dice and just see, oh, does it hit or not. And with the character desk options, I like that it's open to the players. It leaves them to choose whichever they prefer. And which is really neat because, for example, Blaze of Glory. If let's say a player consider this, this moment in the campaign and this encounter specifically feels like a good endpoint for the character, they can do it. As well as if maybe the player is no longer necessarily enjoying or interested in exploring this character, or they feel like this character has kind of finalized their arc, this could also be an interesting way to kind of close the chapter with this character and then jumping off with a new one. And could also be a point of discussion with your game master beforehand, like, hey, look, I'm thinking of playing a different character, so maybe we can create something that would push my character into this situation, or that's kind of how I imagine it. I imagine my the character I've created to go and that kind of thing. Of course, avoid death, face consequences is a bit more of the safe option, playing it safe. But I do like that you have some permanent consequences to it, by removing hope, and you can also play into it and have it like visible scarring and that kind of a thing to kind of show that you've been into rough scenarios and you've really been and you've really faced like gruesome encounters. And risk it all for all chaos gamble addicted players that want to just go with the flow and see whatever the dice and do whatever the dice says, which also it's also really fun. And who knows, maybe with certain characters that's what I would probably do as well. So yeah, that's really fun. Well, let's just jump into the final one, the downtime.
When you take a short rest in Daggerheart, you can spend about an hour doing 2 of the following options.
You can tend to your wounds or another player's wounds, clearing 1d4 hit points. You can blow off some steam and clear 1d4 of your stress. You can spend time mending your armor or another person's armor and clear 2 marked armor slots. Or you can simply spend the time preparing yourself for the path ahead and gain a hope.
If you're able to make camp and relax for a few hours, you can take a long rest and choose 2 of the following. Clear all marked hit points, clear all marked stress, fully mend your armor, clearing all marked armor slots, or do this on an ally. You can prepare and gain 1 hope, or you can choose to prepare with 1 or more members of your party and instead take 2 hope each. Lastly, you can work on a project. It takes a substantial amount of time, like deciphering an ancient codex or crafting a new weapon. The GM will assign this project a countdown, and each time you work on this project, you tick down that countdown until the project is complete.
Now, when you're at level 5 or above, during a long or short rest, you can swap domain cards in your loadout with any domain cards in your vault. This is useful because you can only have 5 domain cards in your loadout at a time, but you really don't have to worry about that until higher levels anyway. I think that's it.
I think that's all.
I think that
Yeah, that's all that it covers. I really like the short rest and long rest. First of all, offer you an option of what resources you can generate back, but not basically offer you all of them, even with the long rest. So even in certain scenarios, let's say you're resting in a moment where, like, let's say in a dungeon exploration or something like that, you're never gonna be at your 100%. So you're always gonna have some form of resource limited, which can add a bit to some elements of grittiness and some elements of risk. As well as, certain DMs could play into it a bit more, and maybe certain options are not necessarily available because of certain environmental effects. Maybe you're in a location where mending all armor slots cannot be a thing. You might or you might be able to do it at the benefit of a short rest by only doing a long rest or something like that. So there are elements you can also craft it into your own way and add additional elements of grittiness to it. But I do like on this side of it that you can also like work on a project and that kind of thing, which offers like a beginning guideline for the game master to be like for newer game master when it comes to stuff like crafting and how to handle like certain projects and things like that, and plays a bit into it, like for example because to kind of maybe reveal the veil a bit of how it works, how we're doing it in our Hunted Reckoning campaign. We basically have after each session we technically have downtime because our sessions only happen at a specific time of day. Each session represents a specific date in the week, actually a specific day of the week, and the rest of the days are considered downtime. So basically, literally, when we finish the session, we finish the day, and then we jump into downtime before we jump in that we are gonna do basically in preparation for the next session. And you know, each day represents an amount of progress depending on whatever we are trying to progress at. So that's also, it kind of plays into a similar idea here as well, where you know the long rests are actually the days, the days progressions, that kind of a thing. Because let me tell you, right now I'm working on some stuff with with Damien, like trying to, and I'm making progress on some things that might be beneficial. They might turn out interesting later down the line. Of course, if I keep my eyes on it, my hands on it. So yeah, that's really neat. But yeah, overall this kind of covers it. When, again, as I said, I'm doing this every time as a way to for new people that jump into these streams to basically have like a starting point. So you know, whenever I'm jumping to the topic of the stream, nobody comes here, you know, without having any idea what's this system about. At least they have a general grasp of it. Of course, I do understand that some people might jump in into the stream later down the line when maybe I've already went past the video and all that kind of stuff. But you know, for those who stick here for the long run, you know, at the very least have it there as a help tool at the beginning. And you know, it's also a good option that I see for us to kind of ease into the stream and ease into the topics. You know, I take it a bit easier in the first hour and then jump into the actual subjects. So yeah, before we jump in, let me just have a drink. There we go. So first we're gonna look into how we're gonna play. How do you play like a session of Daggerheart? Most likely within the kind of player perspective, although a lot of these elements I'm pretty sure are also like in this also related to the game master, and I'm pretty sure it will also mention some game master elements from what I see down here. So for playing an adventure, this chapter will cover what you need to know as a player in order to start your adventure. This includes core mechanics, how combat works, how the optional and some optional rules considered when adding your game, and maybe even more. Okay, so when it comes to the flow of the game, in a session of Daggerheart, the players go back and forth describing what their character do in the fictional circumstances the GM lays out for them, building on each other's ideas, working together to tell an exciting story. The mechanics of the game help to mediate this conversation, providing structure to the discussion and a way to resolve moments where it's unclear what will happen next. One of the most important aspects of this conversation is asking questions. In Daggerheart, this should go both ways. The players will often ask clarifying questions about the scenes, like, are there any guards outside the door, or do you think, you know, you can jump across this gap safely? What kind of weapon are they holding? The GM either provides the answers or tells them to roll to determine the answer, but the GM should also ask questions of the players and build upon those answers to create the fiction. How do you sneak around this building so carefully? What does the camp you've set up look like? You found a way to scramble up the wall safely. What was there that made it easier than you anticipated? This back and forth allows you to allows a form of collaborative conversation where everybody has a chance to contribute to the fiction in a meaningful way. So yeah, the baseline of everything, you know, it's kind of, you know, it's a back and forth. It has elements of improv. It's a lot of the TTRPGs should kind of go with the kind of golden rule of improv of yes and. It's not about you know, not necessarily instantly shutting down something. Just be like, okay, clarify to me how this is happening, and then we'll see how it goes. From the GM perspective, you know, you're doing this action, tell me how exactly you're doing it so I can have a better understanding of it. Who knows, maybe in some situation, if you offer me a clear description of it, I might not necessarily ask you to roll, or I might still require a roll, but who knows, the DC and the specific role that I'm requiring might be a lot different depending on what you're asking. And as well, you know, for the players to ask, because, you know, they get more context about their world, and, you know, and allows them to kind of better shape their decisions later down the line. For those familiar with role-playing games, the flow of the game is probably something that comes second nature by now, but to those new to it, to this kind of experience, it may not. Below is a basic look at the procedure of play, the gameplay loop that drives the session. So, the game master narrates details. The GM gives the players the details of the scenes. They describe the surroundings, dangers, and any important elements the characters would notice immediately here. What they see, smell, fear, all that kind of thing. The more details you offer, the better. Of course, I've encountered that situations where maybe if you're a bit overly descriptive, the players might get suspicious, like, why were you so overly descriptive about this chimney? Is there something weird or suspicion about this chimney? Should I look at this chimney? Should I check the chimney? I've had the situations many times, both as a player where I've been extremely skeptical or suspicious, and as a game master was like, no, it's just a door, please continue. But yeah, players then, after the details from the narration are offered, players and GM, do their back and forth and ask questions. The player asks questions to clarify the scenes, gather details to help them take appropriate actions. The GM also asks questions of the players to provide added detail to the scene and open the world to be influenced by their perspective. After when the set of question is offered, both players and GM offer then the answers to these questions. Players should respond to this question by providing information about their characters and the world that the GM can build on. The GM should respond to these questions by giving the players any information they can obtain easily and without complication. If they want something more than what is readily available, the GM will inform that what they need to get it. Then you jump into choose and resolve actions. The information the player receives will often spur them into taking actions. If it does, the GM will help facilitate these resolutions of these actions, and everyone will work together to evolve the fiction based on the outcome. If it doesn't, the GM should provide more detailed information, actions, or consequences until it does. And after this, you just simply repeat the cycles, because now the scene might have changed in some way. This process repeats from the beginning. Now, and of course, the choose and resolve action could also push into the idea of you want to this, or we want to be offered more context. This might require you to actually do some mechanical elements of utilizing a role, requiring some kind of role, maybe doing utilizing a class ability, all that kind of things. So and oh nice, it offers you also an interaction, an example of an interaction between a game master and player. Emerson character has just been caught trying to pickpocket an important letter of a noble in a busy market square in a medium-sized town. How many guards did you say this lording had? Emerson asks. Two were right there with him. You suspect that there's another two out of uniform back a bit in the crowd. Great. I'm by an alley, right? I want to back off and find a place to climb up the rooftops before anyone can catch me. Sure thing. Based on the situation, then they decide the PC doesn't need to roll to accomplish what they need to do. You're fast and the noble noticed you rather than the guards, so you can scramble up without a roll. The guards will be following you through, and once you're all up to the roof, they're going to pull their crossbows and start shooting. Okay, how close are the buildings here? Could I leap across to the next building's roof? Not that far apart. The GM responds. Certainly not wider than you're used to from growing up in Downside. That'd be an agility roll to escape across the rooftops, but heads up, if you don't succeed here, you'll probably take serious damage from the fall. It's a long way down. The GM warns him. Emerson has a +2 agility and also chooses to spend a hope to use his +1 experience in Scoundrel to make the leap. Look, I know it's dangerous, but I can guarantee that I've done this kind of jump before. He gathers 3 of his character tokens to represent the agility and Scoundrel bonuses, then rolls his duality dice, and then with the tokens together, the hope lands on a 10 and the fear die lands on a 4. Combined value of 14 with the added 3 tokens, that's a total of 17. Because it rolled with hope, because of how hope die was higher than the fear die, Emerson then responds to the GM. I rolled a 17 with hope. The GM notes that a 17 is higher than the difficulty of 15 that they chose for the action, and succeeds with hope, which means there are no meaningful consequences. That's more than enough to escape the guards. They are armored and trying to take shots, but none of them get close to you, and they are not good enough at jumping to risk a fall. By the time you're 2 blocks away, you've completely lost them. You're sure to make sure to take hope for that roll, but now you're farther away from the noble and his letter you were trying to nab. What do you do? So yeah, there can be certain encounters and certain situations within a scene which a DM can quickly rule out based on, you know, the character, their experiences, and in some cases even how long they've played into the campaign and how much they've progressed. That, you know, certain roles may not necessarily be required, and just the action is just instantly executed without any major how should I say it, any major requirements of deciding or resolving of a role. But then you jump into certain situations where or certain details that hey, if you can do this, adding the warning, especially to some, it's good there, because offering the consequences is not necessarily just the game master basically be like, hey, look, this thing that you're doing is dangerous, you should rethink it. But it can be also a thing like, you're experiencing this, you should know the consequences, so I'm offering the context, because even outside of you as a player, also you as a character would be aware of these consequences and would make an informed decision as well. It's not just necessarily about just simply warning the player, it's also offering the context that a character would know. So now jumping into the core mechanics, this covers this section of the Daggerheart covers the core mechanics, how to utilize them at the player table. Additionally, there's mentions the equipment section near the end of this chapter, where it mentions the rules of weapons and armors. And the previous chapter contains rules using your domain cards, subclasses, ancestries, and communities. Yes, we covered all of that. We checked the equipment, we've checked the domain cards, classes, subclasses. So these are the core general mechanics that you'll utilize probably most of the time in the game. As you know, certain cards, certain class abilities, certain ancestries and community could be different from a case-by-case basis. So on your turn, the character doesn't necessarily have a turns in the traditional sense. Players don't have a set amount of actions they can take or things that they can do before the player passes to someone else. In most sense, everybody should follow the fiction to figure out what happens next, bouncing around the table to whoever it makes sense to spotlight in that moment. Okay, so moves and action. Whenever you decide to do something in the story and the spotlight shifts to you, your player character makes a move which you describe to the group. These moves can include talking to another character, interacting with the environment, using a class feature, and most anything else you can dream of. So yeah, this is kind of an open-ended option for you to do that can be within the mechanical options of the game, or something more creative, or something more in the moment or narrative driven. Some moves automatically succeed, it's easy to open an unlocked door, for example, while other might require a roll to determine the outcome. For example, if the door was barricaded, then it's not necessarily a simple action. Any move that requires a roll is an action. A few other moves also state they are actions, though they don't require a roll. When you make an action, play pauses while you make an action roll to determine how things play out. And if you're in combat or otherwise using an action tracker, you'll also place an action token on the tracker. Tip: if a move says to use an action, but you're not using the action tracker right now, you can still make that move. You only have to pay attention to which moves are actions and when you're using the tracker. So yeah, from my understanding, that means that you can technically also, outside of the tracker, can keep note of it, can keep track of them, as long as you pay attention that these moves, there are moves that require actions. And they mentioned here that anything that requires a roll, it's turned to an action rolls, as it's been mentioned before, it's basically rolling 2d10s. One is represented 2d12s, sorry, one represented as your hope, one represented as your fear. Depending whichever is higher, that's your result. You add them together, basically meaning I rolled an X number with fear or with hope, depending on which of the two dice was higher, and that determines your roll. Moves in combat. Since Daggerheart relies on a flexible back and forth conversation between the game master and players, combat has no initiative order, no rounds, or no distinct number of actions you can take on your turn. Instead, fight plays out narratively moment to moment, just like non-combat scenes. This provides the player opportunities to team up together in their tactics, to respond appropriately to narrative changes in the scenes, and not be locked into violence once the first strikes happen. In combat scenarios that have potential to last more than a few rolls, or in any scene where moment-to-moment gameplay becomes important to track, you can use an action tracker to track each player character action. This provides structure for these scenes without compromising flexibility. So, from what I'm understanding, if the combat begins, it's still as open-ended as before, but now you have where basically you are given a set of determining roles. But as mentioned before, there are certain limits. Once you fail, like for example, when it comes to attacking, once you fail an attack or roll with fear, your contribution to the party turn ends, and then which remains to the rest of them up until everybody utilizes their own ends, and then it jumps onto the game master side, where by utilizing the player tracker, they have amassed a number of tracker points, of action points, which were accumulated for each of the players' attacks or whatever other additional action rolls they might have done, because maybe they didn't do an action roll, maybe they used a domain card, maybe they used an ability check, some form of an ability or experience roll to benefit in their combat. Like for example, I don't know, maybe you're surrounded by zombies and you decide that, well, I don't have any weapons, let me just tackle one of them to the ground and let those who have the weapons to deal with them while they are incapacitated. That's an option. You offer support to your party. You still make combat a lot more difficult for your adversaries. But it had nothing to do with you actively attacking the enemy. Yeah. Game master moves and adversary actions. Player characters aren't the only ones who make moves, and the GM can make a GM move at nearly any time. See the making moves in chapter 3. Most commonly when a PC rolls with fear or fails an action roll. GM moves typically escalate the scene in an exciting and dangerous way. A player character might take an attack from some enemies, become vulnerable, or anything else that significantly changes the scene. This creates a back and forth conversation as the story evolves organically between the game master and player. Many game master moves don't require spending any resources, but the game master may spend action tokens to activate adversaries in battle. And they spend fear to make more powerful moves, like using an adversary or environment's fear move. See spending fear as well, which I think it's in the chapter 3. I'm suspecting it's on the running an adventure. Actually, let me just quickly, yeah, running an adventure. It's actually right after the play, which we're gonna cover. So yeah, that's something we're gonna see. So yeah, as I mentioned, the game master has the same flexibility. With the requirement that the players basically stopping point is whenever the roll is failed or it's given with fear, and then the game master kind of jumps from that, uses that as a jumping point, and as a point of reference at the same time, like depending on whatever the player decided to do, as well as whatever the outcome of their roll was. And as they mentioned, the game master might not necessarily, as well, overall they don't necessarily require resources and actions, but they might utilize certain resources that they might have gained for special things that either the game offers or they themselves have created for the current encounter. So duality dice, these are the core dice in Daggerheart, which are a pair of 2d12, a pair of d12s. these D12s are different colors, or if you prefer different sizes or patterns, one representing hope and the other representing fear. Basically meaning that, you know, it's up to you to choose the differentiate what is exactly differentiated between the two, but make sure that they are clearly stated and that everybody knows which one represents the fear, which one represents the hope. Each player chooses 2 colors of the dice that embody these concepts for them and uses them at any time to make action rolls during the game. Your duality dice don't need to be the same 2 colors as anyone else's around the table, but they do need to be easily recognizable for each other at a glance. Yes, so basically what I mentioned before. But again, because of this also opens you to, like, for example, what I like to do, I like to have dice sets specifically for my for the character that I'm playing. Like all my D&D games, I had the dice sets for each character. And I have, to be fair, I'm still working on completing them because unfortunately I wasn't able to acquire all of them when I was playing the campaigns for some of them, but that's kind of my goal, to basically have a set of dice. For most of them, they represent class and race. At the very least for D&D, that's how I approach them. I had a set of dice that represented their ancestry or race, and a set of dice that represented their class. I might do something similar with as well with the Hunter the Reckoning, although in Hunter we only use a pool of D10s, so I'll have to check exactly how to look into that. And Hunter would be probably one of the few times where actually I'll probably have just 1 color set. Aside from creeds, there's not much that differentiates me they're not something heavily differentiated about the characters because we're all humans to an extent. But yeah, so yeah, you can have that self-representation at any point in the game. Yeah, that's neat. 1 second, sorry, I was checking messages, but everything seems fine. Anyhow, so here is offered an example. Cat looks at their choices of D12 dice and decides a blue die represents hope and a red die represents fear. Rowan looks at her die and instead chooses a yellow D12 to represent hope and a purple D12 to represent fear. Then he thinks about his black D12 with red inking as a fear die and the black D12 die with white inking as their hope die, but decides to go with an orange D12 as her hope die instead, so that's easier to identify. You know, the duality dice represents the way the world pushes the characters back or guides them forward through the story. Regardless of whether you succeed or fail an action roll, your duality roll will influence how the scene evolves. And you know, rolling with hope and fear is basically the element that decides that. It's one of the main elements that decides it. Hope and fear represent the duality of the world beyond the characters and how the world around them impacts the actions they are attempting. One of your duality dice is your hope die, while the other one is your fear die. Hope, whenever you roll your duality die and the hope rolls higher than the fear die, you roll with hope. When a character on an action roll, when this happens on an action roll, mark 1 hope slot on your character sheet up to a maximum of 5. You might also gain hope from spells, abilities, and other things that happen in the game. When you roll duality dice with fear, the die with basically rolling the fear die higher than the hope die, it means that you roll with fear. When this happens on an action roll, even when you succeed your action roll even if you succeed on your actual roll, there are consequences or complications that come with. So you know, this kind of offers a bit of a scale for the game master, because you can it's the best way to say it is basically highest being, you know, aside from the critical success, which is the doubles, highest being, you know, you pass with hope, which means it's the best outcome you get. You obtain a hope. You don't have any kind of significant consequences if they are there to no impact to you or your group. You can still succeed but roll with fear, which means that there might be some unusual drawback to it. You might still have the pursuers might still be on you. I don't know, your conversation, even though at the moment has been convincing, has still stricken some level of suspicions, or you know, there might be some other elements. I've seen like a good example, like maybe you convince somebody to go gambling, but they decide that, yeah, we'll go gambling if you go with us. So that means that, well, your party is now out of a member. Then, you know, you fail, but you fail with hope, which is a bad outcome, but at the same time, the punishment may not necessarily be as harsh, so maybe something that you can bounce back quickly. And as well as, you know, failing with fear, which means that it's the worst outcome you could have gotten, probably close to a natural 1 or a fumble, depending on the game. And, you know, only bad times roll coming for you at that point. So yeah. Speaking of critical successes, whenever you make a duality roll, if both dice roll the same number, you automatically roll a critical success, even if you would have otherwise failed because the total is rolled lower than your roll's difficulty. Not only does a critical success on an action roll count as a roll with hope, but it also clears a stress. So you gain some additional benefits, and depending on your class, you might also gain some additional boons because of rolling with critical. Now, after we kind of pass the rolls, now you go into the resources using hope. Once you've gained hope and recorded it on your character sheet, you can spend it to power special abilities, and then when spent, it's removed. It's then erased from your character sheet. Your hope carries over between sessions. Not only can you hold up to 6 hope at any given time, so you don't have to save it for too long. Hope can also be used in several ways: help an ally, utilize an experience, or activate a hope feature. When helping an ally, you can spend 1 hope to help an ally who is about to make an action roll where you could feasibly aid them. When you do this, describe how you're helping them and roll your hope die. This doesn't count as an action for you. Your ally then chooses which of these 2 hope die results counts towards the roll, and the other one is ignored. Only one player character can contribute an extra hope die in this way. This one is a really good, neat way of doing it. It kind of removes some of the shakiness with the advantage rolls and the help actions. For example, help actions in D&D is such a broken thing, especially if you have something like a familiar, because advantage in D&D it's such a powerful element, and here, because your roll is determined by 2 dice and the player can only contribute to the effect of 1 die, that outcome is not necessarily as powerful, although they could at the very least guarantee themselves a success with hope. And who knows, although this is specifically mentioned that the player that offers the help rolls specifically a hope die, so only the hope die is affected. Depending on your luck, you might gain a critical success. I'm not sure if this, I'm guessing this can count. Like, for example, if you roll like a 5 and a 5 on a hope and a 2 on the fear, and your ally that decided to help you rolls their hope die and it's also 2 on the hope, you can decide, okay, I'm gonna swap them with his die so I can gain a critical success. So it can add a bit of interesting like amazing story moments, or like game moments, or like, hey, look, even though you had a shit roll, because I still was able to do something amazing, because instead of just having a success, I had a crit. Yeah. Aside of that, you can also utilize hope you can utilize an experience with hope. You spend that hope on your relevant experience on an action roll, adding its modifier to the dice result. If more than 1 experience could apply, you can spend an additional hope for each experience that you want to add to the result. So yeah, basically, again, experiences in Daggerheart. For those who, again, jumped here and they're new, they are basically like the skill sets or attributes or kind of abilities that you'd probably see in some of the other systems, like, I don't know, like athletics, sleight of hand, firearms, those kinds of things. Experience here are basically that, but they're a bit more broad. You basically have like a key phrase or like a key word that basically exemplifies, that basically is an umbrella term or phrase that could cover multiple scenarios. Of course, you can't go too broad and be like, I'm just athletic, because that means that all of a sudden anything that is related to maybe something strength related or things like that are all of a sudden within your within your benefit. But at the same time, it's not necessarily recommended to be extremely specific, because at that point your experience would become situational, and it's not necessarily beneficial to you because you don't gain many experiences. At the beginning of the game, you gain 2 experiences when you create your character. At level 2, you gain an additional one, and then you gain an additional experience at level 5, and then an additional experience at level 8. So it becomes a bit difficult. It becomes, you don't gain them too often. So having them as certain umbrella terms, it's a lot better than being heavily specific. Then, in addition to that, you can also utilize hope to activate hope features. Spells and abilities may also allow or require to spend a hope to activate certain effects. A hope feature is an effect that asks you to spend a hope to activate it. If the text instructs you to spend hope, that means you must immediately spend the specified number of hope, or you can't trigger the hope feature. When using a hope feature, if you already rolled with hope as the higher duality die for that action, you can just spend the hope from that die instead of erasing a hope from your character sheet. Otherwise, you'll need to spend the hope you've stored earlier from earlier rolls to activate the effect. Unless the effect states otherwise, you can spend hope multiple times on the same feature, or to increase or to repeat its effect. For example, if a feature says you can spend hope to add a d6 to a damage roll, you can spend 2 hope to add. You can't spend 2 hope to add 2d6 instead. So yeah, hope is a bit, in this term, it's a bit more of an umbrella term when it comes to features. You have to kind of look at the specifics of the feature that asks you for the role to see exactly how you utilize it. But basically, that's kind of the main element and the main thing about hope. They are a resource that you constantly use and gain back, that unlocks class and special abilities. As a tip, some effects only trigger on a success with hope. This doesn't mean you can spend hope on a successful roll with fear to get the effect. It instead means the effect only takes place when you roll with hope and you succeed on your action roll. On this kind of effect, you don't have to spend hope to activate it. It just happens as long as the condition rolls as met. So yeah, in this situation, this is a condition, not a resource use. It's more of something that happens in the moment. It's not something necessarily that you can reactively or or proactively change yourself. No, it's just the general outcome of your roll. Then, when it comes to utilizing fear, as a player, rolling with fear doesn't mean your action roll failed, but you'll face some type of complication. For example, you might only learn partial information, face a strike from the enemy you just attacked, or encounter an unexpected danger. If you also failed on the action roll where you rolled with fear, you'll instead face major consequences or complication. When you roll with fear, you don't record it on your character sheet. Instead, the game master either can make a move, generally to reflect the complication of your fear roll, or they can collect a fear to store for later. The game master can spend and store stored fear to make moves later, such as powering adversaries and environment movements. More details about that when we're gonna discuss about running the actual game. Now, as a different core mechanic of the game, evasion score. Your evasion score represents your ability to avoid attacks and other unwanted effects from adversaries. This score sets the difficulty for any roll a creature makes against you. Your base evasion score is determined by your class, but it can be modified by the main cards, gears, statuses, and more. You get to describe what your evasion score represents. Take this opportunity to be creative, evocative, or deepen your character. So basically, you might be acrobatic, doing or dodging or precise footwork. You might parry incoming blows, you might disrupt enemy attacks with well-timed counters, or you might just have a magical shield or enchanted objects that ward off blows. Similarly, when an adversary misses you with an attack or other effect, you can enrich the scene by describing how they avoid to hit. So yeah, evasion score is kind of a way of basically determining if certain effects happen or not to your character. Another example, to a comparison example, is basically the armor class of in D&D. It's basically it's the threshold number that you need to either reach or go above in order to apply the effect. And here basically it also mentions you that, you know, you can be creative with it. You know, when somebody misses you, add some flair to it, describe the scene. Don't just stand there passively. Of course, you shouldn't necessarily be forced into it, but you know, it adds to the scene, it adds to the game, it makes things a bit more dynamic, a bit more and slightly more enjoyable. And you can also utilize them as an opportunity to kind of showcase what your character is about. If they're something nimble, they more likely be more about the acrobatics of and avoiding dodges. If they're more sturdy and more about, you know, be protectors, they might just actually parry or block blows and actually use kind of their body weight to kind of to basically absorb the attacks. So yeah, while these descriptions add to your character and the story and to the story your group is telling together, they don't change the normal evasion rules or give you special bonuses. For example, you might describe how you use a powerful burst of magic to redirect an arrow headed your way, but this doesn't mean you can redirect the arrow back to the enemy who fired it and deal the damage to them instead. So yeah, these are purely for flavor and purely for adding more to the scene, but they're in no way something that you can utilize to alter the outcomes. The outcome is determined by the dice. That's what it happens. You just add a description to the outcome, not necessarily change it. Then after evasions, we then jump into hit points and damage thresholds. Hit points represent the physical injuries and discomfort experienced by a character during your adventures. Your available hit points, sometimes called HP, are determined by your class. When you take damage, usually when an adversary succeeds on an attack roll against your evasion score, you may mark between 1 and 3 hit points, representing that you've lost that much health. The number of hit points you mark is determined by your class's damage threshold, as described by the marking hit points below. As a first level character, you'll usually mark at least 1 hit point on your character sheet. Each time you take damage, as you gain levels, you'll become more resilient. The dark bars with hit points in the hit points and stress section of your character sheet show 3 tiers of damage you can take: severe, major, and minor. This is here, it's an example of how a level 1 guardian would look, and what are their thresholds for each what are their damage thresholds. So when it comes to marking a hit point, when the GM tells you to take damage, compare the number to your threshold and compare that number to your damage threshold and mark a hit point depending on the tier. So if it's a severe damage, so basically it's 18 or higher, you mark 3. The damage dice is 18 or higher. The total damage, not the damage dice, is 18 or higher. You mark 3 hit points. If the total damage die is below 18 but above 9 or equal or above 9, it's major damage and you mark 2 hit points. If it's lower than 9 but above 1, it's considered minor damage and you mark 1 hit point. Anything that is below your minor threshold, you mark no H. You do not mark hit points. And then if you ever mark your final available hit point, you must immediately make a death move. So yeah, and also, you know, this one is a bit more interesting because even though all classes start like this, I've checked it when we covered the classes. Now every class, once they made the change, every class now has this as their minor threshold. There are certain classes that they can increase this, which basically makes them more resilient and basically allows them to have like a small damage dice pool, where they basically don't lose any HP, which is really cool. It adds to the fantasy, which I really like. And here, as an example, in the image above, there is a guardian. Oh, it's basically the example I given. So yeah, I don't have to read it. So yeah. How do you clear hit points? Anytime you make downtime moves, you have the opportunity to clear some of your hit points. Additionally, as you level your character, you'll be able to permanently increase both your damage threshold and your number of hit point slots, making your character more resilient against incoming attacks. If I'm not mistaken, after each level up, I think the severe damage threshold always increases, but other aspects like additionally increasing the severe threshold, or increasing the major threshold, or gaining additional HP, those are choices that you make at level up, which are limited. So it's not something that you can constantly do for every level up. You can do it up to a certain amount until you get to the next level up tier, which depends on your levels. Like first level up tier is between the first level up tier is level 2 to 4, then it's 5 to 7, then it's 8 to 10. Then there's also an optional rule, massive damage. I'm actually curious how the massive damage works. To make the game more dangerous, the table may also implement a massive threshold that's double your severe threshold. If you ever take massive damage, you mark an additional hit point. Using the example above, if the Guardian takes 36 damage, they mark 4 hit points. Which, to be fair, it's a fair one to have, and to be fair, it's a really insane number. And especially because the severe damage threshold is something that I think always increases the most out of all of the thresholds, even if you don't opt into it yourself. It will rank up anyhow, so you won't necessarily get too. I'm guessing you're not getting there too often, but it might happen, and it's a decent option, a decent rule to have for like an optional things. Of course, with this one you can also play some additional things, like with the severe damage threshold, like what exactly it represents when it happens. I don't know, when you're at your final hit points. Maybe you can do another thing, like depending if you're at your final hit point, depending if you take major, severe, or maybe even a massive. If you play with that optional rule, you may also gain an additional drawback. So it's kept simple, so with the possibility for you to add up additional things. That's kind of a thing that I really liked about this game. You can add some homebrews here and there, not to overcomplicate it, but to add some element of grittiness, or peril, and to make the hit points more important. Aside from hit points, there is also stress points, which represent the mental and physical strain you put on your character during the adventures. Some effects require you to mark a stress point. Additionally, you can sometimes choose to mark a stress point to affect the narrative. When you do, consider the burden your character knowingly accepts. Does your anxiety increase when you use a new tactic in high-stakes negotiation? Do you accept the impact of witnessing horrors in others in order to dive back into danger to save an innocent? Are you willing to take minor abrasions to fatally wound your foe? So basically, this is also telling you that aside from the mechanical rules, you can also use stress as kind of a storytelling point. Be like, okay, you're doing something that is maybe against the normal nature of your character. Like, I don't know, maybe let's just say maybe you and your party faces a group of zombies, and your character is usually does not want to engage and decides to run away to their car, but maybe they have a moment of courage and be like, you know what, I'm gonna face them. I'm gonna actually face the monstrosities and assist my party and fight them. Good. This is something that it's usually against your nature, and you're doing something that's beyond your normal, like, physical and mental abilities that they are normally used to or accustomed to. So because of this choice, you mark a stress point, because you have done something that is beyond what your character has done ever before. Of course, this should be something that I'm guessing, and I would probably also recommend to be used sparingly and tactfully. Don't be too excessive with this kind of application of stress points. Don't just use it as an excuse to remove resource from the players, but it could be an interesting way of also mechanically emphasizing a major turning point of a character or a scene or an environment or encounter in the moment. So when you mark stress points, when an effect that requires you to mark stress points You do so on the character sheet. Whenever you mark your last stress point, you become vulnerable until you either clear one stress point or clear the vulnerable condition through other means, such as spells or abilities or a GM fiat. I'm guessing there's like spell. Although I haven't looked at the conditions, let me just check it out. When you gain the vulnerable condition, that means that you're temporarily in a difficult position within the fiction. This might mean you're knocked over, scrambling to keep your balance, caught off guard, or anything else that makes sense in the scene. When a creature becomes vulnerable, the players and the game master should work together to describe its narrative. While you are vulnerable, all rolls targeting you have advantage. So that's the mechanical benefit. So yeah, if you're out of stress in combat, you're gonna have a bad time. If you're ever forced to mark a stress points but your slots are already full, you must instead mark a hit point. As with hit points, when you take downtime actions, you have the opportunity to clear some stress. Additionally, when you gain levels, you'll be able to increase the amount of stress you can withstand. And I'm pretty sure with stress, that's something that you can only choose to increase. You do not automatically increase. But yeah, this clearly emphasizes that. Because I think there was like a talking point at some point ago, maybe in some previous iterations, where stress marking a hit point was only a thing for for when taking damage, but now that's no longer part of the hit point element, and it's just based around abilities and story narratives and the narrative moments. It basically says that yes, you can utilize abilities that cost you stress points, but now at the cost of losing your own vitality and risking yourself getting knocked the fuck out almost probably in the next turn. So yeah. Now, stress for adversaries. Some adversaries' actions might require to mark stress. These actions represent the adversary's ability to demoralize you, exhaust you, or similarly push your physical and mental limits. Of course, this, as many other TTRPG systems, especially the ones that require a game master, it's an asymmetric game system. Certain rules might not necessarily apply the same way to the game master as the way they apply to you. This is one of those cases where stress doesn't necessarily represent the character, the adversary pushing their limits in a way that's it's against their nature. This is actually still pushing your own character, still putting spotlight on your own character, even when it comes to adversaries, or more specifically on the player characters, to be clear. Stress from complications. Your game master may also inflict stress as the complications or consequences of an action, especially when a roll doesn't go as well as it could have. For example, you might mark stress as a complication from having difficult conversations, clashing swords with a worthy foe, or committing an act of incredible bravery. GM might also give you the option of marking a stress to avoid a different complication, so it can also be this kind of a devil's bargain, let's call it, in a way. And stress for moves, you might also be able to mark stress to perform certain moves that call for it, unless an effect states otherwise. You can't mark stress multiple times on the same feature to increase or repeat its effects. For example, if an ability lets you mark stress to add 1d8 to the damage roll, you can't mark 3 stresses to add 3d8. You can't use any move that requires you to mark stress if you don't have slots to mark. Oh, you can't use any moves that requires you to mark stress. Oh, interesting. So you can't make it as a choice. You're basically out of abilities. So now you can. Oh, so I'm saying. So basically, I would personally might rule it differently. Personally, maybe as a first game I would go with it as rules as written, but I kind of like the risk-reward aspect of rolling stress abilities when your stress is when all of your stress points are marked. It might make it interesting, maybe to balance it, because yes, I can understand that, you know, it can get risky. You could maybe add a roll to determine if you remove a hit point or not, or something, or maybe something else happens. To be fair, you're gonna have the vulnerable state anyways, and who knows, maybe you can add a condition that even if you remove the vulnerable state, if you're utilizing something that requires you to basically gain stress again, but you're still at max stress but with no vulnerability, you gain the vulnerable feature back, the vulnerable condition back. I don't know, I would see it as you could probably alter it. Personally, I like the risk reward aspect, and to be fair, a sensible player would probably not necessarily just shove all their abilities immediately and risk themselves at 1 hit point just to steamroll. But who knows, maybe that's a good way of kind of playing into those kind of blaze of glory kind of story moments. So yeah, that remains to be seen. But personally, I might rule it. I might change some things here and there to maybe not necessarily automatically remove a hit point whenever you use a stress ability. Maybe I'll do something different. Who knows? Maybe I'll do like an action roll to see if you use it or not. Actually, that could work. You could probably roll. I would probably ask a DC. Yeah, I think that's kind of how I would probably do it to utilize even if you're on max hit points. I would probably give a DC that let's say increases the more times you do this. The more times you do this, especially consecutively, be it in the same turn or in the next turns. And depending if you succeed with hope or with fear, that determines if you mark or not a hit point. If you succeed with hope, you utilize that ability with without stress, I would say, without losing a hit point. If you roll with fear, you use it, but you roll with a hit point. If you fail either with hope, either with fear, maybe you do not utilize it at all. You don't use that ability at all. Maybe something like that. I might change it. It's not. I wouldn't. Again, this is just something I came to at the top of on the top of my mind right now. But it might necessarily play into the full like system of how rolling with fear and hope works when it comes to passing turns and passing your actions. But somewhere along those lines, I'll probably do it. But yeah. Now speaking about action rolls, in each scene, the GM and the players go back and forth describing whatever happens. If you make a move where the outcome is in question and the success and failure of that move is interesting to the story, your move is then an action. In these cases, the game master usually calls for an action roll to determine how the moment unfolds. However, if an action would be impossible to perform or it's easy enough to pull off without complications, then there is no need for you to roll. You already know the outcome. So basically, you know, if it's, as the example given before, if it's just simply opening a door, you open the door. If it's something like, I don't know, I want to convince a god to change their ways, I'm sorry, that's something beyond you. I'm not gonna ask a roll, because no matter how well you would have rolled, you would not change it. Yeah, when the game master or your spell, attack, or ability asks you to make an action roll, you do so by rolling your duality dice, the 2d12 sided dice that embody the way the world's chance, luck, and play a part in the story. Each action roll follows 4 basic steps, which are detailed in as follows. First, you pick a character trait. Ask the GM what character trait applies to the roll. They will set a difficulty for the roll, either openly or privately. And this is completely at the discretion, and based on these details and based on the details of the scene. So yeah, this could be also a tool that, you know, the DM can use openly in a way to basically be like, I'm giving you all the information clearly, so if you want, you can maybe change it into something differently, or you know how much to risk you risk you're putting into it. Maybe if you openly say what's the DC, the player can then quickly decide like, hey, that's a number that I can achieve or not, and maybe back down, or you can keep it completely to yourself, and no matter what happens, the player will never know. So, you know, it's a case by case. I'm not saying you use one way or the other way. You can maybe best to utilize a mixture of both, depending on the situation. Then after you determine the character trait, you add extra dice and modifiers, decide if any experience or other modifiers also apply, and grab any character tokens, advantage or disadvantage dice, or other dice as needed. Then on step 3, you roll the dice. First of all, you roll the duality dice, any additional dice, and your character token. The total results you are then offered to the GM, and which of the duality dice was rolled higher. Example, I got a 15 with fear. After that, you resolve the situation, work together to resolve the outcome of your actions. Depending on the role, it might also be about rolling damage. For example, if you are doing an attack, after you determine this roll, if it succeeds, you then jump into rolling damage, which is a different set of dice, which would probably be clarified in whatever action you're doing. Like if it's a weapon roll, it's mentioned in the weapon stat, what damage dice you use it and at what proficiency. If it's something like a spell, again, they tell you how many dice you are using and what kind of dice. Okay, for step 1, pick a character trait. When the GM calls for an action roll, your character is usually already starting to perform your move. Depending on the situation and how you've described what you're trying to do, the game master might tell you what your character trait to use, or your move might require you to roll using a certain trait. Other times, the game master might ask you to perform an information to help decide. You want to convince this guard to let you through. How are you speaking to them? Are you trying to intimidate them or trick them? So basically, in some situations, you can say yourself like, this is the trait I'm using for my roles. But depending on the situation, maybe you yourself don't necessarily have all the information needed, or don't know what trait would be utilized here. So the game master is basically the mediator, the kind of the one that kind of makes the final say when it comes to this. Or depending on the situation, there might be multiple options you could do, and the game master might ask you to clarify, okay, in which method do you want to approach this situation, and depending on the method you choose, the trait I'm gonna ask you to add to the role might be different. As mentioned here, are you trying to intimidate? Are you trying to trick? Depending on these kind of things, you might require something different. For intimidation, could be something like a strength trait. For trickery, maybe something like presence, or maybe something different. Sometimes more than one trait makes sense. In that case, the game master might ask you which trait fits best, give a choice between the two, or make a judgment call based on the situation. As you tell him about the important message you have for the king, I need you to make a roll here to determine whether he can tell you you're lying or not. I'd say instinct is probably what best applies to you. Does that sound right to you? So yeah, inside the situation might be multiple options, when it comes to resolving a role. The game master might have the final say, or you yourself can decide which one fits best, purely for mechanical or storytelling reasons, because that's also funny. If you feel like, technically my character would attempt to lie, but my character is shit at lying, but just for the fun of it, I'm gonna do that, even though there would have been the alternative of me doing something else. In this situation, my character would have focused on lying, even if they're bad at lying. So yeah, that can also add interesting moments, and they're even more fun. They're even more memorable if in those moments you're successful, because you chose specifically to basically handicap yourself, and it was still something successful for you. Unless your action you're making requires a certain trait, feel free to suggest one and describe why it's a good match for what you're doing. However, the game master always has the final say over which trait applies. So yeah, if the game master considers that this situation a different trait applies, and they rule it like, look, whatever, there might be certain justifications that would allow you to utilize some roles. Maybe the game master decides that, look, in this situation, your attempts would not be fruitful, or they cannot necessarily be reached to the way that the player believes they can be. So, you know, there has to be somebody that takes kind of the final say. It can't be a continuous back and forth. Then roll difficult. Then once the roll, the trait has been determined for the roll, then the game master determines the roll difficulty, which is the number that you need to reach when you roll. This number is based on the situation and how effective your approach might be. If you're making an action roll against an adversary, the difficulty is usually defined by their stat block. The game master can choose to share their number or keep it to themselves. Even if they don't tell you the difficulty, they should make any potential consequences of your action clear, unless the consequences aren't something your character would be reasonably aware of. For example, you're putting yourself in melee with this guy, you might take a hit in return, or if you fail this jump, you might not make it to the other side. Of course, anything that is feasibly known, or something that in the character's experience they would probably jump to that conclusion, as I probably spoke. I gave an example, some examples beforehand when it came to some of the big roll examples above. Then after that, you add any extra dice and modifiers. You set aside the dice you need, such as the following. You have the duality dice, which are the ones, the main dice that you use to determine your action roll, your hope and fear die. Then you have the advantage and disadvantage dice. If you have an advantage or a disadvantage on the roll, set aside an additional d12 to use on the roll as your additional hope die. And then class features, subclass cards and card domains. Some class features allow you to add extra dice to your roll, or allow another character to give you a die. For examples, a bard can give you a rally die, which you can add to an action, reaction, or damage roll of your choice. Similarly, some of your subclass and domain cards might grant you a bonus die set aside for that roll. And then other dice. Occasionally, other effects might give you an extra die. So, from what I understand here, because initially advantage and disadvantage, from what I've seen in the video, I think this probably is one of the changes that they made previously and I've missed it. Because I haven't fully looked at it, because I haven't yet covered these sections of the material beforehand. Initially they mentioned that, the advantage and disadvantage was represented by a separate dice that you either add or subtract respectively, which was a d6, but apparently now it's actually represented by your hope die, which you re-roll, which in my guess it's for advantage means that you choose which of the two hope dice is higher for your hope die result, or as a disadvantage the other way around you choose the lower of the hope die as your hope result. Okay, then you count these modifiers that apply to your action roll, setting aside that many character tokens to help you keep track. Modifiers can include the following: choose a chosen trait, add the modifier of whichever trait you and your GM choose for this roll, and remember that some modifiers are negative. Maybe you can have some tokens that are somehow differently represented as a negative modifier. If you have an experience or several that you think apply to the situation, describe how your experience helps you your chance of success, then spend 1 hope per experience to add its modifier to your roll. The GM may ask you for more information to justify that experience, but you have final say within reason over whether your experience applies. So yes, first you have the initiative of deciding, hey, this experience applies to the situation. Here's why. You give the reasoning, and of course, depending on how it is argued or how exactly is presented, the game master might intervene in case they believe it's not necessarily so, or can just give you the all clear, be like, yes, your experience applies, add your bonus to that. Class features, subclass features, and domain cards. Sometimes these grant additional modifiers, so you keep an eye out for those. And you might have additional bonuses or penalties, such as from the game masters, maybe some items that you've acquired or equipped, or maybe different sources. Then as a tip, if you consistently use the same experience on every roll, it's very likely your GM will require you to narrow the scope of your experience to change it altogether. The purpose of experience is to reflect the way your character has specialized in something important, not to give you a bonus to all your actions. So yeah, this kind of goes again into the discussion that experience should be something that's more specialized. It can be a wider umbrella, but not something that you'll encounter in almost every situation. Then after that, you count your character tokens. Once you declare what modifiers you're applying to your action rolls, grab that many character tokens. Tokens are never rolled for a random value. They are just simply +1 counters to add to your hand to aid in counting your results. Before adding them to a roll, figure out the sum of all your modifiers. Then take that many tokens. For example, you have a -1 to agility but a +2 modifier from the experience. You have a +1 total modifier to the roll, and set aside 1 token to represent that. Occasionally your total modifier on a roll might be negative. In this case, you can use the tokens, but remember they'll signify a number that you need to subtract instead of adding. If you prefer, you might even have tokens that might be somehow differently represented to basically also visually tell you that, hey, these are tokens specifically for subtracting, not adding. Then you roll the dice. Once you've gathered all the dice and tokens from the previous step, you roll all them at the same time, counting each token as a 1. Add all your tokens to the dice roll together, but if you roll with advantage or disadvantage, you don't count all 3 duality dice you rolled. You follow the instructions in the upcoming advantage and disadvantage section, and then you tell the GM the number you rolled along with the duality dice that rolled higher. As example, I rolled a 15 with fear. If you determined in the previous step that your roll has a negative modifier, be sure to subtract the tokens representing this rather than adding them. Adding bonuses to roll. Some features allow you or another player to add a bonus to your action rolls, damage rolls, or reaction rolls. Unless otherwise specified, all bonuses must be added before you make the roll. For example, if a bard gives you a rally die, you must choose to use it before you roll rather than after you see the numbers on the dice. A few features will let you affect a roll after the result has been totaled, either by applying a bonus like the Seraph Spraying Dice feature, or by allowing for a reroll like the Fairy Lux Bender feature. At the GM's discretion, you might generally use these after the Game Master has said whether the roll succeeded or failed, but you must do so before the narrative consequences unfold or another dice roll is made. So yeah, don't jump in because an outcome because you received an outcome that you're not necessarily fond of. You kind of have to do it before you receive the outcome. Some Game Masters might allow you to, after you find out that the roll was a fail or a success, usually to just maybe to add some of that mystique to the roll, and kind of that risk reward of like, hey, is it worth using my feature or not? I might not necessarily allow, you might just play it into the idea that yes, you are able to use rerolls, but not before I say the outcome. Then after this, you resolve the situation. Each time you make an action roll, the scene changes in some way. The Game Master always describes how the world reacts to the action that has been taken, but depending on what your action result is, the situation changes differently. If your total meets or exceeds the difficulty set by the Game Master, the action succeeds. You get what you want. If the total is below the difficulty, the action fails. You don't get what you want, but with one exception. As described in the duality dice, if your duality dice both roll the same number, you've rolled a critical success, even if the total wasn't enough to meet the difficulty. Based on your roll total, the Game Master uses the following guide to decide how the narrative moves forward. On a critical success, you get what you want. One second, sorry. There you go. You get what you want and a little extra. For example, mechanically you take a hope and clear stress, and if you made an attack roll, you also deal extra damage equal to the maximum value of your damage dice. Oh, so they actually applied some of the homebrew rules, the critical rules that you've probably seen in some D&D games or maybe Pathfinder games, where you add the max damage dice with the roll dice. So you have a major impact, not necessarily you do a reroll or an additional roll, but they are just measly rolls that could have actually amassed to just a normal roll if it was a good roll. On a success with hope, you pull it off well and you get what you want, and you gain a hope. On a success with fear, you get what you want, but it comes at some form of cost or consequences, and the game master can make a move or gain a fear. And on a failure with hope, things don't go as planned, you probably don't get what you want, and there are consequences. You still gain a hope, and at the same time, the game master can make a move. On a failure with fear, things go very poorly, you probably won't get what you want, and there is a major consequences or complication because of it, and the game master can make a move or gain a fear. After announcing your roll results, always look to the GM to find out what happens next. This is in the Making Moves chapters to guide the GMs on resolving actions, which we'll see later on if you have the time. Okay, so story is consequence. In Daggerheart, every time you roll a dice in the scene changes in some way. There is no such thing as a roll where nothing happens, because the fiction should constantly be evolving based on the success and failures of the characters. A failure doesn't mean you simply don't get what you want, especially if that would result in a moment of inaction. The game is more interesting when every action the player takes yields an active outcome, something that changes the situation they're in. For example, if you fail to pick a lock, it's not just about the door doesn't open. On a failure with hope, it means that you might hear a rumble of footsteps coming down the hall behind you, the enemies you previously escaped before you are getting closer, and you're going to have to act quickly to find a way through. On a failure with fear, the door might have been magically warded to keep thieves away with its arcane alarm triggers. Meanwhile, a success with fear might succeed in unlocking the door, but you're spotted by the enemies within. The consequences are what makes the game interesting and drive forward the adventure you're all together. Every game master has a player has a different level of interest and comfort in this roll-by-roll improvisation. Some gurus may prefer a largely predetermined world. For example, the game master could previously decided there are 2 guards on patrol, and your role simply to learn whether you unwittingly run into both of them, whether one rounds the corner but you catch them unaware, or whether you escape both guards without notice. In other groups, the game master might not have decided if any guards exist at all, but after you roll with fear, the game master weaves 2 guards into the story, creating together. Either approach is okay, you're likely to use a mix of both in each session, but Daggerheart shines each player feels free to affect the story that doesn't exist, rather than waiting for a predetermined story to unfold. Part of the game's fun is discovering those unplanned moments. Hello there, how's it going? I'm hoping you have a nice Friday or early Saturday, depending on your time zone, whatever time of day it is. Oh, yep, Dagger sounds really interesting. Currently, I'm going through the. 1 second, I'm just taking a drink. Been talking a lot. Yeah, I'm currently going through the general core rules of how you play the game, and if we have some time, although I feel like the pages are a bit long, so I might actually split this into 2, so actually keep playing the game, the player side of it, into this stream, and maybe do a GM side of the game next stream with the additional changes that will come next week. I'll see how it goes after the fact. Yeah, Friday for me. On my end, it's kind of close to it's already Saturday because it's past midnight. This is kind of a US friendly time zone. I'm working on it. Oh, that's really cool. To be fair, I also have my own TTRPG fantasies. I have a vague concept in mind of what I kind of want to do with a TTRPG, but I decided that probably as a first point of action for me to, before jumping into some elements of putting it together, I want to explore other systems. Simply because for the longest of time I've been system agnostic. I've been a game master, or better said, a DM for D&D 5th edition. That's what I've mostly played for most of my years. So I kind of want to understand different systems and how they approach, you know, roleplay, TTRPG, and mechanics in different ways, and try to look for different systems that do it differently. Which is why I've jumped into currently I'm into a Hunter the Reckoning in the one of the systems that are in the World of Darkness series. So yeah. To be fair, I might be interested to, depending on how things are going and how might run Daggerheart system myself, because I kind of like it, because it's a bit more improv, it's a bit more narrative driven, as I was reading the story's consequence kind of aspects. You know, this is more about like kind of improv in the moments where you build the consequences or the rewards as you go, even though they were not necessarily planned, because that's part of the charm of the game, you know. Adding that kind of chaotic randomness that the rolls offer you enhance the experience. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at the moment. Although I do on occasion jump into and create some stuff here and there. I've been a bit on a break just because I kind of needed to take a break from game design. I've been a bit burned out. Improv is a part of it. Yes, improv is a core element of all TTRPGs, but both depending on the system and at the same time depending on the group, because it can also be a group thing. It might not necessarily be as heavily enforced or heavily pushed. Of course, that depends on everybody's dynamic, how they like to play into it. Some people, as I was reading this, there are players in groups and game masters that like the more predetermined aspects of the game, where maybe roles are just a chaotic element that decide you know, if it's a success or a failure, but that they don't necessarily affect in major aspects, aside from maybe some few exceptions here and there, because of course there should be exceptions. I completely forgot the word in this sentence. It happens. I hope that I've interpreted it right, what I was responding to, and you know, I personally think that improv, yeah, is the best part. Yes, I enjoy it as well. In some ways I've been a bit more, not necessarily deterministic, because believe me, you can't be deterministic with any TTRPG, because both players and maybe even you as a game master in the moment will an idea might pop up that you would never have ever planned for. There's always going to be something you never planned for, and you know, you still need that kind of element of improv on your tool belt to some extent. Of course, nobody has to be some improv master or whatever the fuck that, but you know, you should be comfortable with the idea that there are some moments where you have to think on your feet. I've gotten the name for Eons. I'm guessing that's the name you are giving it the system. That sounds interesting. Of course, if you wanted to, you can tell me some details about it. If you still are in, if it's still something in the works, that's totally fine. I understand. I'm not forcing you in any way. If you're comfortable about it, you can talk about it. If you're not. You know, because I've met some other people that also do their own like works and changes with their own like TTRPG systems. I think you know, the name of the TTRPG is Grafthorns the TTRPG. I see. Oh, I just have a ton of character. Oh, I have a ton of character names. Oh, if you're talking about like character concepts, and I totally understand. For somebody who's been at the Game Master helm a bit, and mostly at the Game Master helm, I've suffered in the character in the alcoholic kind of syndrome of having a ton of characters and never being able to play them. Of course, there's always that excuse, but yes, but your characters could be NPCs. The problem is, when I'm thinking on a character, I'm thinking them as a playable character, not as an NPC. If I'm thinking about an NPC, I'm thinking about them in a totally different way. In some cases, yes, I can do the they can go through that transition, but not everyone. There are some that I'm like, no, these are something that I want to experiment as a player, not as a game master. I got 3 names at the start, and once I use them, once the player character asks. Oh, that's also a thing. Ooh, that's always, even though there are name generations and all that kind of stuff, it's naming has always been a fucking struggle for me. It's because I never prepare for them. First, I don't know why I never prepare for names, even though you should be. I don't know why. It has always been something that I constantly forget about. It happens. Like, a median? I think I'm pronouncing it right. Who is he? Take a guess. I mean, name-wise, I don't know. Somebody a bit more combative. Again, I'm taking a stab at here because I'm not sure exactly in what contextual reference you're asking me. Who is he? Like as a character, as an individual, as somebody in the setting? Is it fantasy? Is it urban? It's wide. It's a blank slate. I see. Yeah, I mean, it's good to have those kind of blank sets, or those like kind of like, hey, I have these sets here that could be whatever the fuck happens in the game. I just have them here ready. That's the thing. I don't know why I just don't. The name is only given when species are asking for the names. Yeah, I know. I understand what you mean now. The thing is, for some effing reason, me specifically, I always forget about preparing the names, like having a list at the very least. I always do. For some reason, I get myself bogged down or stuck into other stuff, and then like I start the session and be like, what's the okay, who's this dude's name? Ah shit, I never prepped for that. Because yes, there is that general advice that hey, DM should have at the very least like a name list in general, even if they don't plan to introduce people or stuff like that. And every time I'm saying myself, yes, I'm gonna prepare that list, I never prepare it. I always forget about it. But then again, that's just me being a chaotic game master more than anything. So, continuing. So, as an example that we're given here for like an action roll, Isabelle is trying to run across a narrow parapet to stop the mage that is raining spellfire down on her party. The game master tells Sarah to make an agility roll with a difficulty of 15. Isabelle's agility is a 2. Sarah rolls the duality dice, adds them together, then adds the token representing by her +2 modifier from the agility to get her total. Here's an example of 5 possible rolls. Okay, I would just want to scroll to see how long this is. Because I could probably go through the examples. Why not? Failure with fear. If Sarah rolls a 3 on the hope and a die and 6 on the fear, plus a 2, that's an 11, but with fear. Deciding to make a move rather than take a fear. The game master describes that the mage is responding quickly to Isabella's maneuver, making an attack roll. It is successful, so the mage knocks her off the parapet with a blast of magical fire and deals damage. She crashes down level below and must find a way back if she plans to face the mage again. My games are always, they might always be free. Oh, that's really nice. That's something really cool. I mean, if that's not necessarily a way for you to like generate an income or something that you're necessarily passionate to do like as a full-on career, then yes, that's a great way to do it and a great way to kind of create this open community. I respect that. Of course, this should always be something at the choice of the creator or creators, depending. But yes, to be fair, to an extent, in my perspective, TTRPGs should be open to the wider public to a level, because that's why we have things like the basic rule sets and stuff like that, or like the starter sets. Those are like entry level, like, you know, before you jump into it and invest, like maybe just have a taste of it, that a simplified taste of it, and then that's it. I don't like people spending money on art just because it looks nice. Depends. I mean, in many cases, art is not necessarily just to is based on a video. Oh, Graph Horns, the TRPG is based on a video game series. Oh, that's really cool. To be fair, art in a book is equally for the creators, but as well as for the you know, buyers. Not only just in the sense of they're a piece of visual representation of whatever they're you know, talking about. The subject topic could be like, I don't know, an image that represents the class, an image that, you know, showcases something about the setting, or anything in between. It's also like a point of attraction. Again, if you're talking it business wise, people like that. It's an extra, it's a bonus, it's a thing that, you know, they enjoy about it. Like even I, in my actual books that I have, that there are sections of art in there that I really love just because they're there. I don't care that, yes, they don't add to the information that it's given there, but it's basically the bow on top. It's more than just a reading experience. It's also about you know, it's about kind of the reading experience and the kind of the experience of you know, traveling through this book. Especially for the heavier books, this is also a way to kind of pace out text and be like, hey, here's a moment of break where you can look at something, or something that gives you a bit more context visually aside. Could be multiple tools. Information art is different. You spend more on someone to make something than your... You spend more on someone to make something that is your liking, that is to your liking, yes. Again, as I mentioned, it's different. That can also, as I mentioned, it could also be a selling point. It can things like that in your situation, because you're offering this, you know, openly, and not necessarily with any kind of, you know, entry point, like, you know, yeah, basically you pay someone to get something you like. Yes, that's a completely different thing. Yeah, what I was mentioning with the art, it was like, because, you know, if you're talking about something that's also, you know, has some kind of payment up front to get it, you need any additional incentive is a bonus. In your situation that you mentioned, that because, you know, you're a system that you want to be free, of course you just can have the rule sets and that's it, because that's at the very least, because to be fair, as long as, you know, your system is convincing to others to check them out, what else does it matter? You haven't put any money into it, you just put your own time. To be fair, putting your own time and creative process into it, it's a value of its own. People should remember that. It's not about just the stuff that you see visually, physically, or whatever the fuck. Even creative processes and time spent is value. After all, there is that saying, time is money. So, you know, I'm not saying that, you know, just because you put a ton of time, that means that instantly you should keep it. Because even I am thinking of different methods of how I could get something back out of whatever I'm creating without necessarily making it pay up front. Like, you're still gonna get it without me paying, but if you wanna, there might be ways to, you know, yeah, I don't do it for money, but to share life and art with everyone. Yep, that is totally valid and respectable, and it's something, you know, most people should do. I create things my own, that, you know, I've done stuff that on my own. I don't think I have anything yet public, no. Although I have some stuff that I have to work from a previous stream that I need to post soonish, but I've been backlogged with some other work that is not stream related that I need to figure out, because I did like a special D&D stream where I've homebrewed some character sheets. No, aside from creating VTuber character sheets, I've also made some homebrewed races and even some monster stats inspired for those characters. And I want to polish them a bit and make them presentable in a way that you would probably see it in the D&D materials, like at the very least official homebrew materials, like third-party material, and then post it on socials to the people that submitted their VTubers for me to have on stream. Another problem of people copying and pasting my roles and claiming that they made it. Yeah, that's a completely different thing. If they said I helped on them, I'm happily, but don't ignore those. Yeah, that's a completely different thing. Which, you know, when it comes to those kind of things, there are methods, there are ways. You can add signatures, you can add things that clearly mark that, hey, this is my content that I've created. There are ways to do it. That's, of course, when we're talking about copyright and, you know, that kind of stuff, that's a different story. It has nothing to do with being free or not. But it's not right either way to be like, I took this free material and now I'm saying it that I made it. Nah. If it is somehow constructed based on it, again, they should still credit you because it might be based on your... depending on to what extent it's based on your creation, they still need, you know, be like, hey, look, this is based on this system, or somehow an iteration or kind of a expanded version of whatever system of somebody else's that has done it. So I'm giving appropriate credit to that individual, and then mention that here's the stuff that I added myself. That's also a thing. I can't really sign my name in game systems. Not signing can be in multiple forms. Could be headers, could be something in the background. You could have something not necessarily like the watermarks, but could be like some faint watermarks. Signing is not necessarily just a name. It could be a name, but it could be something like pen paper names, like pen author, like you know, like how author had like pen names, like that are not like actual names. You can have, I don't know, a username, whatever the heck. Your credits on the actual thing are, you know, as long as you make sure that, you know, however you've created the documentation cannot be easily doctrined, although somebody who makes the effort can do it, could probably do it. I'm not saying that those who would not put the effort could not do that, but I'm saying as long as you have certain available, easy to use like precautions, you can do it. I mean, I've done it. I just add my credits, my name as credits. Maybe there's some element here and there that represents my work. Maybe there is like a logo or a signature to some, which signature could just be some form of a name or some kind of form of a kind of sign off or whatever that is unique to me, or somehow it's easily representative to me. If it's more than 50% different than it is theirs, to be honest, yes. I mean, to be fair, let's talk like the most obvious, Pathfinder and D&D. You cannot own the mechanics. Again, now we're getting in some different semantics. This is like not necessarily semantics, but in a different, we're slowly transitioning ourselves into something completely different. Mechanic ownership is not a thing. Legally speaking, you cannot own how a game functions. You cannot own a rule. You cannot own a system. You cannot own anything like that. You can own the writing, like for example, if there is any creative writing outside of the rule, like I don't know, flavor text or setting information or anything of that sort, you own that. Anything visual that is like art, stuff like that, again, you own that. The book itself and how it's represented, or like the material itself, sorry, I forgot to mute my phone, or the way the material itself is presented, it's also ownership. But the actual, you know, word-to-word writing, like let me give you an example here. Like say, on a success with hope, you pull it off well and you get what you want. Okay, the thing about, you know, calling it hope, maybe not. No, you cannot necessarily own, you cannot say that somebody, again, adding the context is what hopes means here. The more context you add, the more you own it. Of course, just simply saying hope, you own the word hope, that's ridiculous. But to a degree, there is a level of ownership. But simply saying that I rolled 2 dice, and just because one dice was higher than the other, that represents an additional mechanic. That means that I succeed without consequences. That's not something that you can own legally in any way. Unfortunately, the TTRPG space, because again now I'm transitioning into the discussion with the that happened a year ago with the OGL on the 5th edition. For some reason, TTRPGs have not really been in this situation beforehand. At the very least, not to the court legal levels. Because believe me, if they jumped there, they would have been hit hard, and that's probably also one of the reasons why they reverted back. But at the moment, TTRPGs are still in that nebulous area where it has not been easily decided what is owned and what is not owned. But these discussions have already existed. These legal discussions have already existed in the video game space. Infamously known. It's not a risky. It's not a risky play. What I'm saying right now, it's not risky. From what I know, not Nintendo. Who was it? Konami. Konami, for some reason, owned jumped the gun about minigame loading stuff, and also Shadow of War have done it. Warner Brothers have done it with Shadow of War with the Nemesis system. Those two they managed to find a loophole in their cases. They don't have ownership on the mechanic itself, on the concept, on the design. They own the coding, which is weird, because they have basically patterns on the coding, which means that technically, if Warner Brothers wanted, they could sue you, check the coding that you have, and if it's close to the coding that they have, they basically can say, no, we own the pattern of this code, you basically have to pay for damages. Which, to me, in my perspective, it's insanity to say that, because that means that, because I'm guessing, to the best of sensibilities, whoever coded the system in Shadow of War, they've done it at an optimal level. At the best optimal level they could have done it, which means that any sensible programmer that wants to attempt the system, they'll probably approach the same tactics, or not tactics, the same logic, because it's the most sensible. And it's this weird game of chicken, which that's why most people don't want to risk it. But actually owning, I think I forgot which game, because there was a game that got sent to court. I'm not sure. I think it was I don't think it was related to Monster, even though Monster, from what I've heard, the Monster energy drink has their own shenanigans, legally speaking, when it comes to their logo. Of course, that's literally, they want more cash out of it. And not only that, they want to have ownership of a system that has been widely acclaimed, because that's the thing. The Nemesis system in Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor. Also, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate the support. They've been critically acclaimed. There are insane systems. I played Shadow of Mordor. I haven't yet played Shadow of War. I do want to play it. The concept of the Nemesis system is very innovative. It adds an interesting element that, now the world feels a lot more, specifically the enemies feel like living creatures in the world that change based on your actions and all that kind of thing. Yeah, free as in free tacos. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird, but the thing is that those discussions on the video game side have been clarified before. So if you were to ever say, me pressing left mouse click to shoot a gun that then modifies the parameters of how I'm aiming to generate recoil, and then I have to, with a limited amount of ammunition, which is a general description of how a gun works in games, nobody can own that. They can own how the gun looks, they can own how the gun sounds, they can own maybe the gun design, not necessarily design, maybe the gun rights if we were talking about IPs, but even then it's different. But you can never own how the gun functions, and this applies to TTRPGs. Unfortunately, they didn't jump into this legal battle before, but if they were to ever have a precedent like the OGL was close to jump into it, that would have shaken the TTRPG community in a good way, because that would have clarified that nobody could sue you, nobody could make any kind of legal claims that whatever you've created can be owned by somebody, aside from actual visually creative work, like something that visually is somebody else's. Like, simple wording cannot be owned. Also, the gun rights don't apply if you're using a gun design from real life. There is a reason why Call of Duty no longer uses actual gun names. You still need the owner to own the license. You pay licenses there, the same way you'd pay for cars. And in some cases you're not necessarily allowed. It's weird. From what I know with the gun and stuff, it's a bit weird. I'm not too much in the know because I have not. Yeah, Golden Brownie would be pissed off. Yeah, there's a reason why, especially with the most recent like modern shooters, the ones that at the very least have realistic settings, don't necessarily use existing gun names. I'm a gun nut, lol, yeah. Yeah, again, it's similar as you jump with cars. You can have you know, transformative content, like something could look similar to an existing real life gun, but not be that gun and not be named that gun. Or the same way it could be with cars. Famously, again, GTA, for example, does that. If you looked at many of the car selections that you have in GTA and compare them, you'd see existing design elements from real cars, but they are just maybe mixed together or altered in a way that it's now visually distinct and no longer, you know. Let's get back to Die Hard. Yeah, we pulled off away a bit. It's fine. ADHD. I just get off track sometimes. It's fine. It happens. And to be fair, sometimes it's good to have a break from me just reading rules and occasionally have my talkbacks. But I do enjoy it. I'm not saying it. To be fair, as I mentioned, although you are new here, these streams that I'm doing that are TTRPG specific, I want them to also be a platform where we can discuss TTRPGs in general. Be it discuss our own ideas, discuss topic, asks for advice. For example, in a previous stream, somebody came here, they were talking about their they were working on a Marvel setting, like campaign, and they asked for advice, like, hey, would you help me out to figure out how exactly could I make my villains be balanced, as in Marvel and many other superhero franchises, villains get to a cosmic level of power, and how exactly would you consider encounters with those villains and how would you weave them in a story? So we had this kind of conversation of, hey, here's my perspectives on it, here's how I would probably start to approach the problem. I didn't necessarily give direct solutions, because in some cases I might not necessarily be familiar with the topic, be the system, the IP, because even with Marvel, even though I'm a Marvel fan, I'm mostly in the I'm mostly in the cinematic and animated universe, animated stuff. I've never been like a comic guy, for example. So yeah, I gave him examples the best way I could have from my own experience and my own perspective, but I offered him advice in a way that, you know, hey, you know, this is how I would think about the problem and where I would start looking to find solutions for my problem. And you should do it at the very least. You should try it out and see where it gets you. I think Doctor Doom and Spider-Man villains are, yeah. The thing is, I think they already had the villains set up. Yeah, they already had the villains set up, but they had some issues with some of them. They weren't sure. Because one example that I gave them for was like, okay, some villains, like let's say for example, like you said, with Spider-Man villains, Kingpin, he's a mafia boss. He's a reasonable villain to be equally a social encounter. Maybe something larger scale, like let's say Thanos, Galactus, or some other heavy hitters like that. Maybe they're not about fighting them. Maybe their encounters are more like puzzles. That's, for example, I said like Thanos, for example, maybe it's more of a heist run where you're running for the Infinity Stones, or you know, your attempt on fighting him is first removing the gauntlet, and then he becomes a challengeable foe, a foe capable of defeating. But with the gauntlet, you cannot do it. And with Galactus, it could be completely a puzzle. You're not fighting Galactus. He's a godly entity. He does not die, comic wise. So you just find a way to deflect the threat or move away the threat somewhere else. Like when it comes to, you know, fights are not necessarily just me, I roll a dice, I decide if I hit or miss and didn't do damage. No, they can also be puzzles, they can also be social encounters, they can also be many things. They can also be mini arcs that are more about, you know, obtaining a MacGuffin than actually fighting the villain. So yeah, there are other methods you can do it. So that's kind of the discussion we had. And that's kind of what I want to enforce here. Like, yes, I'm talking about a topic here. I'm talking about like a subject TTRPG-wise related. But I'm open to put a pause on it and be like, hey, let's talk about either something system related. Like, you have a question or like a suggestion that you want to mention about whatever I'm reading or whatever I'm covering, sure, we can talk about that. Or hey, look, I'm jumping here, can you offer me an advice on this, and this? That kind of a thing. Or, you know, hey, or even better, another thing that I would like this to be, and I encourage people who jump in here to do, if you're a game master and you have the need to talk about the shit you're doing and you don't have anybody to vent to, because I know the struggle of, I have this amazing thing that I've thought about and I want to tell somebody, but everybody that would understand it can't know. Just do it here. Vent about whatever crazy plot twist thing you're doing in your campaign or next sessions, and just do it here. If you feel the need to vent, just for the sake of, hey guys, look, I have this exciting idea that I have in the works. Also, you know, brag about your stuff, not just be here to, you know, ask advice, brag about it. Let's have a occasional chat. We can, you know, divert from here and there. That's also a thing. So yeah, I'm fine with it. But, you know, at the same time, I appreciate that, you know, you want to also keep the discussion on track and, you know, be like, hey, we've diverted, maybe it's okay if we move back into it, that's totally fine. So yeah. Because I also understand that there might be some people here that, you know, actually came for the topic and want to, at the very least, you know, be present until it's like finalized to some extent. Yeah, anyhow. Okay, let's continue with some of the examples. Failure with hope, if Sarah rolls a 6 on the hope die and a 3 on the fear die, with a +2 agility. Still an 11 hope, it isn't enough to make a cross, so it's still a failure, but the GM makes a move narrating the mage sees Isabella coming, makes an attack which succeeds, sorry. The mage's blast knocks Isabella off balance, leaving her dangling from the parapet. Her progress is stalled, the position is precarious, but Isabella still gains hope, but her friends are still in the line of fire and may need to help Isabella reach safely. So yeah, again, it didn't happen too well. The consequences are not necessarily as dire as the one previous, but they were still, they are, you know, you're in a dire situation that you could possibly recover from, either by a future roll attempt or with the assist of the rest of your party. So 6 with fear, Sarah rolls a 5 and a hope die on the hope die and an 9 on the fear die, plus a 2 agility, that's a 16, which means a success, but it's done with fear. So the game master asks Sarah to describe how she races across the parapet, dodging the mage's blast. After her description, the game master decides to make a move rather than to take fear, saying that once Isabella has crossed, she faces her foe head-on, blocking them from attacking the rest of the party, but the mage reaches out with magic and crumbles the parapet behind Isabella, leaving her trapped and unable to move back to safety. At least the mage isn't attacking her, right? Fear seems terrifying. Well, that's kind of the thing, and that's kind of one of the elements that I like about this game. Because fear in here, the way I like to talk about it, fear is a tool that the game master uses to dynamically balances the game. Like, aside from, you know, rolling whenever you choose from, because in here we are given examples where the DM decides to take the action immediately, like to add the consequence, but they can also choose to, okay, one of the players rolled with fear, I'm gonna take a token. Later down the line they can decide, okay, I have accumulated a set of tokens. Maybe overall, up until now, the party has done really well in the grand scheme of things. So I want to still make sure that, you know, this feels like a, you know, worthy challenge, and they want this win to feel earned. So I'm gonna use this accumulated fear tokens to do something different, something wild. I don't know, activate special abilities for some enemies, maybe activate an environmental thing if there are environmental things, or maybe the game master created some of their own. Maybe change some elements in the narrative with these fear tokens. There are many ways they can do it. So yeah, this is also a way of basically kind of plays out in those moments where probably some game masters I've seen in other games where the party does really well because of roles or because of their actions, and the game master has no other, aside from whatever they have prepped previously and the best of their improv that they can do in the moment, they don't have anything else mechanically. This is a really cool way to kind of implement it in mechanically. Be like, hey, you feel like in the current moment the encounter does not feel like has enough challenges, or the success of the encounter doesn't feel like it's earned enough, rank it up. You have fear, utilize it to the best of your abilities to add that, and to add a bit of that conflict. Again, all of this with the same purpose of the player should feel like they earned the success, not necessarily to stop the players from succeeding, because this is not like any other TTRPG. This is not about players versus game master. This is about game masters and players collaborating together to create a story, to create, which something I prefer to use better, a memorable experience. Because not to me, narrative or storytellers feels like a loaded word. To me it feels like it adds pressure. It adds the idea that you need to know how to write a story, how to tell a story, and stuff like that. Which is also something that comes from me, which I'm not good. I've done narrative design, and I know that I'm not good at it. I like to tell stories mechanically through mechanics, and I like to tell stories through the decisions I make, but I don't actually create them. It's just what I do in the moment. So to me, it's not about the story, it's about the experience. Like to me, if after the session somebody tells me, or somebody in the group says, hey, remember that moment where I threw you out the window and you killed that guard, and we all did it like in one sweep movement and nobody noticed, that's not a story moment, that's an experience. It didn't add any narrative flair, it didn't add any kind of twist or amazing plot progression, but it created an experience. It created something memorable. It created something that both the game master and the players reminisce about post game. That's the most important part, post game, and they laugh about it, have fun with it, and that kind of a thing. Like, let me tell you, currently with our Hunter the Reckoning, we are grilling each other off screen. You do not know how much fun we're poking at each other because of the moments we've done in game so far, and it's amazing. We love it. Also, hi there, Pella. So session 1 is done. You're tired. How did it go? I'm guessing it went well, but maybe not necessarily as you planned, or maybe it went a bit too far than you would expected. How did it went? It's not meant to be game master versus players. Yeah, of course. To me, it has never been, and I'd never want it to be. Really well, actually. Oh, that's actually really nice. That's great. I'm happy. I'm happy that it went well. Okay, so a success with hope. Here, Sarah rolls at the TTRPGs came from war games. Yes, I vaguely know the history, at the very least some of the D&D history of TTRPGs, and I know that most of them are originated from war games, because it was initially about armies of minis, then it kind of slowly devolved into character specific, then into stories about certain characters, then which kind of pushed into what we're doing now. Three and a half hours long. First thing, wait, you had a level 1 encounter that was 3.5 hours long. Oh, buddy, what had happened? That's actually impressive. Oh, they ended up going to the goblin camp. What did they do at the goblin camp? Let me guess. Did they attack the goblins? All of them at once? Because that's one way to increase the combat time. Add as many enemies as possible to a combat encounter. That would add to your time easily. I know from experience. I've made that mistake many times. I was a beginner DM yet. So yeah. Remind me to get some loaded dice. I need to have cursed dice and I want to make it so it's properly... Oh, I saw... if you probably wander around the lands of TikTok or YouTube Shorts, you probably have seen it. A cursed die that to me is superb. It's a D19 die. It's literally a dice roll with 19 faces. It doesn't have a 20 face. Give that as a cursed die. It's not loaded. It's just a die with 19 faces. Give that as a cursed die to a player. They can never crit again. At the very least, with a 20. They can, if they're, I don't know, if it's something like in D&D, for example, that it's where there is a character that crits at a 19, they still crit at a 19, sure, whatever. But they never can crit at a 20. I need a D100 that's loaded. I'm not sure here how exactly you can look into like loaded die, or if you want to look into specific loaded die, because it's gonna be used for a curse for my TTRPG. Yes, I can understand that. Like yeah, loaded die used for curses and kind of in a weird mechanical reason. Yeah, that's okay-ish. I mean, again, if your party is okay with it and you're okay with it, then there's nobody else to win. Why should anybody else intervene? They sneaked around the forest. That took an hour until the NPC Gung failed the stealth check. Oh, buddy. That's rough. But hey, that's the charm of it. You roll with the punches. See where the dice get you. Yeah. So Sarah rolls a D10 with the hope die, a 6 with the fear die, and a +10. That's an 18 with hope, which is it's an overall success. So that means that she immediately gains a hope. The GM asks her what it looks like when Isabella races across the parapet and interrupts the mage's assault on the party. Since Sarah rolled a success with hope, the GM asks what the players want to do next. So yeah, this is basically no consequences. The the flow of the story continues into the player's favor, and the players can continuously add to the story until one of them rolls with fear or fails a check in some form of a way. Then, as a critical success, Sarah rolls 8 on both hope and fear die. That's critical success, no matter whatever. It does not matter the bonuses, you do not add them up. As long as it's a double, it's considered critical. Isabella immediately gains the hope and clears her stress. The GM offers Sarah a choice of 2 extras. She can deal damage to the mage or gain advantage to the next roll against the mage. Sarah describes how Isabella races across the parapet and lands a telling blow on the mage, not just stopping their attack on the party, but dealing her weapon damage as well. Since it's a critical success, counts as a roll with hope. The GM asks the player what they want to do next. So yeah, but down there, Gnoll tribe chilling. Well, I mean, it ended at the very least with good results, so that's nice. I mean, to be fair, that's all that matters. As long as you all had fun and enjoy the time. Whatever fucking happens in mid-session, or if shit goes awry, who cares? You all had fun. Be prepared for the inevitable torture session. I'm telling you this. I'm preparing you for this. Sooner or later, either one or more of them are gonna get unhinged and do some kind of torture scene on some poor NPC that was not ready to the level of torture they're about to receive. I'm telling you also this because I just literally like 3 hours in our Hunter the Reckoning session. We fucking tortured to death a ghoul. So, and he was done with us for a long time. He was like, literally, he was like, look, man, I told you everything. Leave me alone. And many of the group was like, nah, let's just have some fun. My table lamp arrived. Ooh, nice. I should at some point I should probably add some ring lights around here. Maybe. I think it's probably be better. I do not know. I'm not sure if it affects the face tracking or not. If I need more light around my face or some shit like that. Funny moment was when the druid failed to climb a tree. Paladin rolled a 22, then rolled a nat 1 on advantage. Yeah, I know, 2 nat 1s. She ended falling off the... Yeah, that's... Yeah. To be fair, because there's always that player in the party. After of becoming an Underrail themed VTuber. I'm guessing you're an Undertale. I'm guessing you're trying to say. Because probably that's a missile. Oh, not as in Undertale. Oh no, it was not a misspelling. Okay, my bad. Underrail, like, oh, is Underrail like a reference or something? Because I don't get it. Like, yes, railroad, I get that. Something, I'm guessing something train themed. I mean, hey, power to you. If that's something that you like and it feels like it represents you, go ahead. Hey there, Pumpkin. How's it going? Having fun? Having a nice... I'm guessing it's close to Saturday on your end as well, because I think you're close to midnight, right? Or past midnight at this point, I'm guessing. But yeah, hi. Hope you're having a nice day, whatever that day may be. You got quite the viewers? What do you mean? I have not checked my viewership count. Holy fucking shit! Hello there! There's many of you here. Spooked at 7. As you can see, I'm not affiliated yet, and I've been streaming since mid-February. I don't have big numbers. I just reached 50 followers like 2 weeks ago, something like that. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. I don't have a lot of people. I haven't had like a lot of people around here for the longest of time. Like in recent weeks, I've started having a bit more traction. So yes, if 7 without a raid, because I have some friends here and there that, occasionally help me out and raided here and there that have a higher viewership count than me. Then I'm expecting it then, because I see the fucking raid notification. Also, Pumpkin, you're not gonna fool me. I would have lost my shit if it was 67. At that point, I would have lost my shit. But yeah, I'm not used to numbers like. Considering that, I'm at oh, 6. Oh, I thought you said for example, I thought you said like viewership. I thought you were still in that 67 followers. But yeah, that one I get. Yeah, cause I've kept somewhat track of it. Initially, I mentioned that probably for the 75 goal, I said that initially I might not necessarily do something because until I reach affiliated and do the affiliated special, the goal is just there for reference more than anything. But I might do like an extra long stream with something prepped. I'll think about it. I saw that the last week D&D homebrew stuff was well received, and I might do some. I really liked how I did that stream, and I have an idea how to do it again. I'm gonna steal Charon's idea of having like live submissions. Like, do you want me to create something on the spot, like maybe do like a social media post like, hey, I'm creating, I don't know, VTuber, a character themed weapon. Make your submission, be it the VTuber or something else. I don't know. Example, spitting it out there, and and doing it on stream in the moment with people that are here present and submit it. Because yeah, to be fair, Karen, he's an artist. He does that with art. He does sketches with the people that submit during the stream. But in my case, I'm not an artist, so I might just simply do some homebrews because I had fun with that. I'd really love to hang out, but the Wi-Fi is iffy and Twitch will consume our mobile data. I understand, Pumpkin. I appreciate that you've hanged around and had a bit of a chat. It's totally fine. No worries. Have a fun rest of your... I think you said it's... Yeah, Saturday. I'm guessing probably not. You're not probably going to sleep. The data, yeah, as a treat. Have a bit of data as a treat, nothing more. Just, as a treat. But yeah, I do wonder though. I mean, I am suspecting some people who, who might be lurking around here that I know of, but, I'm not gonna jump. I appreciate the support anyhow. I'm going to sleep as well. It's getting up. Oh, you're getting up early. I understand. To be fair, to me, this weekend is a holiday weekend, cause, hi everybody, if you didn't know, I'm a vampire. Guess what? I'm East European. But the majority around here are Orthodox. Easter is this weekend for us, not like the rest of you who had it like in March. So yeah, this is our Easter weekend. So technically, this should have been a holiday for me, but it isn't, because I like streaming. Workers' Day. As a person who has always had an unlimited data plan, I don't feel your pain. Same here. I've also had like unlimited data plans most of my life, because we have like amazing, like, that's one thing that I enjoy about East Europe. When it comes to the internet, we have like amazing plans with both like cable, inline internet, as well as like mobile data plans and that kind of stuff. We have like amazing deals. Because boy, when I lived in the UK, there were some fucking phone plans of limited data that were like insanity. Next weekend is a holiday for me, Ascension or whatever. I only know the German name. Christi. Wait. Isn't that the resurrection? Yeah, the Ascension, which should probably be the Catholic one, because I know it's like a few weeks after the... I forgot, 40 days? I'm not good with religion, I'm not a practitioner. I'm not good with it. But I think so, yeah. I'm guessing it, right? That I'm guessing it's, the Ascension, but probably the Catholic one. 100 euros a month, 50 gigs up to down in... So to wait, as an internet, like, or like a wait, is this the internet? Yeah, Catholic, Protestant in theory. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know that most of the east of Europe is Catholic or Protestant. Eastern Europe comes from most of the Asian Orthodox, like Eastern Orthodox, Eastern Christians, which is overall Orthodox. What were they? Okay. Because I was like saying, like 500 megabits download, like, because if it was like I actually don't know how much I pay for my plan, because it's a family plan. I have it with my mom. It's a business family plan with my mom, so I don't actually pay it myself. She does it. She has the numbers, but it's not much. I know for a fact. I think I know I've looked at a data plan, like a phone plan, because I wanted to branch out separately at one point, but I haven't done it yet. I think we have it like around, I'm trying to guess, maybe 10 euros, and we have like unlimited data. Like I'm not sure exactly speed wise, I don't remember exactly the numbers, but we have like unlimited data. We have no limit on the data, how much we use. I don't remember speed wise, but it's decent. It's really good. It's like really decent. And if I'm also talking about actual internet, that's like even cheaper. Actually around the same price technically. I think I'm saying it right. Yeah, for actual internet for like 1 gig. I'm saying gig download speed. I think around like 20, not 20. Around like 10 euros, something like that. So yeah, it's really cheap. And for that kind of money in the UK, I didn't get even close to that. Fuck's sake, and I hated it. I hated my data plan because I wasn't even on the best one. I wasn't on, because the best one was like Virgin, and for some fucking reason where I lived, across the street, the apartment blocks across the street had Virgin. I know that because a friend of mine lived in one of those apartments, and he told me that he had a Virgin plan. On my side of the street, they didn't have coverage. The best one I had was EE, which was dog shit, comparatively. I couldn't, because initially I was like on Wi-Fi because my router was on a different floor. I was like living in a multi-floor, like, you know, those like British, multi-floor houses that are like really thin. Yeah, like the router was like on one floor, my room was on another floor, and initially I was doing with Wi-Fi. I was using most of the stuff with Wi-Fi, and I think I played like Sea of Thieves, and literally I had like rubber banding because the Wi-Fi was not strong enough. So I literally had to literally take my laptop into the kitchen, which was on the same floor with the router, and connect it with the cable there to actually play Sea of Thieves, because apparently I had rubber banding on Wi-Fi, which boggled my mind. And even at my worst Wi-Fi that I had here, I never had rubber banding in a video game. Like, yes, I had like maybe weird connections, but not rubber banding. My home deal is like 30 because it's from different provider and they have faster speeds. Yeah, I know it differs from place to place. But yeah, that's one of the few things that I enjoy about my home country. When it comes to tech stuff, we are always like, because we don't really have previous infrastructure, because that's our benefit. We are always kind of using the top with the like the latest, like top of the line stuff, because we didn't have previous infrastructure to bog it down. Although I'm pretty sure we had dial-up around here. I'm pretty sure we had dial-up in this building. I don't remember. I drill a hole through the wall without asking my dad. Can still feel that in my ass cheek. Oh, damn. Yeah, that's... Look, to be fair, I never touched tools. That was the kind of a shit that I never did, because I knew for a fact when it comes to actually modifying anything, I'm afraid of breaking shit, be the tool or whatever the fuck I'm modifying. So I would have not even dared, even as ambitious as I would have been. I would have not dared. Anything for that 70 ping, to be fair. Yeah. It hurt to sit, you know, for a day, but damn, we had that speed on those shooter games now. You had that quick reaction time. But anyhow, because again we're a bit off topic, which is fine. Again, I'll enjoy having combos and occasionally taking a break. Although considering how long this kind of takes, and it's still a bit to go, I might skip some of the examples just because I'm already gonna talk about examples myself later down the line, just so we can fast forward a bit of the stuff that I'm talking about. But yeah, overall, what is mentioned here with the roles with fear, the action roles when it comes to fear and hope, and successes with both, is that more of that in the moment improvisation and changing the stakes as you go, not necessarily having stuff predetermined most of the times, and just the important thing is add stakes, how the fuck should I word it? Fuck, my brain blocked. But 1 sec actually. Okay, yeah, stakes, add twists, that kind of a thing. When it comes to like successes with hope or fear, failures with either in those types of cases, because it's more about the in the moment storytelling and how, you know, what it's like when it comes to how your actions actually impact the story in the moment, not necessarily what they do in the future or if they do or not. It's funny how now we can play for a game starting taking 30 seconds window in the past. It's you started your PC to. Yes, I know. Believe me, I've been there. Oh boy, I had like a system, buddy. My old tower, which was before my work laptop, was literally it was the hardest workhorse I ever had. I think it had like an Intel Core Duo, 4 gigs of RAM, a GT 7030 that a friend gave to me because my actual graphics cards was a GT 4030, which was even worse. I think it actually was a GTX, if I remember, GTX 7030. So yeah, and like under 100 gigs or like around 100 gigs of memory. Hard drive, of course, like solid state would have been fucking bougie if I had that kind of thing at the time. And I remember I played fucking Overwatch on that thing. Like, technically I was playing Overwatch in Minecraft because I was at the lowest settings possible. I don't even know how the fuck it managed. To be fair, most of the Blizzard stuff at the time, they were just somehow optimized to not require a lot of graphic stuff, a lot of like graphic card data or like work. I think that processor overall was like worked to death. As someone who have got an M2, well, I'm still split on mine currently, but I have a lot of options. But to be fair, I didn't fully complete it, my actual, because I have a lot of expandable memory available with my motherboard. I only have like currently like 1 gigs of solid state and I think a gig of actual hard drive. And of course, the Windows and the boot stuff is on the solid state because yes, I'm opening this beauty in seconds, but you know, I still like chose to go half and half because I've heard stuff that solid state sometimes might fail easier, or like if a solid state fails, it's not as easy to recover the stuff. So I wanted to have some stuff on hard just in case the bad shit happened. But I think probably most of the current gen like solid state, I don't think they have that kind of issue anymore. So, and anyhow, if I were to ever plan to, you know, expand my stuff, because it has a ton of possibility to expand my memory, of course I'm gonna jump with solid state, as well as probably increasing my RAMs. I have like 32 gigs, but I'll probably jump to 64 just to have it, just to be there, just in case, but not soon-ish, maybe at some point. But yeah, even because the first time I had a solid state was actually on my laptop, but again it was split because that's how the laptop was built, and I had the booting on the solid state, and I was like, whoa, is this what speed feels like? Because I opened the laptop, I pressed the on button, 2 seconds later we're on the Windows, so you can do whatever the fuck you want. We're like, what? I didn't have to wait like a minute for everything to like start up. Oh damn, that's a lot. To be fair, on my end, I couldn't go full on because I built the entire PC from scratch. Like, and look, man, I couldn't jump all the way in with everything because I would have done it if I could. So, you know, I had to cut some corners. Cause I was like, to be fair, I'm not the type that piles a ton on the PC. Although now with streaming and all that kind of stuff and videos, you know, eat a lot of memory, I might need to expand soonish because that might become a problem sooner or later because of the VODs. Well, I said the whole year. To be fair, it's around the same thing. Most of the stuff I got, like, I accumulated across a year, but with the only exception being the graphics, the CPU, and the motherboard. Those were taken with a loan because I desperately needed the upgrade, and because of scalping at the time when I bought it, I couldn't really afford to wait. And it was really expensive. I'm guessing they're good because I'm not into the I'm not familiar with the AMD stuff. Although I'm considering if I'm gonna do a major upgrade later down the line, I might move to an AMD processor because Intel has become confusing. AMD flagship a year ago. Oh, okay. Although I am considering to, whenever I'm gonna do whatever, the next major upgrade I'm ever gonna do, which probably is gonna be a few generations down the line. Because I like to, if I am to do like a complete overhaul, I'll probably I'll jump a few generations. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna jump at the first one. I was like, yeah, because my system as well has like not the highest end, but top tier high end, like last gen stuff. You know, I have a 3070 Ti. I have an i7 12th gen, that kind of a stuff. Although I did want to go to a 3080 that was like I think 12 gigs. Yeah, the 12 gigs, not 12 gigs. No, either the 12 gigs. I don't think the higher one because there are like two versions of it. I think the 12 gigs one. Yeah, the 12 gigs one. Am I saying it right? Actually, I might be mental about it. Let me check. I don't know, a tangent over tangent. Sorry about this. It's gonna drive me mental. Yeah, the 12 gig. It was a 12 gig. Hoping for 4K, I have second thoughts, but no regrets. I have no regrets, but I have loans. I have debts that I still need to pay out, technically. So yeah. I don't regret it. The only thing that I regret is maybe I should have waited a few more and should have waited a bit more and actually pay for somebody to build it. Because I'm just gonna say it, no man, I don't trust myself with building a computer ever again. I prefer to let it to somebody that's professional and can tell me that, yo, you fucked up with something here, so we can help you change it, and probably a lot cheaper. Because I made some rookie mistakes, let's just say, when it came to building. So yeah, I'm not gonna do that again. It's so easy to watch. Yeah, but I have that kind of mentality of if I don't know what I'm doing, I'm afraid I'm gonna break it. And when it comes to expensive hardware that I can't afford on my own, I ain't playing around. That's the only thing. Like, yes, I went through the process. It's overall easy to understand, but again, I don't trust myself that I won't fuck it up. So I did it with a friend, but again, I made some rookie mistakes with it. I'm not sure if I want to go through that again. I'd probably just prefer, because to be fair, it's not that expensive to add a few extra, but it's a few extra bucks here and there, just for professionals to build it and actually have it done properly. And in some cases, if you go a bit extra, they might even do all of the software stuff as well. Because I'm also not that savvy on that end as well. I like BIOS stuff. I'm not that good with it. I'm semi-tech savvy, but not that tech savvy. it's one of those things where I prefer the convenience of paying somebody that is like, I built like 5 computers. Oh, understandably, this was my first one. I never built before. The closest thing for me with building was removing the graphics cards and putting a different one. That was it. That's the closest thing I've come to building before doing this one, before doing my current system. That was it. So yeah, I'm still scared. Yeah, that also scares me. To be fair, sometimes the GPU scares me, because sometimes, because it's this heavy chunk of metal, not metal, but chunk of plastic and circuits, where you have this fragile little fucking slot that you have to put in while you mount pressure on this big ass thing on it. Like, that shit scares me. Like, I was more comfortable to like slot in everything else than the fucking GPU. Well, it is metal from copper and aluminum, yeah. I mean, yeah, but you know, metal, plastic, it's a mixture of things. Yeah, the heat sink, of course. But you know, it's a heavy chunk of material that you're basically applying pressure that then ends up on just a thin slot that you have to insert. Although, if my physics lessons were right and I still remember my physics, it's still a wider area, surface area on that slot, because it's a long slot. The PCA is pretty long, but still it's a lot thinner than the rest of the fucking thing. So yeah, the energy that you would apply would disperse, but yeah, anyhow. Okay, so where were we left? Okay, so special action roles. Do you want to see? Okay, I'm gonna finish this one, and then I'm gonna take like a quick break and come back and continue whatever is left here. So, special action roles. Many action roles use the above rules. However, some situations require special types of action roles. This use the following rules. Trait roles. A trait role is an action role that specifically calls for a certain character trait to be used. These roles often appear on a domain card and say something like presence role, agility role. If there is a number in parentheses, sorry, hiccup, after the trait, that is the difficulty you must meet in order to succeed. If there is no number, the difficulty is up to the GM to decide. Though a trait role requires you to roll using that trait modifier, you can still add your experience bonuses to the roll. So depending on the requirements, they might be something a bit more flexible. Like my old was GTX 1070 and moving 790 XTX, and I thought it was big when moving. I mean, yeah. On my end, it was technically big. On my end, it was big to move on an actual graphics card, because before this, before my previous old computer, I had the common, well-known family PC, which didn't have a graphics card. It only had the integrated graphics from the CPU. So I never had one before. So to me, it was even higher of a boost. All of a sudden, I had so many games I could play. Yeah. Attack rolls. When you make an action roll with the roll of intent to harm an enemy, you're making an attack roll. References to the weapons or spell you're using on the attack roll determine what trait it uses. We'll talk more about spellcast rolls in the next section, but for a standard physical or magical weapon attack, use the character trait weapon requires, which is mentioned usually in the equipment or the weapon specifically, as well as any experiences or other modifiers that are applicable, and resolve it as you would normally do with an action roll. Interesting that they also mention experience here as well, which means that maybe in certain situations an attack roll could be done with experience if your experience somehow applies to it, if there is like something more specific about it. Like 796 comes with support for other side of for how big heavy is, but you know. Yeah, I totally understand, Bella. I appreciate being here and having a chat, and you know, it's great that you had like a wonderful, great, you know, first session, and you know, it always seems daunting the first time, but once you get into it and you get the ball rolling, you'll see that, you know, it slowly becomes natural. There are some elements you maybe never gonna get used to it, or maybe gonna. There is that kind of, you know, imposter syndrome, or that thing of do people have actually enjoyed my sessions? But hey, if they in some way talk about the game after the fact, that means that they did in some form or another. So that's great. If you succeed the attack roll, make a damage roll to determine how much harm you do to the target. By default, each roll can only target one enemy, but if a spell or an ability allows you to target multiple enemies, roll once and apply the results to all enemies the attack can hit. If the roll meets or exceeds the difficulty of any of those enemies, the attack is successful against the target, but not necessarily against other targets. Okay, then you also have unarmed attack rolls, which is something that you do without using a weapon. When making an attack without a weapon, for example, like a punch or a kick, make an attack roll as usual. This attack you often uses strength or finesse, but could be any trait depending on how you describe the attack. On a success, your damage die are a number of d4s equal to half your proficiency, rounded up. All unarmed attacks deal physical damage, so you can't be some kind of physical, some kind of magical brawler. Pugilist, actually, yeah, pugilist. I was looking for pugilist. It didn't came to me. Yeah. Then you also have spellcast rolls, which are a type of action roll that you use when you create significant magical effects, often via a domain card. These are called for. They are called for the likes this like a spellcast roll. They usually call, my bad, for a spellcast roll or a spellcast roll, for example 14. You know, instead of referring to a specific stat on the character sheet, these rolls use the spellcast stat of your class, which you can find on the subclass foundation card. As with traits rolls, if there is a number in the parentheses, that is the difficulty they must pass in order to succeed. If a spellcast roll is intended to do damage to the target, it's also considered an attack roll. So you know, spells can also be used for attacks, but they can also have special effects that might require you to pass some kind of difficulty in order to be successful. You generally need to be using a specific spell to make a spellcast roll. You can't just make up magic effects like forming a bridge out of vines. That aren't out on your character sheets or cards. However, at the GM's discretion, they might allow you to creatively apply an existing spell in an unusual way, and you can always flavor your magic to match the kind of character you're playing. But that flavor shouldn't give you access to effects you wouldn't normally be able to perform with your spells. So yeah, for example, if you have like add like some kind of flaming theme to your abilities, but the DM somehow rule it that, you know, it also ignites or keeps warm or whatever in that aspect, you know, in a significant mechanical way, you can't really do that, because, you know, if the spell doesn't specify otherwise, you just avoid it. It's just there purely for the flavors. Depending on some cases, maybe DMs would be lenient here and there, but not necessarily too lenient. As an example, if a force sorcerer tries to reach a cliff above him and doesn't have a spell or ability that lets him get there, he wouldn't be able to just make a generic spellcast roll to have the magic lift. To have to magically lift him up into the air and fly him to the cliff. He would need a specific spell or ability that would provide him that kind of magic. And in the second example, if a wizard wants their rune circle spell they just picked up a level 3 to erupt from their wand in sparks, form into a galloping I think galloping flaming stallion, yes, that circles them, and this is the reason why their rune circles gives them protection from enemies. That's awesome and should be highly encouraged. But if they wanted to do extra damage to the enemy because of this generation, that wouldn't normally be permitted. Anytime you cast a spell that the text tells you when the effect expires, it might be temporary, in which case in which case the game master can spend their move to end the spell at the next short or long rest, etc. If the spell doesn't note an expiration, it's stayed up until you choose to end it. If you ever want this to end a spell earlier than when it should normally expire, you can always choose to do so. If you ever want to make a spellcast roll but you don't have a foundation that gives you the needed spellcast ability, you won't be able to make the roll. So basically, if you have a subclass foundation that doesn't give you the spellcast trait, and you utilize a domain that gives you a mixture of spellcasts and abilities, you won't have access to the spellcast abilities until you gain the spellcast trait. I think I've seen it on the Midnight domain. Midnight domain has a mixture of abilities and spellcasts and spells. So I think there was like a foundation that Rogue Foundation that initially didn't mention a spellcast roll. So I think they technically can't have access to those, I think. Although it would be kind of weird. Group action rolls. When multiple PCs are taking an action together, such as sneaking through the enemy camp, the group nominates as leader of the action, then each player describes how they collaborate with the other PCs on the task. The action leaders makes an action rolls as usual, while the other PCs make reaction rolls using whichever trait they and the game master decide fit best. It also mentions to see reaction rolls. So sorry, I was blanking out. The action leader makes the action roll as usual, and while the other make a reaction roll using whichever trait they've. The leader's action roll gets a +1 bonus for each reaction roll that succeeds, and they gain a -1 penalty for each reaction roll that fails. So basically, each player contributes with basically makes an effort to add a bonus modifier to the leader's roll, either a bonus or a negative modifier, depending on the outcome of your rolls. If the action tracker is an issue, each PC who participates in a group roll adds a token to the tracker, even those who make a reaction roll instead of making an action roll. Okay. Okay, so if you want to assist an ally on a roll, just use a help ally instead. Example, a party has just retrieved a stolen amulet from an ancient stronghold and are rushing out as it crashes around them. And the game master calls for a group action roll as they try to escape. They elect the ranger to be the leader, since the character would remember the path. Since that character would remember the path best. Sorry. The other party members explain how they work with the others to escape. The Guardian says that they are going to use the size of their shield to shield the others from the falling debris. So the GM asks them to make a strength reaction roll. They get a 14 as success, giving the ranger a +1 modifier. The GM asks the Guardian to describe how they shield their friends. The rogue says that they are running alongside the ranger to act as a second set of eyes. In that case, there is a faster route. The game master asks them to make an instinct reaction roll. It has a 19. It's a 19, also a success, so they give them a ranger a +1 modifier. The game master asks the rogues to describe what quicker path they notice. The wizard says that they notice the stronghold begin to fall once the amulet was taken, so they try to understand what kind of magic causes the collapse and reverts it. The GM has them make a knowledge reaction roll. It's a 12, not quite enough, giving the ranger a -1. They ask the wizard what happens as they are studying the amulet that causes them to drop behind for a moment. And the bard says that they notice the wizard is looking like they are not going to make it, and turn back to reach out a hand in the moment of desperation, telling, "I've got you. We are not leaving you behind." The game master has them to make a presence reaction roll. It's a 16 success, giving the rage an additional +1 modifier. The GM asks the bard and the wizard to describe how this rescue happens. Now that everybody has acted, the ranger takes the total modifiers, in this case a +2, because there were 3 pluses and 1 minus, and makes an agility roll, hoping to lead the party safely while dodging debris and pointing out hazards. It's a 16 with fear. The GM says that they all take a stress point, but they also emerge from the stronghold just in the nick of time. the ancient stones collapsing around them. Okay, so one of the things that I see here is that usually the fear and hope outcomes are applied to the leader, are done with the leader and are applied party wide and not individually to each role. Although depending on the case, if it's like a really bad role, you might also do that. Like let's say if they fail with fear, then you might also add an additional consequence to that specific player, and not just the overall consequence to the party. I was kind of mentioned with the wizard that it was vaguely implied that they would have been left behind if somebody wouldn't have jumped in. But yeah, this is a neat way of kind of adding like this kind of group moments that I really like, especially because and everybody contributing, and it's also a neat way of not just simply saying I'm giving you advantage, I'm giving you advantage, I'm giving you advantage. It has a benefit. It's not an insane benefit, but it's more about kind of the cooperative moment that you have as a group, not necessarily you benefiting one character for a simple reroll. And as I mentioned, if you just simply want to assist an ally, then just at that point use the help ally while the rest of the party utilizes their actions for something else. But of course, at the same time, this could also be, as mentioned here, the game, it could also be something that the game master calls themselves. Sorry. So it could be an actual situation about the encounter where they are like, okay, this can only be done as a group. You cannot necessarily do it individually. There should be a leader. There should be someone to take charge of the situation. Yeah. And we also have like tag team roles, which I saw it like mentioned a few times here and there. Each player can choose one time per session to spend free hope to initiate a tag team role with another player character. When you do, work with your chosen partner to describe how your two characters combine their actions in a unique and exciting way. Both you and your partner make separate action rolls, but before resolving the roll's outcome, choose one of the rolls to apply for both of your results. If the chosen roll is with hope, the PC whose action roll was chosen gains the hope. If the action tracker is active, tag team rolls only take one action token instead of two. Tag team rolls become essentially powerful attack rolls on a successful tag team attack. You both roll damage as usual, then add it together to determine the damage dealt. Oh, I actually really like this. Again, this kind of, but again, I really like the tag team ones because it's more about the kind of those kind of duo moments. It's kind of player to player moments. But again, like. I'm not gonna say like I mean, yes, it's a tag team, but it's kind of like individual like party moments. Like, hey, I want to have this spotlight with you because I think like you're gonna help me out a lot better in this situation. I want to assist you. So aside from having highlights with the entire group, which would be the group roles, you also have moments where two players are in the spotlight, or here and there, which is also really cool. It's also because it encourages creating bonds with your characters. Be like, hey, remember that thing that we've done together, and and basically creating not increasing. I was not looking. Improving the relationship between characters. Maybe they decide, hey, I'm not necessarily in good standing with the character right now. Maybe if I jump in on a tag role with them and convince them, hey, look, we work well together. Maybe we should find a moment later on to talk about our situation and understand that, hey, we may have our differences, but we are here for the same goal. So yeah, it can also create interesting like party moments, either in the moment or something that can be then later on explored or discussed about in roleplay later down the line. Yeah, that's really neat. Okay, so now we jump into damage rolls. I do wonder how much do we have left. Oh boy, that's quite a lot actually. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna, for this stream, I'm just gonna cover the how to play and how to run. I'm just gonna do it as a separate thing, which is probably gonna be a bit more GM centric. Even though I do offer GM tidbits here and there on how I would consider it as a game master. certain situations. But yeah, anyhow, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and also maybe grab a quick snack and join you right back up and continue looking over this the chapter of how to play Daggerheart. So yeah, see you in a bit. Okay, there we go. Everything should be, yeah, everything's good. So, as we were, sorry, having just a quick sip. God damn it. That is it. Okay, so damage rolls. When you succeed on the attack roll against an enemy, you'll then make a damage roll to determine how much damage and thus what tier of hit points your attack inflicts on the target. It's basically, you know, damage here applies in the same way you receive it. So, you know, enemies have a minor, major, and severe thresholds the same way you do as a character. The damage dice used to make the damage roll is generally determined by the weapon, spell, or ability you're using to make the attack. If the attack is using a weapon, the weapon's damage dice appears in the active weapon section of your character sheet. If the attack is coming from a spell on a domain card or a class feature, it details the damage dice within the text of the move. Okay, when striking with a weapon, you will generally roll a number of your weapon's damage dice equal to your proficiency on the top of your active weapons. When striking a move that does damage, such as a spell, the text of the move will tell you that kind of damage dice should be rolled, what kind of damage dice should be rolled instead. Yeah, for the weapon, for example, if you're like proficiency 3 and you have like a weapon that, let's say, does 1d8, that means because you're 3 proficiency, when you roll for damage, you roll 3d8. That's what proficiency basically accumulates to. It's not a bonus to hit, it's a bonus to damage in Daggerheart. And anytime you and for the spells, it's mostly just mentioned in the cards. It basically says straight up like what kind of damage die you use and how much of it how many of them you roll, as well as they might have some additional, as mentioned previously, that depending you could probably mark a stress or mark a hope to add additional effects or additional damage once, so you can't necessarily pile up with more hope and more stress on it. Yeah. Anytime a move tells you to deal damage using your proficiency, you roll a number of dice equal to your damage proficiency. Anytime it tells you to deal damage using your spellcast trait, you roll a number of damage equal to your spellcast trait. So yeah, with the move, basically, I think the I forgot how the name of the ancestry. It's not listed. I'm not gonna click on it. The dragon ancestry, the one that has a breath weapon, I think they mentioned that you do d8, you do like d8 like magic damage, which and doesn't specify how much, which means that you do the proficiency, you apply proficiency. And with the spellcaster, I don't remember where exactly. I think it was mentioned in some domain cards or something like that. But yeah, if let's say your spellcast rate is presence, you can have a +3 presence. That means that you roll 3 dice of whatever type of dice it's asked to roll. As with action rolls, if you want to add bonus to your damage roll, you must decide to do so before you roll. So yeah, anything additionally, it's added before the results are determined. When it comes to calculating damage, after rolling the damage die, add all the values together, then add any modifiers to determine the results. The Game Master will mark the corresponding hit points based on that damage. Tip: there is a difference in this game between damage and hit points. Damage is the result of your damage roll, including your damage dice and modifiers. Hit points reflect how hard that damage affects the creature who's taking it. The number of hit points the creature marks depends on factors such as their damage threshold, armor, resistances, and immunities. So yeah, the same way as a player, you know, they could mitigate it. They might have some additional like traits themselves. They could have like maybe a damage type resistance, or they could have like even a damage type immunity in case you're doing like multi-damage. In case you're doing... Well, Daggerheart only has 2 types of damage. It has magical and physical. So if somehow you have an attack that does both, and the creature has immunity, they will be immune to partial of that damage. Although from what I've seen, they usually keep it simple and you add all the damage together, you don't really split it in types. So, because even, for example, there is the Seraph Smite domain card, which basically changes the entire damage type of your weapon to magical if it wasn't already. Yeah, damage without modifiers. Some damage rolls just tell you to roll a certain number and type of die without any modifiers, plus or minus signs after it. For example, deal 1d8 physical damage. In this case, you simply roll the necessary number of dice and add to the value. For example, Cat makes a successful longsword strike with their guardian against target using an attack roll of 16. They have a weapon proficiency of 2 and their longsword dice are d8. So they roll 2d8 and get a 3 and a 7 for a total of 10 damage. So yeah, certain weapons give you a modifier. Your secondary weapon can also have a special trait that gives you a modifier bonus to your weapon in case which can be added there. So I think the dagger, for example, the secondary weapon, the second-hand dagger, yeah, the secondary weapon, which is a dagger, can give you like a +1 modifier to your main weapon. So yeah, in some cases it can be added through other means. Damage with modifiers. Some damage rolls have modifiers on them, like 2d6 plus 2 or 3d8 plus 5. When in this case you roll the dice and add their values together, add the modifier, and that's the total. The modifier is not affected by the weapon proficiency. So Emerson makes a successful attack with their improved short bow, which deals d6 plus 6 damage. They have a weapon proficiency of 3, so they roll 3d6 damage dice. The result is a 3, 5, and a 6. That's a total of 14. Then they add the damage modifier, which is the +6. Then they deal 20 points of damage to the target. So yeah, the flat increase, the flat damage bonus, it's never increased in any ways for the proficiency. That's something that's kept separate. You don't multiply it in any way or add more of it than just what it's directly stated here. The dice is the only thing that it's altered in amount. Critical successes and damage. If your attack roll is a critical success, roll damage as usual, then add extra damage equal to the maximum potential value of all your damage dice added together, as if they all roll the highest number possible. You do not add any modifiers to this extra damage. So Rowan makes an attack roll against the target with her cutlass and gets 2 7s on the duality dice, which is a critical success. She has a proficiency of 2 and the cutlass does a d8 plus 1. She rolls her blade's damage dice of 2d8. They land on a 3 and a 6. She adds the +1 modifier for a total of 10. Because it's a critical success, she also adds an automatically 16 damage, which is the maximum potential roll of 2d8. So the total of her roll plus the added 16 brings her to a total of 26. So yeah, to be fair, those who are familiar with especially with D&D and maybe some Pathfinder and other similar D20 systems, are probably familiar with this critical success rule of maximizing the damage dice for the damage bonus, while you have a second set of rolled dice. Instead of rolling twice and adding that together, because in some situations, depending if you roll poorly, maybe your overall dice, let's say in this case you roll instead of rolling 2d8s and add 16, you roll 4d8s and you roll a 3, a 4, a 1 and a 2. Yeah, I just said 1, 2, 3, 4. I know, I just realized it. So yeah, that's a 10, which is something you could have easily obtained by just simply rolling a good set of 2d8s, so it doesn't feel impactful. So by ruling that, you also do max damage to one set of the dice by having a critical set and a rolled set, then at the very least you know that you do significantly more damage than you would have usually done. So even with the lowest roll possible of 2d8, which is 1 and 1, which is a total of 2, at the very least you have a 16, which adds up to a total of 18, which would have been already higher than anything you could have rolled anyways. So it's a benefit all together, even if it's minimal in this situation. And then multiple sources of damage. If for any other reason damage should be applied more than once to a creature during your move, the damage should always be totaled together before applying it to the damage threshold. Okay, so if somehow you make a move that somehow does segmented amounts of damage, it still totals together if it's part of a singular move. That's my guess, that's my understanding. So if it's separate moves, it's separate damage applications. If it's a single move but with multiple segmented application, it's still total together. Like for example, the best example, actually not necessarily the best example, actually no, it is, because in this, if let's say we go with magic missile in D&D, magic missile, it's considered separate instances of damage, even though you don't do any kind of roll, but it's in the same spellcast. Here in Daggerheart, if we had like concentration as a thing or instances of damages as a thing, you apply them all together. Here the rule where all the damage die of magic missile is added together applies, compared to D&D where it's technically separate instances. To be fair, in D&D it is important because concentration is a thing in D&D. I don't think it is in Daggerheart. I have not seen anything. I've seen, I think, Vagrant as a presentation of what concentration could be, but not if something as in a mechanical sense or something heavily restrictive. So that kind of logic of applying separate instances has no overall benefit here. Okay, damage types and resistances. Sometimes other circumstances affect how much damage a creature takes. Use the following rules to determine whether special circumstances affect the damage roll. Damage types. There are 2 damage types: a weapon, spell, or ability can inflict. It's either a physical damage or magic damage. Damage types can affect how much damage is dealt or received. For example, a spell might double any magic damage. A condition might make a character resistant to physical damage, or a type of enemy might be immune to a certain type of damage altogether. Physical damage usually represents a hit primarily through a mundane physical context, something that's usually done without the aid of magic. Most standard blades and bows do physical damage. Magic damage represents a hit that is primarily delivered through magic. Most spells that deal harm to a target do magic damage. And in some situations, you can also say that, you know, spells that alter mundane items could then be reverted to magic damage. Direct damage. Direct damage is physical or magic damage that automatically hits the target. When a player character or game master deals direct damage, they don't have to make an attack roll. So here, like if it was magic missile in here would be ruled as direct damage. You don't have to roll, and you just do the damage instantly. Resistance and immunities. Some abilities, spells, items, or other effects in the game might limit the amount of damage being done to a player through resistances or immunities. The text will usually specify whether this effect applies to either physical or magic. If it does not specify, the effect applies to all types of incoming damage. When a creature has the resistance to an incoming type of damage, they divide the damage in half, rounding it up before applying it to their threshold. For example, you deal 25 damage to them and they would instead take 13 damage. If multiple features give you resistances, they only count as one source of resistance. When a creature has immunity to an incoming type of damage, they do not take any damage or stress from the attack. If you have a resistance or immunity plus another way to reduce damage, such as marking an armor slot, apply the resistance or immunity first if you wish. If you wish, you can use other methods to reduce the damage further. So resistance is the first in the order. So you have immunity, resistances, then any kind of other damage mitigation options like armor slots and that kind of a thing. Again, very similar to other systems where resistance is halved damage and immunity is no damage. Not much to add here. Although probably the only mention I would probably add is that probably compared to other systems where the damage types are a bit more expanded and complex. Here, encountering more than one type of immunity or one type of resistance is gonna be tricky, because it basically would cover all bases. So that's kind of nasty. But, you know, usually that probably would lead to certain encounters, to more of those kind of what I mentioned, puzzled encounters. Like, for example, maybe there is an enemy that is immune to both physical and magical, but maybe that enemy, that adversary is immune for a certain reason. For, I don't know, there is a magical artifact that generates those immunity. Maybe in separate instances, maybe there is an artifact that generates physical immunity, maybe there's an artifact that generates magical immunity. And while in combat you need to deal with those first before attacking the main adversary, because you won't affect them either way. Or another way to do it, which is a bit of a spoiler, but maybe you can have some environmental effects that could alter the state of damage resistance and immunity a creature could have. Like maybe a creature that is I don't know, let's say made of ice, somehow it's physically immune because, I don't know, their ice is hardened. But if you somehow change the environment to be extremely hot, now that they lose that immunity or resistance. And now, you know, so you can play around with it if you want to add both of them together. Like, make it possible so somehow the players can, the party could remove it. So, reaction rolls. Some moves will prompt a reaction roll. This is a roll in response to a threat or attack, representing a character's effort to avoid or withstand effects. Reaction rolls generally very similar to they are very similar to action rolls, except they do not generate hope or fear or additional GM moves. They don't contribute to the action tracker if it is in play. Additionally, another character can't help on a reaction roll. Everything is happening so quickly that you'll have to handle this alone. When you make a reaction roll, the game master will tell you what trait to use. Then you'll make a roll with the duality dice if there is an action roll. As with an action roll, if you add a bonus to your reaction roll, you must decide to do it before your roll. NPCs can make reaction rolls too, though they follow slightly different rules, which are going to be mentioned later down the line in the GM section. As an example, the Game Master asks Sarah to make a reaction roll using agility in order for her rogue Isabella to avoid being hit by Mage's explosive spell. Sarah rolls her duality dice, adding her agility, and gets a 19 with hope. It's a success. The Game Master asks her to describe how she avoids the attack. Then you have advantage and disadvantage. Some features will let you roll with advantage or disadvantage on actions or reaction rolls. Advantage represents an opportunity through either magical or mundane means that you seize upon to increase your chances of success. When you roll with advantage, you roll an extra d12 hope die, specifically hope, and pick whichever hope die result you prefer. Usually this is the highest result, but if your lower hope die matches the number of the fear die, you can pick it for a critical success. So yes, as I mentioned, you could pick you can pick crits if you can get a crit. Disadvantage represents an additional difficulty, hardship, or challenge you face when attempting an action. When you roll with disadvantage, you roll an extra d12 hope die and use the lowest hope die result. If you don't have an extra hope die, you can roll your usual hope dice twice in a row, then use the corresponding result. Advantage and disadvantage always cancel each other out when applying the same roll. If, for example, the Game Master gives you disadvantage on a roll, but you gain advantage from a domain ability, the two cancel each other out. If you have two sources of advantage and one source of disadvantage, you instead only have one advantage. NPCs can also roll with advantage and disadvantage, but when they do, the Game Master uses an extra d20 instead of a hope die, which is more inclined with the D&D rules. So yeah, this kind of plays more into the accumulative advantage and disadvantage kind of rule, where you can stack them together and you can make sure that, you know, I'm keeping myself at advantage, or I'm putting myself at a disadvantage, or I'm putting the enemy, or ensuring that the enemy is put at a disadvantage. Which rules that is written in D&D does not. Rules as written in D&D no matter how many instances of one over the other you have, it still negates each other. Like even you have like 3 advantage, 1 disadvantage, it's still a straight roll. Of course, I never rule it. In my games, I don't think I've ever ruled it like that. Both me and my players enjoy the idea of stacking them because it adds a bit of tactics. It adds a bit of those kind of collaborative moments. Like, oh, you got a disadvantage on your advantage. Here, let me give you another advantage. It encourages them to use their tools and resources. So to me, I don't see it as a bad thing. Now we're jumping into conditions. Some moves may impose a condition on you or your adversary. These are effects or circumstances that change how you can function. This game has 3 primary conditions: vulnerable, hidden, and slow, which are explained below. Some moves apply other unique conditions. Their effects are detailed within the text of the move. Vulnerable. When you gain the vulnerable condition, this means you're temporarily in a difficult position within the fiction. This might mean you're knocked over, scrambling to keep your balance, caught off guard, or anything that makes sense in the scene. When a creature becomes vulnerable, the player and game master should work together to describe, narratively what would happen. How that happens, While you are vulnerable, all rolls targeting you have advantage. If you are already vulnerable, you ignore effects that would make you vulnerable again. So yeah, vulnerability is kind of like paralysis, I guess, in D&D without the movement restrictions, just the damage advantage and no crit. Actually, technically, probably be closer to restrained. Technically, without the movement restriction, you just have the attack advantage. Yeah. Hidden. While you are out of sight from all foes, you can make a stress to gain the hidden condition. While hidden, any rolls against you are at a disadvantage. When you move or attack while hidden, or when an enemy gains line of sight with you, you are no longer hidden. So it's a bit more straightforward. Like if they're in line of sight, there is no like actual check, because you're just physically hidden, not magically hidden. Restrained. When you gain the restrained condition, you can't move until this condition is clear, but you can still take actions from your current position. Oh, they renamed it to restrained instead of slow. That probably makes a bit more sense to be restrained. I think it adds a bit more understanding to it than slow. Ending conditions. When an effect imposes a condition, it might state a specific trigger that will clear the condition. See lasting conditions, which is below. If no trigger is given, you can usually make an action roll. Difficulty is determined by the game master to clear the condition. As always, the action roll should be described and negotiated narratively. For example, your character is vulnerable. You might describe how you leap through the fire that strapped you. You free your allies' legs from the vine that entangles them, or whatever fits the story. If an adversary is affected by a condition, the GM can spend an action token to clear it. This doesn't require a roll, but does use that adversary's action. So yeah, vulnerability in case of a DM is game master is basically losing a resource in the moment. And lasting condition. Though most conditions are temporary, they can be cleared with an action roll. Some moves specify that a unique kind of action, item, or effect is necessary to clear the condition. At the game master's discretion, they might provide alternative ways to remove these as well. So overall, the conditions are still up to interpretation, like most of the stuff that I've seen here. But to be fair, this game, as I said, it's kind of built around about creating the experience and creating the narrative moments in the stories, not necessarily as much about the, oh, do the big numbers, do the whatever. It's not as min-maxy focus as some other systems. Like, yes, you can maybe play around it here and there to get more bonuses, but you don't have so many insane bonuses. Like, how much can you add? Like, not a lot. And overall, you add up 2 d12s and maybe in some additional bonus tokens. And I think probably that's why they removed the d6, because initially advantage and disadvantage was determined by an additional d6 die instead of a reroll of a hope die. So that's weird. I don't know. So yeah, it's not necessarily as about to, it's about creating a memorable moments and story moments and creating bonds with your characters and NPCs, as well as with everybody within the group. Countdowns. sometimes as a mechanic, sometimes a mechanic not as a mechanic, because countdown is a mechanic. Sometimes a mechanic or the game master might introduce a countdown. Countdowns are a way to for the table to keep track of a coming event, and usually utilize setting a die at a certain value, then tick that number down until it reaches 0. A countdown might tick every time the action roll is made, every time a PC rolls with fear, during downtime, during downtime, or any other parameter, either set by the mechanics or by the GM to reflect the fiction. For more about countdowns, there is a section in the Game Master chapter, so that's understandable. But yeah, basically, depending on what you're doing, either in the moment, either long term, you can just pick a die that feels best fitting to you, from your D4 to your D6 to your D20. Maybe if you have some stuff higher than that, I guess you can also do that, and just slowly turn it. As mentioned here, you could, yeah, maybe each action will do it, or maybe each roll with fear. Maybe from turn to turn, that's another way to do it. I find it interesting that he has also downtime and other parameters. So yes, it can be an open-ended way of you to decide how you exactly want to apply pressure. Because that's kind of thing, you want to kind of apply pressure in a bit like immediate stakes. Like, you need to think about this quick and make impactful decisions, because otherwise, if you're wasting actions or days or whatever else, or whatever other kind of parameter or resource you're trying to do, it might be risky. You might not be able to achieve what you want to achieve by the end of the count. Maps, range, and movement, which is, I think, something we also mentioned in the video. Yes, Daggerheart is a game that can be played using both Theater of the Mind and maps with miniatures. The section below assumes you are using a map for combat, but if you aren't, use whatever guidance works for you for the Theater of the Mind play, and leave behind anything that doesn't serve your table. So yeah, it's up to your interpretation. As maps, at any point, players in the Game Master may call for a map to be brought to the table. This might be to clarify positioning, showcase an environment, or simply because the table enjoys using maps and miniatures. Hey, if you have that kind of money, you like to invest in kind of and your Game Master or maybe your party is a bit into that kind of arts and crafts, 3D printing kind of stuff, like, go ahead, be wild. Treat yourself. Do it for yourself as a treat, nothing more. When this happens, the Game Master should create or reveal the map area, and everyone should place their miniature, figures, or tokens within it appropriately. This can be as simple as a quick draw on a piece of paper, or as complicated as a fully designed 3D map, as long as it presents the information the player needs and able to navigate the space more clearly than in their minds. If you have other space, have the space for it. Use the range measurements below as a general reference when building out this map. Some tables may almost never use maps, when others might utilize maps every sessions. There is not a right or wrong way to implement it in these games. Do whatever best serves the kind of play your group enjoys. Yeah, maps should, with majority of the system, should be something that it's open to the Game Master and the group. And more importantly than not, to the Game Master, because I can give you examples. Currently, I'm in my Hunter the Reckoning campaign, which is, aside from player handouts, and aside from player handouts, and we are using Foundry simply because all of us are playing online, and we require some form of digital dice roller to vet our rolls and to everything be reasonable and believable. We prefer specifically, more than anything, Ghost. I have nothing against it. Prefers Theater of Mind. She goes and describes the scenes, and so far from what I've seen, her encounters are more limited, more centered around like a few enemies, or maybe like more about like the space or encounters or discussions or social interactions. And in those kinds of games, in those kinds of moments, it's easier to just say to just simply ballpark it as, hey, you're within distance, you're not within distance, all that kind of stuff, And for her, it's a lot better. Doesn't require a lot of effort. In my case, for example, when I am a game master, at the very least for most of the games that I've been a game master at, I prefer the map. I have a hard time to keep track of things mentally. As you probably have seen, even in the discussions here on the stream, my mind wanders. My mind, and especially as a game master, where I have to think of so many things aside from just doing the combat, I might have to have other things kept in track or in mind. I might lose track, I might not forget something, I might not have some certain details in mind, or simply I might just not be able to offer a good ballpark reference of, you know, where everybody is situated anywhere else, especially because I've done some more involved combat spaces and that kind of a thing. So I prefer, even at the most simple of levels, to just have a grid map where everything is laid out, everybody can see everybody, and I go from there, and I don't necessarily have to keep track of anything else. I don't have to keep track of on placements and that kind of a thing, and that also kind of is left into the player's possibility to strategize off turn, on turn, that kind of a thing, depending on the game. If the game has like is a bit more turn-based in combat, like D&D, where, you know, their turn is over, but they see how things are moving visually around the space, so they can already pre-plan where they're about to go, how much is gonna take them, if they have the movement resource needed to get there, and that kind of a thing, especially, or the abilities that reach whatever location they want to reach, or creatures they want to hit. So yeah, that's my preference, because that's kind of how I run it. And it helps me. So yeah, this should be first and foremost, you know, about the benefit of the game master, and then whatever the group prefers secondly, of course, if the group maybe doesn't want necessarily something too involved, then the game master could just be like, okay, this is just a reference for me to help me out, I'm just gonna have a simple basic grid map, no features, no nothing, just something that I have here laid out so I can have it as a reference, nothing more. So yeah. Also, hi there, Reese. Hope you're doing well, having a nice Friday. I appreciate the lurk, don't worry. Go ahead and good luck with whatever you're doing while hanging around here and listening to me babble about TTRPGs. I appreciate the support. Yeah. Choose however you prefer, map or no map. There is no wrong way here. Whatever the ease is makes your process easier, first and foremost, for you as a game master, and then whatever is with not necessarily into group expectation, because there can be that situation where, you know, establish expectation from the very fucking get-go. If you're not necessarily that arts and crafty, or simply you just don't want to put the time to actually make really involved maps, just be straightforward, like, yo, I'm okay to do grid maps, but I'm not gonna do highly effort grid maps, so I just want you all to know that from the very get-go. And as long as your group isn't pricks that for some reason have to complain about it, because I don't know why they should complain about it, maybe because, I don't know, they don't like fun just by simply imagining. That's their issue. But anyhow, range. In Daggerheart, rules don't measure by distance in feet, but by range. Each range includes an example of how might quickly estimate the distance on a physical map, on which 1 inch represents roughly 5 feet. However, these ranges are not intended to be precise, measured during play. The suggested estimates are a quick guide for the game master to determine ranges during a scene. They may just adjust the map as needed to reflect whatever creates a satisfying story. If the table decides not to implement a map, you still use ranges, but in a more abstract way. Distances are simply a part of the theater of the mind, and it's up to the game master to decide roughly how far is everything. Melee, you are in touch and distance as a target. As a player character, you can generally touch targets up to a few feet away from you, but melee range may be greater, especially for larger NPCs. Very close, it's it allows you to see the target's fine details and to reach it within moments if it needs be. This is generally like 5 to 10 feet away. While in danger, you can usually move into melee with anything that's very close as part of any other action you make. Anything on a battle map that isn't within the shortest within the shortest length of a game card, which is around like 2 to 3 inches, can usually be considered very close. So again, now we're getting also those kind of more makeshift visual references, which I really like. I like it as the novelty to it. Close. You are close enough to a target to see its prominent details, such as across a room or in a neighboring market stall. This is generally about 10 to 30 feet away. While in danger, you can generally move into melee with anything that's close as part of any other action you make. Anything on a battle map that is within the length of a standard pen or pencil, which is like around to 5 to 6 inches, can usually be considered close. Far, you are far enough so that you can see the target, the target's appearance, but probably not in detail, such as across a small battlefield or down a large corridor. This is generally somewhere between 30 to 100 feet away. While in danger, the GM will usually require you to make an agility check if you want to safely move into melee with something that's far from you. Anything on a battle map that isn't within length of a standard that is within the length of a standard piece of paper, which is 11 to 12 inches, can be considered far. And very far, and basically you're very far away. While you might be able to see the shape of a person or object, you can't probably make the details, such as across a large battlefield or down a long street. It is generally about 100 to 300 feet away. While in danger, the Game Master will usually require you to make an agility check if you want to safely move into melee range with something that's very far from you. Anything on a battle map that is beyond far distance but still within the bounds of the conflict can usually be considered very far. Out of range, anything beyond your very far range is out of range and usually cannot be targeted, so it's beyond. So yeah, this overall they're a bit more ballpark. I appreciate some of the novel item references that you'd most likely have available to you at the game table, especially for Daggerheart, because maybe one that some people might consider a bit odd would be the card one, because you'd think like not everybody would have a card, but because this game uses domain cards as a representation for abilities and spells, basically you can use the items, the materials given by the game as the reference. So yeah, when using a range, when a weapon, spell, ability or other effects state a range, this refers to its maximum range unless otherwise noted. An effect can be used at closer ranges as well. For example, a short staff starting weapon has a close range, so you can use it against a target with close or melee range, but not against a target that's far, very far, or out of range. Some effects may also specify that certain areas within their range, such as an effect that targets all enemies in front of you. In that example, you choose which direction you're facing, then target each enemy within a 180-degree field in front of you. As with other rules in this game, use common sense when interpreting these effects. They are there to support the story, not limit it. So yeah, don't necessarily go wacky about it and be like, yeah, I hit everybody that is in 180 degree across the battlefield. Some effects can move you or a target from one range to another, such as the effect that lets you push a target out of melee range. That example would move them to the next range, from melee to very close range. You can always ask the GM which of your ranges a certain target is in, or you can ask which targets are within your desired range. The map is just an approximation of the scene playing out in everyone's head, so scale, distance, and detail don't need to be perfectly accurate. The map and the miniatures on it should never limit the table's imaginations, only provide spatial context so that everybody is on the same page. As I mentioned, yes, it's more for the references and everybody making sure that everybody keeps a track of everything, and that's kind of my way of doing it. More than anything, even if it's the simplest of combats, it's just easy for me to not forget where everybody is, and just make sure that everybody I have everybody in mind. Because for me, also visual references is a good way to remember, like, oh yes, I forgot about this player or this creature here that I have to deal with. Optional rules define ranges. If your table would rather operate with more precise range rules, you can use 1-inch grid table battle map during combat. If you do, use the following guide to play. Melee, 1 square, so I'm guessing every square near you is in melee range, so basically like in D&D. Very close is basically anything that is 3 squares away from you. Close range is anything that's 6 squares. Far is something that's 12 squares, and very far is 13 squares plus. And I'm guessing at a certain point the game master will say that this is out of range, you could not do it. I'll probably impose the double rule, like if it's like maybe 26 squares, it's out of range and you can't do it anymore. Maybe less. Maybe less. Actually 24 in this case. I probably would say 24 because I see like it's literally once it jumps to 3 it doubles the previous one, so probably 24 would be out of range. 24 squares would be out of range. I would probably apply it. So yeah. Now after ranges we jump into movement. When you're not in dangerous, difficult or time-sensitive situations, you don't generally need to worry about how fast you move. However, when you're under pressure, such as when you're in danger or when the action tracker is in play, the following rules apply. Moving close during action. If you're doing something that requires an action roll, you can also freely move to a location within your close range, including very close and melee, either before or after you use that action. This location must be somewhere your character could easily reach within the story. If you want to move far or very far, if you want to reach an area that's not easily accessible, such as one that requires climbing, swimming or jumping, follow the rules below. Moving far or without an action. If you're not already making an agility roll, or if you want to move farther than your close range, you'll typically need to succeed an agility roll to safely reposition yourself. The game master sets the difficulty depending on the situation. On a failure, you might only be able to move some of that distance. The adversary might act before you can make it, or something might prevent you from moving at all. If there is no risk or potential complication in moving a certain distance, no roll is required. So basically you could move very far without a roll if basically there's no immediate threat or no possible threat in the traversal of from point A to point B of the character. Adversary movement. When an adversary uses an action such as making an attack or picking a lock, the game master can generally move them to a location that is to their close range as part of the action. If the game master wants to move their adversaries far or very far, it uses an entire action on its own, but the adversary doesn't have to succeed on an agility roll. So yeah, basically the game master in this situation utilizes an action resource. Basically, yeah, it uses the action economy to progress further at a further distance. Yeah, now we're also covering. Yeah, generally, again, I like it that it's a bit more simplified, it's a bit more ballpark, nothing in the weird things of, oh yeah, you move 60 feet, you move 30 feet, you move whatever. It's more ballpark, more generally understood, like more, everything is more under like a general impression. But overall, I like that they also give you like certain examples of certain like optional rules that are more familiar to people that might utilize those stricter like mobilities, like for example the movement in the square movement, which is more closer to D&D, Pathfinder, and some of the other systems than necessarily in here, where Daggerheart is a bit more open-ended of how far you can go. Targets and groups. Often an effect asks you to choose a target within a range. This means you can choose a single creature to affect. When it makes sense in the story, you can ask the GM about instead targeting a single object in range, adjusting the effects as needed. To affect a group of targets, these targets must be clumped together in an area within very close range of the others in that group. You can always ask the GM if something would be considered a group of targets before you make a move. When you make an attack roll against more than one target or against a group, roll once and compare the total to each eligible target and determine which creatures succeed against. When your attack deals damage to more than one target, roll damage once and apply it to each of the other attacks. To each target the attack succeeds against. So yeah, you don't do multiple instances of damage, and overall you just keep it to a simple. You just simplify it, and you just only have to determine how many rolls you have to make. Oh, and as well with the attack roll, you just make one roll and it's compared with everything, both for the attack and the damage. To basically simplify it and not necessarily bog down, because yeah, it can happen if you have like I don't know 16 creatures and you have to roll to hit for each creature, and also maybe each creature needs to make a saving throw, for example, if you are talking about D&D, or in this case probably a reaction roll. So yeah. A good ballpark I would also consider with very close range if you want something a bit more visible. Take that 5 to 10 feet, or maybe that kind of card approach, and just basically create a radius, create yourself consider like the card distance the radius, and make yourself like kind of like a circle. If you don't necessarily want to, if you want something a bit more visual about it, and I think it's something that you can easily craft yourself out of paper to just have as a reference later down the line. Cover, line of sight, and darkness. Sometimes during a fight you might seek cover, such as diving behind a small barricade or ducking behind a tree. When you take cover behind something, that makes attacking you more difficult but not impossible. Attack rolls against you are made at a disadvantage. You usually can't be targeted if you're entirely behind a substantial object like a wall, even if you're technically in range of the attack. However, you might still be affected by nearby explosions or similar effects, so nothing that is necessarily single target, but any kind of AoE effects could still affect you. Some effects require the target to be in your line of sight. You have line of sight if you can see the target, though in some situations the Game Master might decide the effect can go through a glass window or similarly transparent object. This just denotes whether or not a target can be seen by the character. For alternatives to these rules, characters that are blind see the adjusting abilities and spell in chapter 1. Darkness can also make certain actions more challenging. The Game Master should reflect this in the difficulty of an action roll. So yeah, basically in this case it mentions that, you know, there's one thing to see the target, but there's another if you still have an visual and physical object that blocks it. Could be a barrier, a transparent barrier, the window, that kind of a thing. So yeah, you can still have other elements that could affect the roll in some way, even if you apply the line of sight. And as mentioned here, I think we covered a bit of it later down at one of the previous streams. You can reflavor how certain like disabled characters act when using abilities. For a blind character, they might have certain certain aids that could be represented as echolocation. Maybe they have some element of blind sight that allows them to have a general understanding of their close surroundings, or just go the cop-out, they can see through another creature's eyes, so you can apply that as a line of sight instead. So yeah, this one, it's Of course, this one is more of a workshopping thing that you can do with the game master, and you can work together. But you know, if you want to invoke that kind of a thing to with your character, elements like this should not discourage you. Then we jump into gold, which I've seen that it's kind of it's interestingly tracked. Gold tracks how much wealth a character has with them on their journey, and can often be spent on things like items, consumable, and equipment. Some campaigns will be more or less focused on the gold as a reward, so players should talk with their game master about how much gold will come into play. There are no set prices in this book for weapons, armor, and loot, specifically to serve the purpose of not locking players out of adding exciting equipment to their characters simply because they aren't playing a gold-focused campaign. The game master will determine the prices based on the amount of gold being given out during your session. So gold is measured in coins, bags, chests, hoards and chests. Sorry, hoards and chests. What? What's chest double? I think there was something else beforehand, but I think they've changed it because I've seen some changes also in the character sheet. I think there was something different. I forgot which one was it, because I think they simplified it and they kept it to 4. I think initially it was 5, but I forgot what was after 5. Which was, I think, because I remember like 5th one was the horde, but I don't remember. Whenever you marked off enough slots in a given category that you should reach the next category. Instead of marking one in that category, you erase all the slots in the current one. For example, if you have 9 coins and gain another, you'll instead mark a handful and erase all coins. If you have 9 handfuls of coins and gain another, you mark a bag and erase all handfuls. So yeah, it accumulates. So yeah, 10 coins equal a handful equals a bag. Oh yeah, I think initially was handful, bag, chest, horde. Now it's just now they've kind of downgraded it a bit, because I think horde was a bit too insane of a number, because I think horde was just 1 or 2 or 1, and to go to horde you needed like 2 chests or something like that, or 3 chests, I forgot. And yeah, and apparently they kept it more into the 10s here. So technically 10 chests would be a horde, but probably the horde, but I'm guessing the storytelling wise the horde would not necessarily be something that you would carry around with you, because that would be in reasonable terms beyond you to carry. If you should have more than 1 chest, you need to store some of your gold elsewhere before you can take more. So yeah, once you kind of start hitting the caps, you have, which is a neat way of doing it for those players, for those money bag players, which believe me, I've encountered. I've had my parties basically had a money bags player. So this is a good way to a more story representation of like, yes, you have gold to a point. Although if you have like something like a bag of holding or something with an extra dimensional space, it's gonna get crazy real quick. So yeah. And now we also jump to, but I like it. It's simple. It gives you some decent references, like amount references here and there, like and you know, I like that it kind of accumulates from one tier to another, so you can have a bag but still have a few coins after you gain the bag, and so and you can split it up and that kind of a thing. So there's flexibility there, so I like it. Downtime. A party may choose to rest before they continue forward on their journey, and when they do so, each player character has the chance to make a few downtime moves. Though downtime is their time to recover from dangers they face, it's also an ideal opportunity for characters to have important emotional scenes with each other, to learn about one another, and to have character-centric conversations that may not necessarily be as easy to find time for in big battles or high-intensity moments. This is a chance for players to lean on their connections to the party and explore the story that happens between them in their quiet moments together. So yeah, downtime, aside from some of the simple mechanical benefits, should also be seen as an opportunity for you to expand. Of course, the amount of it differs from group to group, because some groups may not necessarily be as roleplay focused as others, which I can understand. I personally prefer a bit more roleplay myself, because at the very least, as you've probably seen in the Hunter the Gathering, yeah, my reservedness with some of the interaction is not necessarily because I did not necessarily want to discuss. Those were mostly more than anything character choices. But when I had my moments to interact, I loved interacting. But at the same time, I understand the other limited roleplay, because I've game mastered in groups that have been more combat and mechanical focused than necessarily social. So yes, I can't, and I understand from the very get-go. I knew that was their preferences. I didn't. To me, it wasn't necessarily a bother either, because at the time I was also still pretty new to game mastering. So you know, taking them step by step was also beneficial for me. So I didn't have to also worry about role playing while also worry about the mechanics. But yeah, in my case, it also was a slight benefit for me. And you know, you should cater to whatever groups, but at the same time, you should have a game that even you as a game master enjoy, not just the players, because it should be an experience that you all love to do, not just a few people in the group or one person in the group. When the party decides they want to begin downtime, they will need to make a choice between a short rest and a long rest. They can take up to 3 short rests before their next rest has to be a long rest. Okay, if a short rest is interrupted, such as an enemy attack, the characters don't gain its benefits. If a long rest is interrupted, characters instead gain the benefits of a short rest, even if they already had 3 short rests. So yeah, at the very least, with a long rest, it's not necessarily like a full drawback. You still gain some benefits. More than anything, probably playing into the idea that the long rest might have been interrupted at some point later than a normal short rest would have ended. A short rest is when a player character is only able to catch their breath, taking a break for about an hour. Each player can swap the main cards from their loadout for any of their vault and choose 2 of the moves below. 10 wounds. Describe how you temporarily patch yourself up and clear 1d4 hit points. You may also do this to an ally instead. Clear stress. Describe how you blow off steam or pull yourself together and clear stress. And you do it within a 1d4. Repair armor. Describe how you spend time quickly repairing your armor and clear 1d4 armor slots. You may also do this to an ally's armor reset. I like how both of these are party specific. Describe how you prepare. Describe how you prepare yourself for the path ahead and gain a hope. If you choose to prepare with 1 or more members of your party, you each gain 2 hope. Again, a really cool like kind of party moment, especially this one, because it could be also like a group moment, kind of something that you rally yourself together, maybe have like some kind of get together, something a bit more bonding, that kind of thing. But I appreciate that resting is not singular. It's not something, even the basic version of short rest that hasn't any kind of classes or subclass alterations, it has some cooperation and party benefits elements. It's not so selfish centered. It's not just about just my character. I can also utilize my short rest to help another character on a baseline level, aside from whatever I might gain as a bard or a healer or something else. And long rest is when a player usually is able to take camp, relax for a few hours and get some sleep. Each player may swap the main cards from their loadout from any of their vault and choose 2 of the moves below. 10 all wounds. Describe how you patch yourself up and remove all marked hit points. Additionally, you can do this to an ally, similarly to the short rest. Clear or stress. Describe again how you blow off steam or pull yourself together, and or stress are marked off. Repair all armors. Describe how you spend time repairing your armor and clear all of its armor slots. Again, as per the short rest, you can also do this to an ally instead. Prepare. Describe how you are preparing for the next day's adventure and gain a hope. If you choose to prepare 1 or more members of your party, each of you gain 2 hope, similarly to the normal one. And also you have working on a project, which you establish or continue work on a project. Basically, if a player character wants to pursue a project that would take substantial amount of time, but progress can be made during a long rest, they should first discuss with the game master. This could involve deciphering an ancient text, crafting a new weapon, or something else. Project is usually involves a progress countdown, which has been vaguely mentioned before. Could be something like determined like a dice or something a bit more different. Each time the player character takes the work on a project, downtime on a project downtime move during a long rest, they might automatically take down the countdown, or the game master might will tell them how much or ask them to make an actual roll to gauge their progress. So if it's something a bit more complex than what you maybe if you're asking something complex or something kind of major, you might imply some rolls to it. It's not just something that happens passively each day, or whatever parameter you decide to choose for the downtime. So yes, but overall I like this. And additionally, another thing that I kind of enjoy, and I would talk about, like, you know, with these kind of things, is, you know, you could also play around with it. As I mentioned, maybe let's say for example repair armor. Maybe this one is, you could maybe alter it a bit and rule it out in a way of repairing your armor is available if you have some sort of location or resources available for you to repair such armor. For example, like a smithy. Like basically, to repair all armor, you need to have access to an actual smith, or the actual place and location. So maybe depending on where you're resting for as a long rest, you might not necessarily have access to this. You may not necessarily benefit from it, as well as not benefit from it as a short rest. But you might be able to gain the short rest benefit as a long rest if you want to. Basically, kind of playing into the idea that yes, you can gain the minor benefit of it by spending a long rest, in the idea that you're scrounging around for resources. You're spending a lot more effort to gain those resources. So you can play around with these ideas a bit, and just slightly alter rules. Maybe if you want to add a bit more grittiness, add a bit more dynamic elements, and maybe environmental effects more than anything. And also, this could also be an important way for party to kind of choose where they rest depending on the environment. Refreshing features during downtime. Sorry, when you take a short or long rest, they can refresh this can refresh your abilities to use some of your features, and it can end some temporary effects. At the end of a short rest, you end any effects that last until a short rest, and regain the uses of any features that can be used a number of times per short rest. At the end of a long rest, you end any effects that last until a long rest, and you regain any uses of a feature that can be used a number of times per long rest. Additionally, a long rest counts as a short rest for these effects, so if a move lets you use it once per short rest, you can also refresh it after a long rest. So yeah, it basically cascades. So you gain the long rest of things, but you also refresh any short rest resources that you might have used before. And finally, downtime consequences. Downtime allows you to be for quiet scenes between player characters, encouraging personal moments in the story. But the world doesn't stop when you rest. Be cautious of how many rests your party decides to take, since downtime is also an invitation for the game master to progress events in the background, and these might have consequences down the line. Additionally, if you want to, not necessarily discourage, but make sure that players think carefully when it comes to short rests, you might also play around with the elements. Like, you can't just suddenly decide to have a short rest mid-dungeon without the proper preparations, meaning that you can instantly you can have higher chances of being interrupted out of your short rest and have some kind of combat encounter. Yeah, depending on the situation and locations, downtime could have consequences, or could have, again, maybe if you're camping in the woods, maybe it's something a bit more perilous. It's maybe a bit more perilous occasion, so you may need somebody to take watch or do other additional preparations. And depending on how those things work out, you might avoid an encounter that will interrupt your rest, or you might not avoid it, depending. I was able to come up with a daily routine for my D&D character. Oh, nice. Also, how you doing, Sean? I hope you have a nice day, whatever that day might be, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, because in my case it is a Saturday early morning almost, because you know this is more of a the Friday TTRPG streams are more I guess West friendly, then you know that kind of a thing. Because I usually like to split them together. Like Thursdays, the Thursday TTRPGs are more like Eastern, like EU friendly, while the Friday TTRPGs are more Western US friendly as a schedule. As you know, I do like to have a diverse cast of people to discuss about these kind of things, because I feel like diversity is what, you know, brings a bit of brings different perspectives, makes conversation interesting. Having people with the same perspective and creates an echo chamber, and that's just boring, in my opinion. As long as everybody is civil here, I don't fucking care where you're from. So yeah, now we're jumping into the death. Facing death is an important part of being an adventurer. And having a character die can be an exciting end to a story and an opportunity for the player to transition into something new. In Daggerheart, when you mark your last hit point, you must make a death move. So yeah, from what I've seen, Daggerheart is more about, you know, the kind of storytelling elements. Death is a really impactful thing here, to the point where literally the ability to resurrection as a character ability is only available to classes that have the Seraph domain, which I'm pretty sure is just the Wizard and Seraph, not Seraph, the Splendor domain, sorry, which is Wizard and Seraph. And they are a level 10 domain card, meaning that at max level you gain up the ability for resurrection. You don't have any other version instance of resurrection as an ability for characters, like in D&D, for example, where you have like I forgot the variants of it, like True Resurrection, I forgot the quick one, the one action one, but it's on the tip of my tongue. Anyhow, you don't have variants, you just have resurrection. That's it. You might have things like items and MacGuffins, and like you can create quests into obtaining resurrection early on, but having it as an actual immediately available ability, not until you're max level. From 5 AM to 6 AM, my character is gonna be having coffee and waking his ass up. From 6 AM to 9 AM, he's getting a daily workout. Then from 9 AM to 11 AM, he's studying up for guerrilla warfare, strategizing for war. 11 to 1, he's having lunch with his girlfriend, and from 1 to 6 is bullshit hours. However, skipping to the end of the day, he's going to sleep from 9 PM to 5:30 AM. Damn, awake at 5 AM. God damn it, you're almost Ambrose level of fucking early riser. Although this was a thing that was mentioned in the session 0, and I don't think when I mention Ambrose, I'm talking about one of our players in the Hunt of the Reckoning campaign that we're currently playing at Ghost Plays channel. We're doing it every Monday. And literally, like in our session 0, we had like a quick moment where we all talked about like kind of like our quick morning routine before we started our day. And motherfucker, literally, Ambrose was like, I am awake, 3 AM in the fucking morning, do my workout, have breakfast, go to, I don't know, whatever fucking other shit. Like, I was like, motherfucker, you're literally not escaping the vampire allegations that a lot of people are joking around with. Damien, my character, is not. He's fully aware he's not a vampire. He's not even talking about it. Maybe he would banter on occasion, maybe he would consider bantering about it from time to time, but nah. He knows Ambrose is weird, but not, you know, vampire weird. Although I'm pretty sure Charon is currently streaming, so he can't hear me shit talking about Ambrose, so heh Charon. Also, don't you dare fucking rat me out. Let that ferryman do his bullshit right now. He just started streaming. Let him do his thing. But yeah, really specific and really early. Oh boy. To be fair, if I were to think about like Damien's actual routine, there will be less sleep and more bullshit in those in that time frame, because he has to be fair, I have a merit for that character. It's called I think Catnapper, which basically allows me to sleep small amounts of hours added together. So as long as I have an accumulated 8 hours of sleep across a day, I'm fine. So basically I can be like, I sleep 2 hours now, I woke up, I do some bullshit, sleep again, wake up, do some more bullshit, then that kind of a thing. So yeah, he's not okay. That's something I'm gonna be honest. Damien is not okay. He has some issues, many issues, and he currently is going through a lot. He has some not yet talked about internal crisis after the imbuement in the first session, which is probably something that's gonna be addressed at some point in the campaign, in the sessions, early or sooner or later, I'm guessing, if people are too pushy about him. And I know for a fact somebody who's gonna be too pushy about it. I'm just mentioned him. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting. I can't wait. It's gonna be so fun. Oh boy. Man, I've missed playing TTRPGs because I've just been here fanboying about it, but my usual group is kind of away, and they're usually the type that prefer to play in person, and I'm the only one that's literally hours away from them, so I can't really plan out sessions with them. So yeah, being able to get back into it and play some TTRPGs has been really exciting. Even though I've just done like a session 0 and one session, I'm so excited for the next session on Monday. Also because I'm also excited because, you know, it's a new system that I'm playing. I'm trying something new. It's something different, and I really like it so far. Like I like the more open interpretation aspect of the World of Darkness games and Hunter specifically. So yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with it. Yeah, death move. Whenever a player makes a death move, can choose one of the following. So it's open. It's open choice. It's not something that the game master rules out. Which one of the three options they take. So first option, Blaze of Glory. You embrace death and go out in a blaze of glory. Take one action at the game master's discretion, which becomes an automatic critical success. Then you cross through the veil of death. Meaning, so basically this is kind of your final action, or your final call to action to kind of have your grandiose ending. And who knows, depending on what you choose to do and at what point in the story it happens, it could be the climactic end of whatever encounter you're doing, to even highly to mark this moment even better. Second one is avoid death but face consequences. I think they just mentioned, now I guess they just simplified the tagline to just simply avoid death. You avoid death and face the consequences. You roll a fear die. If its value is equal to the number of your level, you gain a scar. It's equal or under, yes. I'm not sure if I clarified it specifically, but it has to be. So if you're like level 5 and you roll a 5 or a lower, you gain a scar. You also drop unconscious temporarily. Work with the game master and describe how the situation gets much worse because of it. You may not move or act while unconscious. You return to consciousness when an ally clears one or more of your marked hit points, or when your party finishes the next long rest. So basically you need to have somehow access to a party member that can heal them, or maybe do some sort of experience roll. I'm guessing I would probably allow it some sort of experience roll to bring the character up. But I do like the scar aspect, which from what I see it's also mentioned below here, because it adds some more this is full-on mechanical storytelling, because it's you lose something, your character now has something more physical, because it's gonna be mentioned below, but it's also been mentioned in the overview. when you gain a scar, you lose one of your hope slots. So basically, you can your hope pool, it's a lot lower now. So it's something a bit more. It's really impactful. And the third option is risk it all. You roll your duality dice. If hope is higher, you stay on your feet, clear an amount of hit points and stress equal to your value on the hope die. For example, if you roll an 8, you can choose to clear 4 hit points for stress, or as many hit points marked, as many hit points stress if it's above the amount you already, the total amount, or can clear total depending. So yeah. Divide the hope die value up between these however you prefer, as I mentioned. If your fear die is higher, you die, so basically you cross through the veil of death. If the duality dice are tied, you stay on your feet and clear all hit points and stress, because it's considered like this is considered like a critical success. So you've cleared everything, you're back on your feet with all of your resources back. If a player makes a death move that results in their character dying or no longer being able to play, they should work with the GM before the next session to build a new character and currently the rest of the party. Hey Dick! How's it going? How you doing? When I talk shit about you, you come here, huh? Hey there, Karen. You're doing art? Because I think I saw some movement. Weren't you also doing like hangouts or like playing some stuff? I'm guessing you're also... I'm guessing you also done some bullshit. Bullshit. I knew it. What? You knew I was talking shit? Maybe. You'll never know what I tell unless you check the vault later on. If you want us to do... Yes, so... Lamau. But anyhow, hello there, Raiders. Thank you for being here. I am Adrian Solve. I also go by card. Call me however you prefer. I don't mind. I am your Vampiric Casino owner. Everything here that is covered within my premises is mostly indie focused. Why? Because indies are amazing. They are the ones that are taking risks, making innovating, keeping the industry fresh and doing all that good stuff for us to enjoy games. So we should do our best to support the little guy. My way of doing it, I play them on stream. They're showcased on my details page. If you want more details about what indie I'm currently covering and at what times, you can use the command indie. It gives you all of the info, plus a card link where you can access the more popular pages of the current indie that I'm playing, as well as a list of all the previous indies that I've covered with all those links still present. So you can also see what indies I've done so far, and maybe later on down the line you can make suggestions. I don't know, I'll think about it. So yeah, that's one other thing. Another thing that I'm doing, which is something that I'm doing right now, which is covered within the casino's grounds, is TTRPGs. I'm a big fan of TTRPGs. I've been mostly system agnostic for the longest of time. I've played D&D, but I want to expand my knowledge and learn more about more systems. One of the ways I'm doing it is as probably for those of you who know Karen, with our Hunter the Reckoning sessions that we do at Ghost channel. In other ways I'm doing it is basically covering other systems, read them, talk about them, have my discussions, as well as, aside from that, these are also a moment in time where you can also discuss about your own TTRPG stuff. Like if you want to ask advice or just simply want to vent or brag about stuff that you're doing in your campaign, if in case you have nobody to do it because you might be a game master and can't reveal your shit to the players, you can do it here freely. I allow it. It's a platform where we can all collaborate, discuss, and share our ideas and have a conversation. It's not just me talking about some whatever topic about a TTRPG. That's just me doing it as a filler while we're having other conversations in the meantime. So yeah, and aside from that, there are some casino machines here and there that cover some game series. Occasionally, I am currently going through the entire Doom series, and whenever I feel like I want to chill out and just have a relaxing time, I play some RPG. Currently, I'm going through Fallout New Vegas with the goal of course, taking over Mr. South's Lucky 38 and have my own franchise instead. Because yes, I'm expanding my franchise. That's the goal. But anyhow, for all of you here that come from the raid and want to do any kind of that post raid, including yourself, Karen, I hope you are eating. Like you, I hope you didn't forget like yesterday. Do take that self-care. I appreciate the support. It's wonderful that you're here, and you know, if you enjoy your time here and want to see more of me, as you probably can see with the graphic here below, I'm pushing also as well as Kieran to get to that good old affiliate. I just need that viewership average. But at the same time, hey, if you want to follow or just be around here and have some chats, we can also do that. I appreciate it. As you can see, I have a few things here that one day I reach I'm gonna do. I've done most of the stuff so far. I'm basically the only thing that has remained is the special affiliate stream once I'm actually affiliated. And you know, I also have like an extra thing that I'm just doing just kind of as a stretch reward bonus. I have a VTuber playlist that updates with every 5 new follows after the 50 mark, which, you know, if you want to see how it progressed so far, you can use the command tarot songs and you have the playlist available. So yeah, but anyhow, hope you're enjoying your time. If you want to chat about TRPGs or other stuff related, we can totally do that. You're open to, if you just want to lurk and relax and have some post stream like chillax and or do whatever other things you prefer, you can also do that. That's totally fine. It's wonderful to have you here around the casino, no matter how long you're staying, because I'll be honest, those who come here might stay longer, might stay shorter, but you know, they all go back to the same place. Karen knows that. So yeah. Okay, so we've covered some of the general like death moves. So okay, let's jump into scars and what do scars mean. If you choose to avoid death, you might take a scar. If you do, you permanently cross out one of your hope slots. As I mentioned before, you cannot use this slot to store hope anymore. The narrative impact of this scar is up to you. For example, you might now bear a physical scar, a painful memory, or a deep fear. When you put a scar on your last hope slot, it's time to end your character's journey. Work with the game master to find a graceful and fitting way for the party to say goodbye to them at the end of the session and prepare a new character for the next time you play. Oh, actually, I don't think I've seen that mentioned. So basically, losing all hope, funnily enough, basically now turns your character kind of into NPC status, but not necessarily. It's more of a poetic death, I guess, not necessarily an actual death, which is really cool because, you know, you can now also have some interesting like narrative moments and how, you know, the character decides to, you know, I'm beyond capable mentally or physically or in some other way to assist you in the adventure anymore, so I'm gonna I'm gonna distance myself from the party. And of course then the game master works with the affected player to be like, hey, let's see who we bring in next for the upcoming session. And of course, when you're mentioning death in a fantasy game, resurrection is also a possibility, though it's unlikely. Though it will likely be long, difficult, and a costly process, and they likely won't return the same way as they died. If a party decides to take this path upon a character's death, the game master will tell the players that it will take what it will take to make it happen. For more details on this section for resurrection, check out the game master section, which apparently I don't think they've added it. Maybe they're gonna add it with next week's update, we'll see. There is also a one-time resurrection spell available at level 10 for any class that includes the Splendor Domain. Once this spell is used, it will go into your vault permanently. So even with the spell available, you won't have access to it indefinitely. You can just, it's a one-time use per character, so good luck, I guess. So yeah, that's rough. As I mentioned, because to be fair, it is in Critical Role scene, because that's something I've seen in also in their Exandria campaign settings for D&D 5e. They have like really elaborated like resurrection and death rules to basically add those kind of story elements that, you know, death is an impactful thing in the story, especially in It should mean something, and it shouldn't just be, you know, scoffed at and be just simply thrown away with like, have a revival, have a quick revivify. Finally, I fucking remembered the spell because I was fucking had lapses for like the longest of time. So it's like, here, have a revivify. You're fine. You know, make it a bit more dramatic. Add the drama. Be spicy about it. But anyhow, and is this the last thing? Do we need to? Oh, there's some more general rules about after the action tracker, but we're close to ending it. So, action tracker. When combat scenario is likely to last more than a couple of rolls, when play moves to maps and miniatures, or when seconds count in the narrative, the game master should place the action tracker card on the table within everyone's reach. During the scenes, player characters place action tokens on the tracker, and the game master spends those tokens to activate adversaries. Yeah, placing action tokens. When the action tracker is in use, your character can still make moves at any time. However, whenever you use an action, including any move that says use action or require an action roll, you must place a character token on the action tracker and resolve actions ending your move. Sorry. As a player character, your tokens are unlimited. They are just used to track how many times the game master can activate adversaries. So if you ever run out, you can just grab more. After you end your move by placing an action token, the game master or another player character might act, or you might decide to make another move. You and your fellow player character can still act in any order you like following the narrative, but remember to pass the spotlight to around the table to ensure everybody has a chance to act. If another player hasn't placed any tokens on the action tracker recently, consider letting them take a move if they want to before you do anything else. For example, Emerson places a character token on the action tracker, bringing the total tokens on the tracker up to 3, then makes a roll to strike the enemies. He's in melee. When he gets a success with fear, he describes how he swings with his sword overhead and down, dealing 12 points of damage. However, because the roll was with fear, the play moves to the game master. They can make a move either in Emerson's character or either in response to Emerson's character or elsewhere in the scene, or choose to hold their move and gain a fear. So yeah, basically, I think a way I would probably play it, so in a way that, you know, everybody has a chance, is I'll probably go in some kind of a circle, like everybody does a move and then goes again, then you go again. Like for example, if there are 4 players, player 1 does an action, player 2, player 3, if they don't have anything planned together, like don't have like tag teams or group roles or anything like that, player 1 goes, then player 2, then player 3, then player 4, or of course they can decide their own order if they have anything in mind, but they basically, everybody goes once as long as you don't have anything planned together. And then, you know, when a player gets to a point where they roll fear, they are pinged off, and then the other 3 starts to cycle between each other. Then whenever the other one gets a fear, they get pinged off, then the other ones, because to understand, yes, you have unlimited tokens, basically can attack as much as you can with the restriction that once you roll with fear or you fail a roll, that's when you stop that's when your character stops. Either your game master decides to retaliate with fear in the moment, or keeps the fear token and utilizes it when their game master turn starts, which begins once every character has stopped taking actions, either by choice, because from what I understand here, it could also be a choice thing, but or, you know, simply by, you know, everybody has to roll with fear or fail the roll in some way. But to make him, I probably would rule to make sure that everybody has at the very least a chance to do something, is I would probably cycle to each player. Like, if you want to do an attack roll, yes, you do the attack and the damage. If you want to do something else, you do the skill or the experience or whatever other action roll you want to prefer to do, or maybe a trait roll or something like that. But just to make sure that nobody hoards the spotlight, I would cycle personally. I would go through a cycle. Then we jump into adversary actions. When the game master makes a move, usually after a player fails an action roll or rolls It can be a singular player. It doesn't necessarily have to be. It doesn't have to be all players. Okay, I think that was my misunderstanding here. Interesting. Then yeah, I would even enforce even more to basically go with the cycle if they don't have anything planned. Because at the first fail somebody does, if they hoard the spotlight, it's gonna be kind of shitty because the other people in the party didn't do shit. So yeah, I would probably keep it as a general rule to do that, in case you're not sure if somebody in your party would know when to stop or anything like that. Yeah, they can spend one or more tokens from the action tracker to activate that many adversaries. When the game master spends a token, they remove it from the action tracker and return it to the token's player. An activated adversary can take most of any actions your player character could, but most of the time they'll do one of the following: move in within close range and make a weapon attack, move in within close range and use an adversary action, clear a condition, or sprint far or very far away from the battlefield. Once a game master decides to stop spending action tokens, the player returns to the player characters. The game master can spend fear to place 2 additional tokens on the action tracker, then spend one or both of the adversary actions, or they can spend 2 tokens to gain a fear. See using action tracker in the chapter 3, which is game master focused. Example: after Emerson's attack roll with fear in the example of above, plays move to the GM. The game master takes all 3 tokens of the action tracker, spending the first to end the vulnerable condition on a nearby adversary who breaks free from the vines they were binding them. The game master spends the next token on the adversary Emerson just hit with the sword, describing the enemy's warhammer being pulled out of the mud and sung at Emerson's ribs. The enemy succeeds to the attack, then rolls damage, which totals up to a total of 19 physical. This falls with Emerson's major's threshold, but he marks 2 armor slots and reduces it down to a 5, only taking it 1 hit point. With the last token, the game master describes an adversary sprinting all the way across the battlefield to get a massive bell that would call reinforcement. As the adversary prefers to ring it, the game master turns back to the players asking, "What do you want to do?" So yes, at the same time, even when you have multiple resources available, you can still offer the possibility to give the chance for the player to retaliate and be like, you're basically preparing the play. You're preparing kind of the encounter. It can also be like moments to warn them, like, look, this one is about to call in reinforcements. Are you gonna act on it or not? Are you gonna decide to move away from those that are in your immediate range to focus on somebody that's gonna call reinforcements, or do you think you can quickly sprint through all of them? So yeah, you can set the scene instead of maybe with a limited amount, and keep the rest available and basically open to the table. If you want to be a bit more cheeky, and or maybe for the story purposes, of course, not necessarily just for the just to be menacing about it. Yeah, as an optional tool, you can also have turn-based initiative. If a group prefers tactical play or structured player turns, you can limit the number of action tokens each player character can use on the action tracker at a time. It is recommended to start with 3, but you may increase it or decrease the number as your table prefers. When the action tracker is in use, every player places that number of action tokens on their character sheet, ready for use. A player then acts as usual, and each time they make an action roll, they spend 1 available action token by moving it to the table's action tracker. Collaborate with other players on passing play around the table, making moves and telling the story together. Even if you have multiple action tokens, see if any other players want to turn before you spend more than 1 in a row. Once every player has used their available tokens, the players refill their character sheets with the same number of tokens before continuing play. The Game Master moves as usual. When the Game Master uses an action token, they give it back to the player it came from, but the player doesn't place that token on their character sheet until it's time to replenish their tokens. which is an interesting way of doing it. Although I could also rule in an additional way, personally. Maybe I would increase the amount of tokens because maybe free it's a bit less. But I could see it as a limited resource that goes back and forth. Like each player, let's say, has 4 tokens. They utilize 5 of them. The player, the game master can maybe utilize a few. Maybe cannot necessarily utilize all of them at once or something that's on that line. So whenever he consumes the tokens from the tracker, he only gives back to the players, replenish the tokens that the game master has used, and the ones that are still on the tracker remain there. And you know, either you can rule it that, you know, whoever those that remain on the tracker could be the owner of the token, or could be somebody randomly decided or in the group. So you can maybe also have this kind of like back and forth of resources where it's constantly limited, and maybe depending on how how the turn moves. In some turns, maybe some player will be even more limited than in others. Again, this is something that came up at the top of my head. I'm not even sure if it's balanced or if it would go well enough as an experience, because it could be a bit more tricky than anything. So yeah. Then tactics and narrative. Even while using the turns with the action tracker, consider how your character would act in the current situation and use their perspective to guide your story forward. Rather than worrying too much about what tactics should come next, remember that your character doesn't know their actions are dictated by an action tracker. Taking turns can help your group coordinate tactical decisions, but it's not the central focus of combat. Some groups might decide to temporarily use turn-based initiative rules to reduce the learning curve for players who are used to tactical gameplay, while others will enjoy using them for the entire campaign. Do whatever supports your group in weaving a story together. So yeah, like for an example, like the best, yes, you should probably make tactical decisions the way you probably consider, like, you know, the perspective and the way kind of your character is built. Like for example, maybe when, you know, a group of zombies attacks your party, you decide that, you know, you want to run for the car instead of, you know, being there with the rest of your group and just help them. And maybe one of your characters does not necessarily have a weapon and decides to stick there. So instead of deciding to be actively combative about it, he decides to be, okay, let me play a bit more of the support role. Let me just help those who are actually armed into dealing with the threat, while I assist them the best I can and make sure that it's a lot easier for them to kill the threat while I'm unarmed. You know, options. Not throwing shade, Samson, not throwing shade. To be fair, you have so much shade thrown. Lovingly speaking. Lovingly, of course. We love our our gaunt boy. Yeah. And finally, some general rules that that usually I think apply to multiple aspects or facets of the game. Yeah. Rounding up, this game doesn't use fractional numbers. If you need to round up a whole number, round up unless otherwise specified. So that's basically, you know, we're not here to do maths. We're just here to have fun and enjoy our time. So, you know, don't get into heavily specifics. Just pick the upper half, basically. Simultaneously and stacking effects. If any 2 effects are happening simultaneously and the rules don't tell you which order they apply them in, the player or game master controlling the effects can do so in any order. For example, if one ability lets you spend hope to retaliate after an attack, and another ability lets you gain hope when you mark a hit point, you can decide to gain the hope first, then spend it on the attack. Similarly, if you have multiple moves that can trigger in a situation, like 2 moves that can occur after a successful attack, you can choose to use them together and can choose in which order to use them in. As always, if there is any uncertainty, the game master arbitrates how the effects applied. So yeah, it's more about, it's again, as I mentioned, it's about rulings, not rules. So don't necessarily go too rules oriented about it. Think about the experience and think about kind of what you're weaving, and you know, apply reason and common sense to to whatever you're doing. Like for example, maybe you have an effect that happens, two effects that happen after a successful attack, but within common reason or logic, they can't happen both at the same time. So maybe either you or the game master would make the arbitrary decision of you have to pick one of them. You can't choose both. At the game master discretion, most of the effects can stack. For example, if two bards give you a rally die, you can spend both of them on the same roll if you wish. However, you can't stack conditions, advantage and disadvantage, or other effects that say you can't, such as Tava's armor from Book of Ava Scar, which I think it's affects your armor class. Yeah, they gain 1d6 to their armor score the next time they mark an armor slot. So yeah, you can't constantly add up 1d6s at the same time. You give them a 1d6, they use it, then they can gain it again. And spending a resource. If a rule tells you to spend a resource, you lose that resource when you spend it. For example, when you spend a hope on an ability, you erase hope that you've marked on your character sheet. Similarly, if a bard gives you their rally die, when you choose to spend it and add its result to your roll, you lose that die and return it to the other player. So yeah, also having some ways to represent the resource physically. Of course, when it comes to hope dice and that kind of a thing, you can have it literally physically by giving the other players the die. Of course, if you're playing in a physical game setting instead of online. So I have references and that kind of thing, because it's always nice to have them. And finally, we are closing in with player best practices. This is to provide guidance for players on how to get the most out of Daggerheart. Always take what works for you and your table from this section and leave behind anything that doesn't resonate with you. At the end of the day, it's about you all having fun, not necessarily following the rules. Embrace the danger. I am the danger. The life on adventure is a dangerous one filled with treacherous paths, monstrous beasts, and powerful foes. Along the way, it's almost certain that you'll face difficult choices and life-threatening peril. It's important as an adventurer to embrace this danger as part of the game, playing it safe and not taking risks, and overthinking a plan can often slow the game to a halt. So don't be afraid to leap in head first and think of like a storyteller. What would a hero of a novel or a TV show do here? Think about not only what might be obvious, but what might be also the most interesting or how your character might approach the situation differently because of their background. But no matter what you do, keep the story moving forward. The worst thing you can do as an adventurer is get caught up in it and try not to get hurt, that you stop being adventurous at all. You have some control over whether you live or die, and you've got scars you can take if need be. If it's important to remember that you are not your character, it's okay to put them into harm's way, push their limits, take big risk if that's the right for that, if it is right for the story. Their trials and tribulation, their failures are not yours. We might always want to win, but we do that as players by driving a compelling narrative together, not by having a successful die roll every time. Yes, it's about the experience. At the end of the day, TTRPGs are a safe space for you to experiment with things, because you'd be surprised. I think there are like psychological studies and psychiatrics that have looked into it, that actually creating a character that kind of puts themselves into this situation that maybe you as an individual do not within any logical reason do, but create yourself this fictional character in this safe environment where everybody is okay with you to do it, and push yourself into making a decision that you yourself would have not approve of, can push and can later on psychologically encourage you to actually even in real life take those decisions later down the line. You might, simply because you are taking the risk in a safe environment and you see the outcome, because you'd be surprised sometimes. Art reflects life. Actually, art imitates life. Although I think they'll say, is it the saying art or is the saying life imitates art? I forgot. At this point, in this case, would probably be art imitates life. Would be the switch. If that's not the original saying, you'd be surprised sometimes how the outcomes that happen in the game might be not so far away from reality as you'd expect. So this is also a good way to encourage yourself and to experiment and explore things about yourself in a safe space, because There's always been that discussion that in many cases for TTRPG players, especially characters are an extension of themselves. Maybe in some way exaggerated, maybe certain elements about them, but in some way they are a part of you. So you're still in some way you in a safe environment, in a safe method. It's you making a choice that maybe your overall you in a real life setting would not have made. So you never know. It's fine to take those risks. It's fine to, plus you can create memorable experiences, amazing stories, great narrative moments, all that good stuff that you then go back and reminiscent on it, with your friends or other people, or maybe even just nerd out with other people that may not necessarily experience, and then maybe convince them like, hey, maybe you should check it out and have some cool moments together and that kind of a stuff. And who knows, maybe you'll also be pushed in real life into a similar situation, and then reminisce yourself to that in-game moment and be like, maybe if I do it like my character, it won't be so bad. Yeah, try, be risky, you never know. As long as it doesn't push personal boundaries and it's within, as we mentioned with safety tools and that kind of things, it doesn't go over your lines or veils and that kind of a thing, or it doesn't push a hard boundary. Try, experiment, take risks. Yeah. Use resources. Player characters in Daggerheart have access to a number of resources that help them in their heroic journey. Chief among them is Hope, the most liquid resource that will come and go frequently over the course of a session. You'll gain hope roughly every other time you make an action roll, so you're encouraged to spend it for hope features, help your comrades, or utilize experiences and more. Stress, HP, and armor are chief among your other resources. They interact in varying ways that you can manipulate and optimize with the main abilities, heritage traits, and your class features and more. For players excited about the crunch of interacting mechanics, look to those resources and think about how managing them helps you get the most out of your character. This will help your character contribute in conflicts and battles to the best of their potential and enhance their overall story. So yes, again, playing it a bit into this section here, embrace the danger, or in this case actually embrace the risk. Hope is a really good resource. Hope is something that you constantly gain either passively yourself through your action rolls, or other allies might offer it to use in other ways. Or in some cases you might have abilities that will generate it for you in other methods that don't require the action roll. So don't be afraid to spend them. Don't be afraid to and be creative with them. Like if you have hope but maybe you don't have an ability currently available, or you don't think like an ability fits in a current situation, maybe then actually utilizing to help a friend or something, some other way might be the method instead. And yes, with these stress, HP, armor, and I also probably put in here the damage thresholds, can interact in various ways with the other elements. And I've seen, as we've checked out like heritages and classes and all that interesting stuff, I've picked up patterns of, hey, look, there are some interesting elements of synergy here. So there is a bit of crunch, there is a bit of optimization there if you want it. It's not insane. It's a lot more sensible, but you have it if you want it. So if you really look closely, there is depth into some of the decisions that you're making, and it's not as superficial. It's not necessarily as flat as it might look at the beginning, which is kind of probably the charm that I see about this system, that it's easily presented and easily digestible. Because to be fair, I'm looking through it, and it's probably one of the more easier systems that I've looked at, that I've been able to, just by going through this, I've been able to easily grasp without having too much to rethink on it. Again, that could also be that, how we've started structuring new TTRPG systems in modern days compared to maybe some of the older edition of systems. That could also be the reason. And we realized that maybe in some way simplicity and keeping it kind of keeping it a bit more, clear, concise, and to the point is what we need sometimes. Yeah. Tell the story. You're an equal partner in the telling of the story. Everyone alongside everyone else at the table. The Game Master will present opportunities and challenges for the party along the way, but they are not the sole author of the narrative you're all exploring. Daggerheart is a collaborative experience where everyone is responsible for bringing the kind of tone and feel and themes they're interested in to the table. If you want a certain theme or emotional arc to be part of your story, talk with your GM about finding those opportunities and take it upon yourself to seize them when they show up. You might also choose to take the moments within the scenes you are playing to showcase the driving force of that emotions and make actions that reflect that desire. Your role as a player in Daggerheart is to guide your character along the best story arc you can, not necessarily to always make the most tactical or strategic move. Think about what you're interested in saying thematically with the narrative and let that be expressed through your character. So yes, again, although Daggerheart it is a storytelling, like that's their main storytelling is their main pillar. As I mentioned before, I would like to loaden the burden of the word and actually calling it creating an experience. You are here to create experiences, collaborative experiences, because again, as I mentioned, the word creating a story, creating a narrative, becoming an author, it's a bit of a loaded word in my opinion. It feels like it adds a weird pressure. Some people, myself included in some cases, might think of it like, oh, I have to create this kind of compelling stories with twists and turns or like moments of drive. No, you have to create memorable experiences. They could be insanity things that you've done, like as I mentioned, throwing a goblin through a window to do like some kind of like hidden sneak attack or whatever other cool. If there are moments that you created in the game that later on you reminisce yourself with the party or on your own or with somebody else that you're discussing with, then you've succeeded. You've created a memorable experience. That's what TTRPGs are about, to creating great memorable experiences that you and the rest of the players enjoy. No matter if you're the game master, the player, or maybe even just a bystander that just watches it or hears it after the fact. To me, that's kind of the important factor. If you all enjoyed the experience, then you've succeeded. And then later, lastly, discover your character. It's okay not to know everything about your character. When you sit down to play for the first time, or the 10th time, or the 100th time, when the game begins, you only have a few pieces of information to go off, or what they might be good at, some backstory about their past, their relationship with a few other characters, what kind of weaponry they carry, and so on. But all of this doesn't mean you have a firm grasp on who this person actually is yet, and that's okay. Think of the character creation as an ongoing process that continues through every session you play the character. The game master might turn to you and ask something about your past that you may not have worked out or thought of it yet. You could take this opportunity to invent something on the spot, ask for them to talk them through some ideas before settle on one. Try to use the game's fiction to discover things about your character and let those discoveries flow into the kinds of decisions they make. Yes, you don't have to have anything fleshed out. Myself as a game master, I've said it many times. If you at the very least cover the bare minimum that the game system asks you to do, which is just fill in some questions, in case of Daggerheart is basically responding to like a set of 6 questions. 3 of them are about your backstory, 3 of them are questions that you send to your character and they respond to you back, to send to other player characters and they respond back. Then you're done, in my opinion. You've done it. It's as it mentioned here, your character's story and character's concept might evolve as you go along the way. You might encounter things in the story that you then find that would resonate and fit with your character, and then you just basically retroactively attach to them. Talk with the game master maybe in between sessions about it. That kind of a thing. I'm gonna tell you an example. Damien isn't fully fleshed out. There are some elements about Damien that I figured out. Actually, I think, yes, there are elements about Damien, my Hunter the Reckoning character, that I've figured out during session 1. Because initially I was kind of not sure exactly. I had the concept and what exactly I wanted to do with him, being a conspiracy theorist. But I wasn't sure exactly where I wanted to play the edge, that kind of edge of this character, this kind of a trait. But then I figured out as I was playing this session and had some with some downtime elements here and there that there is an element of, and especially after the figure out that I had like a background choice that it's probably gonna be soonish explored. I'm suspecting Ghost gonna fucking demolish me sooner rather than later because of that background choice that I made, because I gave in to temptation. But I'm not gonna get into details. That's something that's gonna be found out in the sessions. I realized that I can create some interesting inner conflict, because at the moment that's what basically Damien is dealing. He has some inner conflict in him that kind of has to now kind of either deal with it on his own through his own journey, or who knows, maybe there will be some characters in here that are gonna be a bit more pushy. I'm not sure if he is still present around here, and probably push him into this kind of resolution. But yeah, nothing has to be figured out from session 1 or session 0. You can figure it out maybe at session 10, session 20, maybe a year later into the campaign, depending on how long you run it. That could be a thing. I've done something similar with my other characters in Curse of Strahd. I think I also done something similar with my, I think my homebrew setting character in, but yeah, nothing has to be permanent. But anyhow, overall, yes, consistency rule, as I mentioned, they keep it very simple. They don't go too but they leave enough for you to expand on it, for you to alter it, and for you to add elements here and there to enhance the experience. If, as I mentioned, if you're maybe something that the kind of individual who's a bit more into the mechanical aspects of a TTRPG, there are spaces around this system that allows you to do that, and they even give you options in certain situations, like they mentioned with the the turn-based initiative. I think they also mentioned it with which one was it? Oh yeah, the movement, the defined range movement. How you can aid in certain conditions, how you can do certain roles. So yes, they also offer you additional options here and there. So you have a basics. This is the foundation with some added structure here and there. But if you want more of it, you can create it on your own, or you can alter the existing one. From what I understand, they're also gonna bring out a section where they talk about this, about altering rules or creating your own rules, or even actually to the point of homebrewing, which I'm really curious, because I don't think I've seen a lot of TTRPG systems where they have an exclusive section where they talk about like full-on homebrewing. That is not something that is more a game master guide level of additional content, not actually in a core system. So yeah, I'm really curious what exactly they're gonna talk about, which probably we're gonna see maybe soon, because they're gonna do an update next week from what I've heard on the socials. So yeah, we'll see about it. But yeah, as I mentioned, because it ran a bit longer, because the chapter was a lot longer than I expected, I'm just gonna keep it at the playing an adventure, and the GM side of it, the running an adventure chapter, I'm gonna do it next week. So, and probably then on that week we're gonna have a lot more game master centric discussions and perspectives from my experience and that kind of thing. So yeah, but that kind of does it for today. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Once again, if you're around here or not, Karen, thank you so much for the raid. It's been wonderful to have you around here and your community. So I already know who I'm gonna jump onto, because I wanted to do this, and right now it's the perfect opportunity.
Let me know when you're almost done and I'll head out.
I'm gonna jump into good old Joe Java's stream. Currently on Joe Java we have the month of charity. They are doing a charity drive for the entire month of May with streams and special, like I think they have like special rewards and stuff like that when you reach certain donation tiers that you all should check out. So yeah, if you have the possibility, show support, even by simply sharing it around, talking about it, that kind of stuff. You don't necessarily have to chip in with actual money if you don't have to. Just do it if you have that extra cash. So yeah, let's show some support for Joe and just jump into into the stream. Why the fuck?
Yep, I am almost ready.
No, you're good. Take your time. I'm just gonna
So,
fuck 'em up a little
start
bit.
raid.
We can,
Okay, for anybody new here, when it comes to raid, rating. This is the usual message that we send out.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I should have.
So-
Well, whatever.
Keep that in mind.
I thought for some
But yeah,
reason
then
it
again,
wasn't.
thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. You've been amazing. I'm surprised at how well received are getting the TTRPG sessions, TTRPG streams, because initially they were a bit slower. Still better than some of my other streams, but it surprised me how they've kind of slowly grown up, and I really appreciate the support because I like talking about TTRPGs. I like doing this kind of stuff. So yeah, if you all want this, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna continue doing it. Who knows? Maybe I'll even do it more of it than just a single stream. The scheduling side of it I still have to figure out. But anyhow, I'll see you all on a Sunday with my Dark Deity playthrough. I'm gonna continue going through that strategy game and probably get wrecked at it sooner or later because I feel like the difficulty curve on that one is gonna rank up soon. And after that, as mentioned, Monday, as usual, we're gonna do the Hunt of the Reckoning streams on Ghost channel, and you know, the extra stuff that I'm gonna do next week, I'm gonna update you with an actual schedule Monday. So yeah, thank you all for being here. You're amazing. Don't you all forget that. See you on the flip end.
Get